Today we are going to see, what if Naruto combined chakra and haki to break limits? Part 6. So let's get started. Hafu took a deep drink on his saucer of high-quality sake. Of course I knew you would find nothing at all, except for the usual. From the very start, I told him that we shouldn't even be out at night. The factory owner laughed out loud at this. Look at him now, he calls me a yellow bastard. Now, he's a dead one. All of the ninjas together had collectively found nothing in the warehouse save for blood, much to Shomo's chagrin. This particular official was against the presence of the ninjas from the start, and unwittingly placed himself on Naruto's watch list for suspicious reasoning. Besides that, all of the genin had re-emerged from the now dank warehouse and assembled under a large tent, close by to the sole survivor of the scrum the night before. Besides the usual people who wore scowls more often than not, even the Junins. Expected, better, since tracker genins like Aburame, Inuzuka and Hyugas were present. If not those, then who? He deserved it, Hafu continued between drinks. The officials kept the alcohol flowing. It made the man's tongue loose to speak and relaxed him enough to tell his tale. But there was a need for moderation, or the story would blur into insanity. He said that when he would soon be mayor. Mayor? Risaikuru asked dumbfounded, raising a white eyebrow. He wanted to be mayor? He wanted my position? Damn me if he knew how to get into the position. Or why'd he want it, to be honest? Hafu spat. And then he says that my Warui, bless her soul if the man was lying, that she was going to sell out to him so he could own my factory. A doll factory? Why'd a drug dealer want my dolls? Obviously a guise to hide contraband in, Naruto piped up. Most others from the other teams tried to shush him to quiet, but the half-drunk man leapt up and cried. Ding ding ding. Correct, the asshole wanted my dolls to smuggle his shit in. The other genins stared at Naruto, taken aback that he actually said something relevant and sensible. It was a long time in coming, but they still hadn't gotten used to it. What? I says to him a big fat no. Hafu yelled the last. Then he gets stubborn. Then I insulted him. What did you say to him? Kiba asked with a curious look, looking for insult material. How old are you? The man asked him, to which Kiba answered, 14. The man told the disappointed boy that his ears were too young. After that, the half-drunk man got metaphor. Aikal pats on the back for telling that to a dangerous man. Then what happened? One of the lawmen asked. At this point, the drinking man froze up as he stared off at the trashed building where the smell of blood was king. Hafu? All watched the silent man before Naruto spoke up. I can see it in your face. They were like despicable beasts who knew no mercy. No one did this. It was a what? Maybe even plural. What? Sakura shouted. This was done by animals? The boy's right, the storytelling man mumbled. But they weren't no regular animals. They were of all kinds of sizes, some different shades of brown, blacks, striped, spotted, but it didn't matter. There was no real difference to any of them. There was this evil-sounding cackling, and then they just barged in, and attacked all of them, slaughtered them. Ate some pieces on the spot, dragged off the rest. It was easy to imagine the sight of some of the people there going pale with fright, most horrified at the image that their imagination were providing them. A few others getting sick to their stomachs, but all were stone-faced. So these are creatures? Shikamaru asked. How come they attacked the others, but not you? Did you do anything special? Non-aggressive to them? Hide from them? I didn't do any of those things. I scorned the beasts, yelled at them to go back to wherever the hell they came from, but they took airtime doing their business and ignored me, as if I didn't exist to them. If they weren't surprised before, everyone was now thrown for a loop. They just ignored you? Shomo cried. We must find out how you invoked such a phenomenon. You may be the answer to all of our problems. If we could recreate that ignorance of you, it could save the village. Or we could still kill the beasts, Asuma reminded. To which, the important man just scoffed in a pompous manner. You may attempt to do so, the man said snidely, reminding the man of his previous failure. And Hafu's description of them depicts them as possibly demons. If nothing else, what else could inflict such destruction and death in our town? This town's associations with greed, lust, murder and the like invoking demons in the first place. I wonder why would they leave Hafu alone? In the meantime, Hinata mustered the confidence to plant herself beside Naruto, but actually between him and Tenten in the process. The Higurashi became annoyed almost at once with the Hyuga heiress, but she was ignored as Hinata tried to strike up conversation with Naruto. So what do you think, Naruto-kun, about what kinds of creatures they could be? Hinata asked in a modest tone. The descriptions are vague. The Uzumaki was well aware of the fact that Tenten looked pissed. In fact, by his acquired info through certain sources, he had Tenten figured to have a short fuse. A 10-second one, at times. It was best to avoid trouble as soon as possible, and what better way than an introduction? Tenten-chan, I nearly forgot. In his mind, Kurama laughed at his host for even saying the phrase, coining the fact that hinted even to the idea of forgetfulness. I'd like you to meet my teammate, Hinata-chan. This was the first time he was calling the weapons mistress Chan, but it was mostly done to appease her. He could keep using it. He was sure that'd make both girls feel equal, to some extent. He then gestured to both at the same time. And Hinata-chan, meet Tenten-chan. Nice to meet you, Hinata, Tenten gritted out through clenched teeth. A pleasure, Hinata muttered. As I was saying, Hinata, I'm sure that you're a really nice person and all. So if you would ever so kindly make some way for Naruto and I to speak freely to one another. Is that a polite way of telling me to get lost? The Hyuga bit back. Oh boy, Naruto thought. Oh yes, Kurama hailed. Vixen fight. Vixens? Why? Naruto thought to the beast. Why are they acting like this? Kurama nearly blew up at Naruto for still being dense, but decided to just nudge the situation a bit. Tell you what, why don't you just get up and scooch over and sit between the two of them? And so I'll get to see what happens next. With a sigh, Naruto heaved himself up, half ignoring the stares both girls gave him and budged both aside before plopping himself between them. Still following instructions of his tailed beast, he put his arms on and around both of their shoulders. As were the Kyuubi's intentions, both girls were taken by pleasant surprise, but Kurama didn't expect Tenten to blush quite so much. In fact, holy shit, well, I suppose I should have seen this coming. After all, she used a kun suffix not too long ago for the first time, not to mention it was right after her moment of reckoning so long ago. On that day everything went to hell. The monstrous kitsune sighed deeply. Naruto could somehow sense the foreboding mood of his inner-tailed beast, but didn't question it. Rather, he focused on the two girls he was half hugging at the same time and smiled cheerfully, although he did notice that both girls were blushing quite a bit. Oh great, whatever bug that Hinata had spread to Haku at home, as well as Tenten. Enough gripe, let's all just. Tenten, Hinata-sama? Neji butted in from nowhere. What are the two of you doing? Both kunoichis in the making nearly leapt out of their skins at the voice that both knew so well. And nothing, Neji. Tenten stammered a bit nervously. Hinata mumbled something along the lines of mind your own business to him. But if he heard, the stoic Hyuga didn't pay it any mind. Naruto, what's the meaning of this? Neji asked the Uzumaki now. The Bond hadn't retracted his arms yet, but he didn't flush at the predicament he was in. Meaning of what? Am I doing something illegal? He asked sarcastically. Something wrong with hugging? Two pretty girls at that? And cue full-blown blushes and a Hyuga who was taken aback. No, nothing's wrong, but I'll have you now that Hinata has no prerogative to be associating with you in any fashion than a purely platonic fashion necessary for teamwork. And I'll have you know that my parents have given me the right to associate in any manner I please with anyone I choose, Ni-san. Hinata replied in turn with a half-frown, half-smirk. And that includes intimate relationships. I see, with the likes of him? Neji spat. This failure of a ninja I've heard so many ridiculous claims about, from his teammates making much out of nothing. Whoa, I'm taking offense to this, Naruto bit out, getting hot under the collar. Besides, and neither do you have any business concerning who she wants to date. If she wanted to date anyone she wanted to, no one else, not you or me, should have any problems with it. They were certainly grabbing everyone's attention now, and it came as a half-surprise when Hinata took hold of Naruto's hand by the palm and held it fast. Absolutely no problem? She asked, and Naruto could tell that she said with undertones of eagerness slipping through. None, he reassured. Before that continued on that course, Neji stepped forward. That's fine, Hinata-sama, he drawled out. As they say, birds of a feather flock together. You two are good for each other. For once since his development of all his cognition abilities, Naruto was well and truly confused and taken aback. As ridiculous and dunce it may seem to anyone who may have been viewing his life as a spectator of sorts. I don't think I heard you properly. Could you repeat that in my good ear? And as he said that, he cocked one head towards the cadet Hyuga. This only served to piss the cursed Hyuga off, and apparently Tenten, who was used to his tendencies for a long time running, had to step between him and her first, and only, friend. That's enough, Neji, Higurashi chastised. On the inside, Guy was mentally cheering, believing that the kunoichi of his squad was making significant progress. On the outside though, he was struggling to keep up an apathetic appearance and wandered off, but determined to stay within earshot. Asuma though, as ashamed as he was to admit it, actually wanted to see a fight develop between Neji and Naruto, just to see who would win. Not to the death, obviously, but a bit of a warm-up or something or other to see who was stronger. The genius of the Hyuga clan, or the boy responsible for the success of 2 ranked missions, and kill confirmations of several Junins, and Chunin, to boot. So help him, he wanted just to see what their mettle was of in case Hi's own team met them in the exams coming soon. What, he had his pitfalls like anyone else. Are you trying to save him face? Dignity? Or are you defending him? Neji asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto eased himself around the 2 girls and stood before them, getting in Flack's way. You don't have to answer that, Tenten-chan. Geez, and here I thought I found someone I could talk to. Start fresh with someone who hadn't met me before, he told the Hyuga, not like the people who've been my classmates for years and have me pegged for a guy who shouldn't even be playing with cardboard shuriken, much less be a ninja. But here you are, believing rumors and gossips that I am. If your well-educated classmates have you off as such, I see no reason not to believe them, Neji condescended with a smirk. Is that the so-called genius of the Hyuga has to come up with? And here I thought that he would be smart enough to have an advanced intellect. Instead, he's nothing but a platitudinous individual. Neji did something he had never done before. He blinked in confusion. Naruto smiled in self-accomplishment. Exactly, let me dumb it down for you. You're just another stock person to me, like so many others in the village. Nothing special, and to be frank, Naruto stopped smiling and frowned deeply. I look down on people like you. The air grew cold as killing intent petered out from both individuals against each other. In fact, it got so bad that Choji tried to clear the air, getting nervous. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I didn't get any breakfast. Let's all head back, and we'll have it afterwards. Shomo said quietly. I want to see what happens. Is it such a good idea to have a situation like this? Risaikuru asked Asuma not too discreetly. Isn't it bad for inter-team relations? It might make things fester if we try to stop it. Asuma decided, as if he hadn't known what he had wanted already. Let them sort it out. He now whistled shrilly to all to hear. All right everyone, we know what we're after. We're here to kill whatever's committing the murders. I want all trackers and such to start looking for clues to try and tail wherever they went. Hustle, he walked purposefully, keeping in mind that all were following him, save for the conflicting 4. He let it go. Guy was watching them too. If needs be, Guy could step in and stop it before anything happened. Although he hoped that, now then, Neji, Naruto nearly spat the name. Please get the hell out of my way. Neji had no answer except to glare at the blonde. I'm a peace-loving guy, Naruto said tensely. But don't make me have to walk over you. Neji coughed once throatily and spat. Right on Naruto's shirt. Naruto continued to look straight at him in a sort of apathy, but to his right and left. Tenten and Hinata were horrified. As they could see a smirk coming into existence on the pale boy's face, a clone poofed into existence behind him. Sensing danger, sighed Bran. CH member turned sideways, turned to face whatever had caused the sound, only for 2 fists from either side cracked into the boy's jaw at the same time, creating a standstill effect as Neji's jaw was nearly compressed together. As he was stunned, Naruto grabbed the boy's collar and ripped a piece of the boy's shirt and wiped off the phlegm and saliva mixture on his shirt and threw it in the Hyuga's face. As soon as Naruto was about to walk past him, the clone was dispelled a blurringly quick Juyuken and another sent right at him at the neck. Naruto hurriedly dressed back to dodge it, but the Hyuga would have none of it as he pushed off an angled leg to push forward to minimize distance to land his hit. In fact, Naruto could have bitten it right there had not it been for Tenten grabbing Neji's shoulder and upper arm to stop him. It stopped Neji's fingers just an inch or 2 from his target, buying Naruto the opportunity to finish backing up out of the way. Unhand me, Neji bit out aberrantly, before shrugging her off by flaring chakra from the tenketsu in his upper arm and pressing the offensive once more. He hadn't realized it at the time, but what he did inflicted chakra burns on the palms. Quite badly so that one might easily notice. To her credit though, she hardly made a sound and kept the pain locked up inside clenched teeth. She bore it, and could only watch as her mate and soul friend duked it out between each other. That was all hit and dodge, one trying to do all the hitting, and one doing nothing but dodging. Naruto could feel the strain of trying to dodge the agile and infuriated Hyuga. Oh boy, I'd better not piss off Hinata-chan if she can move like this. Not that I'd ever want to hit her or anything, but what did she mean? Focus had taken over and He remained active in battle while his thoughts had gone elsewhere. That conversation between them, me, I'm nothing special, what did she mean by, whoa? Reflex took over and made him duck a palm that would have taken him in the face. Are there even tenketsus in my face, Neji? Getting angry, are we? I'll put down trash where it belongs. An orphan, a nobody at best being valued more than the sea. A dead branch of the same clan is more than one can stand. Neji growled out in frustration. Hake. Rokujuyan Sho, 8 trigrams. 64 palms. No, Guy yelled. He was about to intercept the attack when Asuma put his arm out in front of the taijutsu specialist. What? Let them settle this, Guy. We'll only intervene when it's absolutely necessary. Asuma watched along with everyone else. As Neji began his damaging offense and after he nicked Naruto several times, those did look like lucky hits. After all, around 16, Naruto became numb and unable to dodge the rest that pummeled their way into his tenketsu, soon blowing him away from the force of the final impact onto his back several feet away, his chakra sealed. Naruto-kun, X2, Hinata and Tenten yelled at the same time in worry. HMPH, Neji gloated with a half smirk, half scowl. Once trash, always trash. The moment was short-lived, however, as Naruto hauled himself back onto his feet, determined that he was just going to rough up his adversary just enough to make him learn that he had erred in his judgment of him. But as he was getting up, he couldn't help but notice Tenten cradling her hands as if she had injured them somewhat, somehow. Somehow, he muttered. He recalled everything to mind and remembered seeing her flinch when Neji had flared chakra from his tenketsu. But she didn't yelp or anything of the sort in pain, so he activated his insight ability and instantly, everything of interest stood out in highlighted silver. Immediately, he noticed that all of the rest of the rookie 9, except Shino and Sasuke, back with the Junin senseis were actually cheering for Neji. It's not as if they were biased against him, some probably were. They were merely cheering for the side that they believed would win. Sasuke was uncaring either way, but why was he watching the fight with his Sharingan on? Shino was just being Shino, he supposed. But when he arrived back to his first issue of Tenten's hands, he could plainly see that they were highlighted as well. In fact, they were badly burned. Naruto didn't feel primal at that point, or angry enough to the point of inducing the effects of Kurama's chakra. Hell, even the beast's presence was silent, as if not wanting to influence his decision either way. But he was pissed. He was not afraid to admit that he had always felt an obligation to keep the Higurashi safe and free from harm, hence why so many things were done. It was all because of Tenten, and for Tenten. And to see her hurt just because she wanted to stop her teammate from doing something to injure him. Naruto, when he could have done something to end the fight before it even began. Naruto, temporarily, lost his desire to make peace. He lost his pacifism and in return, Ned an uncontrollable urge to show the Hyuga where he belonged. He ignored the gawking from the Junins and Hinata and Tenten and stared fully at the Hyuga who was glaring at him. He could tell that everyone was staring at his eyes in particular, their strange and hitherto to be seen design, but he didn't care. He reached behind him and into his weapons pouch and pulled on his resilience gloves tightly, before clenching them into fists. He hadn't had them on since the mission to Wave, but they'd serve their purpose. How are you still standing? Neji bit out. And what abominations do you have settled in your skull? Naruto wouldn't answer him though. His gravity seal was on 4, but he discreetly lowered it to 3. When he was done here, he was going to teach Neji a thing or two about manners. A dramatic pause swept through the area as everyone, ninjas, lawmen and important town officials watched the two genins duke it out. In fact, they would have remained like that hadn't Tenten winced in pain and Naruto grew upset. Even more than he was before. The distance between the two fighters were lessened quickly and the conflict resumed as Neji smirked at the stupidity of a person taking on a Hyuga with just taijutsu. The cadet Hyuga thrusted a right Jiyuken palm forward at Naruto, but the blonde half turned sideways and grabbed it at the wrist with his own right. Not wasting a single move, he finished the turn to slam his left wrist on Neji's jaw or neck, but the Hyuga wisely lifted his left arm to block it. In a blur of movement, Neji had his blocking hand gripping Naruto's own to trap him. Before he could capitalize on it, Naruto entrapped the back of his left leg behind both of Neji's and savagely swept it closer to him to trip the boy from behind. It didn't work, but it bought Naruto the distraction he needed to use might to wrench his arm back from the Hyuga and leap away from him. Whoa, is Naruto actually taking on a Hyuga with just taijutsu? Ino amazed. He's still standing. Shikamaru inched over to his sensei. Sensei, shouldn't you stop this? This isn't just a spar. They're actually fighting. I know, Naruto is fighting a Hyuga, sensei using taijutsu. Even now, Asuma had yet to take off his eyes from Naruto, or more specifically, his face. What's up with those eyes? That's just weird. I've never seen eyes like that before. While murmuring, and the usual occurred with the bystanders and spectators looking on at the boys actually fighting. For once, Naruto didn't mind. People just being people. Neji, you pompous bastard. You burnt your own teammate. To what? Just to try to kill me? HMPH. She should not have interfered, the Hyuga said, secure in himself, despite the glare he was getting from his own sensei. Who gave you the right to judge me? To judge her? To judge anyone? Naruto rushed him again, tightening his fists as he approached. In preparation, Neji readied himself again, although he was wondering how Naruto was actually still standing from the earlier ceiling of his tenketsu. Neji replied, not even realizing that he was making an antagonist of himself. I'm entitled to my opinion, and my opinions of you, high. Nada-sama and even Tenten are quite low. Keep your damn opinions to yourself. Naruto was at him now, and threw a feint at the boy's gut with his left, before throwing the right one at the Hyuga's neck. To his credit, it would have worked, but Neji hadn't been called a genius for nothing. He saw through the feint easily. Deflecting the right hand, he was about to just palm the insolent Uzumaki and be done with it. But Naruto resumed the left feint by five-finger jabbing Neji in the gut, and grabbing hold, clothes and flesh in grip as well. As he pulled the Hyuga towards him, Naruto stomped on Neji's feet and leapt upwards with a right shoulder into the pale-complexioned lad from under the chin. It wasn't much compromise at such close quarters, but at the very least it had delayed the gentle fist user from doing what he excelled at besides being a person who looked down on people because of their ideals, backgrounds and other such histories. He pissed Naruto off. He really did. All listened as Neji continued to speak, determined to undermine the boy he was fighting to throw him off. You've always failed. Hinata has always failed, even Tenten, although she has tried to better herself over time. Born failures. Live as failures, die failures. You can't escape it. I take it you were born a winner? Alright, Insight keeps giving me ideas on how to beat him, but I want to beat him within an inch of his life. I suppose the tactics is about keeping him from attacking me with his Jiyuken. Reassuming a running stance, Naruto dashed with a low center of gravity at the Hyuga and about a meter away. Leaned and fell into a slide to Neji's right that took him off guard and off his feet. Literally, as Naruto slid past him in the dust that rose up like a conceal, he grabbed Neji's ankle and pulled on it, using his sliding momentum as a buffer for strength. With Neji tripped up, Naruto leapt back onto his feet as Neji was just getting back up at the same time. It seemed like an effort wasted. Neji actually chuckled grimly to himself. Is there a reason why you chose to wallow in the dirt like a disgusting creature? Naruto said nothing. Instead, he slow ran at Neji purposefully, intent on finishing this fiasco. As he closed those final meters, he glanced at all those around him and saw Tenten staring at him in particular, and he nodded to her. He was sure that she noticed. Next to her, Hinata was cheering him on, and he couldn't help but think that she had come a long way from being a shy girl who kept blushing around him, and he glanced to the other side and noted that everyone else was still watching, but Sasuke was seemingly glaring at him with his Sharingan ablaze, a frown marring his features. Deciding to file that away for later, he refocused on his fight. Within a 10-second bout, he had both of Neji's wrists gripped in his hands. Before Neji could possibly counterattack, Naruto spewed dirt from his mouth that he had inconspicuously taken in his mouth during his slide with his free hand. Alas, it was sweet revenge when he spat a half-mouthful of dirt all at once into Neji's precious eyes. Wonder how he never saw that coming. When a particular thing as an X-ray vision goes too far in depth. Ah, my eyes, Neji bawled. Not missing a beat, Naruto released the grip of his right hand to curl a punch into his stomach. As he doubled over, Naruto grabbed the Hyuga's head with both hands and slammed it down onto an uprising knee. Unfortunately, depending on who you asked, the attack smashed Neji's nose in, stifling his cries to a squealing grunt as it started to bleed heavily. Before he could recover, Naruto lifted the Neji up by his shoulders to make him stand up. This only lasted for a full second, before Naruto happened. Naruto penned with 4 punches in 4 places almost all at once in Neji's stomach, liver, and twice in his chest. Are you going to stop this, guy? Asuma whispered discreetly to the taijutsu master. No, the Junin answered uncharacteristically with a shake of the head. I'm sure Naruto knows when to stop. Besides, to be frank, Neji's had this coming. Back to the fight, Naruto thrust-kicked Neji in his already badly hurt gut. Doubling over for the last time, Naruto readied himself for the last. With a throaty yell of utmost exertion, Naruto doubled both of his fists together in a double axe handle and recreating what he did in Wave. Using nothing but pure effort, lifted his arms over his head before yelling in a rage. Am I a failure, Neji? Watch me fail this. He brought his hands in a daub. The axe handle down onto the back of the Hyuga's head, smashing him onto the ground as hard as he could in a 45-degree angle, actually sending the genius into a scorpion slide wipe out backwards for all of 3 meters. Raising dust and a cry that was cut short. When the dust cleared, it was revealed that Neji was lying face down in a mound of dirt he had gouged out with his face, unconscious. The clearing was now silent, but as Naruto glared around at everyone as if to dare them to say something, his eyes softened when they settled on the 2 girls who were off to the side. With a humble sort of saunter, he approached them. Are you 2 all right? I'm fine, Hinata admitted. Tenten winced a bit as she tried to hide her burnt hands behind her. Me too. No you're not, Naruto chided gently. He turned back to Hinata and queried, did you try to heal her hands? How did, Tenten began. I'm unable, Hinata muttered, glancing back at her unconscious cousin. What do you mean, unable to? I've seen you heal burns. Hinata-chan, Naruto-kun, it's fine. Tenten looked at Hinata funnily before beckoning to her. I need to, for the first time. She took notice of his eyes and their black and white cartwheel design. What's up with your eyes? Naruto didn't even get a chance to respond before all the rest of the others caught up to him, mobbing him in from all sides, as if they were penning him in or most of them. Anyway, Naruto won. I can't believe it. Whoa, Naruto, what's up with the funny contact lenses? Munch, is that a dojutsu? Munch, Asuma and Guy had that reason to be the truth when they saw the lad's eyes, but no one had approached Neji to see if he was all right. Come on guys, I need some space, Naruto spoke up, but was interrupted. You fought a Hyuga with just taijutsu and a cheap shot and won? Damn, please, excuse me, he tried again but failed. Dirty cheap shot, huh, get it? Get out of my way. Naruto roared, without even waiting for his demand to be granted. He barged through and past everyone in his way with a sudden ferocity and strength. In his current nature, he stomped away in a fit, before he dashed away in a huff. As soon as that chapter came to a close, Shikamaru made an observation, in the form of a question. Where's Neji? The cadet branch Hyuga was gone as well. No one had even seen when he was going, but as certain could be, he was gone. Haku's day was developing normally. After a morning of ensuring that the house was spotless, then some breakfast, she finished it off with a cup of black tea. As she sat there in the kitchen, she couldn't help but wish for some company. It wouldn't hurt not to be specific, she mumbled to herself. I miss Master, even though it's been such a short period of time. I wonder how he's been keeping up. She felt a bit disquieted as she asked herself this, almost as if she got a spell of a premonition. She shook it off after a brief bout and started washing dishes. Although few they may be since it was just her. But despite all of this, do I feel any sort of romanticism with him? I'm sure that the kiss on the cheek thing was just a joke. I'm sure. Haku knew that at that point when he asked, She felt exceptionally daring, although she was afraid to. How could she not, especially after what kind of life she'd led? She wasn't a normal, teenage girl. She was a kunoichi, a damn good one at that too, if her history with Zabuza had any say in any of it. And then Naruto came along. Ah yes, normal teenage girls lived like normal teenage girls. Teenage kunoichis lived like teenage kunoichis. Normal teenage girls had hormones. Haku? Well, damn hormones, Haku muttered almost angrily to herself as she finished up the dishes in. Dee withdrew to her room to put on proper clothing to go out in. They did say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Shortly at the halfway point. That is, unclothed and ready to put on the next set. Her eyes returned to the bed and a thought came to her. A naughty one, by her standards. She had never done it before she came of age at her parents' house, but she would unwillingly admit that she had done the deed while under Zabuza's tutelage. Certainly not while he was around, but he wasn't always breathing down her neck. But certainly not on a bed as comfortable as the one she was currently eyeing. She actually deliberated with herself for a full 2 minutes before deciding not to. I dare not to defile the bed. The bed seemingly called out to her, and she so badly wanted to. It was a perfect opportunity. Her master was out for a week or more, all alone in a big house, and that bed. That now thrice damned but oh so comfortable bed was practically yelling. You know you want to. No I don't, Haku hissed to the bed, almost as if she were crazy. Absent-mindedly, she could feel her heart rate quickening in tandem. Well, you're only in your panties. I can see that your nipples are hardening. What do you have to say about that, huh? She looked down tentatively. In her frenzied mind, she didn't stop to think that she was going mental, arguing with a bed, for Cammy's sakes. Well, she instead yelled at the bed that it was a perv while blushing heavily. Is that so? Fine. Who am I thinking about this time? The bed actually stammered in speech. Well just fucking do it already. And then the bed, Haku would swear later. The bed jiggled a bit. With nary a second thought, Haku went streaking out of the room to get to the shower, actually going to the point of using her powers to nearly freeze herself to death. Anko peeped over the windowsill to Haku's bedroom. This servant girl's got some quirks. Was she actually arguing with her bed whether or not she wanted to masturbate? She might as well have done it and get it done with. Or actually doing the guy she wants. She's got the looks for it. She let herself fall down silently and ambled off into the town. I wonder who though? She thought a bit and snickered to herself. Heh, probably the so-called, transformed, Gaki. Life in Konoha certainly got more interesting for the village pariah besides me, of course. Naruto was far away from anyone he knew, back in the commercial part of the town. What a day. He was seated on the sidewalk in front of a building he knew nothing about. It was just him. Kurama was meditating in the seal. His presence and consciousness was elsewhere. The bustle of people passing him by in and out of the establishment. He didn't know what to do first. He wanted to continue fuming about Neji's prerogatives. He wanted to head back to where he had left him and thrash him some more. If he wanted to just be there for the girls like a comfort medium, like an emotional tower of support. Wonder how he felt about the two of them. Try to figure out why Hinata was unable to heal Tenten. Why? Hey kid, you're in the way of honest folk. A gruff voice exclaimed angrily. Jay, away from air. Naruto turned to the speaker. Said speaker looked like a stereotypical bouncer-like person in front of the doorway, while Naruto sat on the edge of the veranda-designed entryway. Apparently, his presence was inconveniencing people who wanted to pass by him. Oh, sorry, yeah, go loiter somewhere else. The man's tone carried massive hints to him of how he used to be and was still treated back in Konoha. He couldn't help but feel like he was pumping a lot of energy, time and resources into a village that neither appreciated it or him for it. Then again, if they knew what he had done, would they have thanked him? More than likely, it would have been repaid by several asins, and what had actually been helping the village to get back onto its feet as a crutch would have been destroyed, leaving the village in shambles again. You still here, brat? With a sigh, Naruto heaved himself up and ambled off, deciding to avoid trouble. But he had no real destination in mind. What the hell is up with Hinata-chan? It's almost as if she resents Tenten. I wonder why? And what was she saying? What was Neji saying? No, nothing's wrong, but I'll have you know that Hinata has no prerogative to be associating with you in any fashion than a purely platonic fashion necessary for teamwork. I can understand that. Neji Naruto relented to himself with a mumble under his breath. That would be more professional, but why would he say it like that? Think, what did Hinata answer? And I'll have you know that my parents have given me the right to associate in any manner I please with anyone I choose, ni-san. And that includes intimate relationships. Nothing concrete there, but Naruto felt something like a shovel clout him on the top of his head. Almost like a godsend way of knocking sense into him. He decided to bear through it and continue to recall. I see, with the likes of him? Neji practically spat the words at him. This failure of a ninja I've heard so many ridiculous claims about, from his teammates making much out of nothing? Whoa, I'm taking offense to this, he had answered heatedly. Besides, I've no business concerning who she wants to date. If she wanted to date anyone she wanted to. He had had a bit of a surprise when Hinata took a hold of Naruto's hand by the palm and held it fast. Absolutely no problem? She asked eagerly. None, he had answered. That's fine, Hinata-sama, Neji said nastily. As they say, birds of a feather flock together. You two are good for each other. Then Naruto felt that sensation of a godsend shovel smacking him in the head again. Ah, damn it, how dense could I have been? All of that just went clear over my head and I was just standing there? How long has this been going on for? He got no answer, and he had no idea if he should be relieved, so that he couldn't be shamed, or angry, at himself, for not seeing this sooner. Kami, this has got to be the biggest thing to happen to me since manifesting these abilities number. To be able to say I took it upon myself to ensure the village is taken care of? No, meeting Tenden-chan? A light blush crept into his face, recalling how he used to have to care for her particularly in the ways of hygiene, bathing. It was probably for the best that he hadn't gone through puberty yet at the time, but now he was. Post that stage and he was blessed with memory recall. It was easy to remember her then, and piece together how she looked like now. Not that he was trying to. He just couldn't help it. Absent-mindedly, he felt a heat spread through his loins, and since he was in public, he did what he usually had to whenever times like this came about. He sat in the nearest bench with one leg angled over the other. Needless to say, it was painful, but necessary in order to hide his growing erection. Maybe meeting Hinata-chan? The botched defense of her and those bullies. My memories keep bringing her up, and she was cute back then too. Unbeknownst to him, Kurama's presence had returned, eager to share news of Nariwa's latest achievement, but was interrupted by the boy's thoughts. He was about to speak up, but as he listened, he realized that Naruto had finally realized the Hyuga heiress's feelings for him. Goddamn, my container finally grew a brain, despite boasting of having one the size of Iron Country. Hey, I knew he would finally realize. The beast chanced to look to the tree of the mindscape where he had etched the date when he first decided to let Naruto figure it out. Staring at the date for a while, he decided to speak up. Oi, Gaki, caught flat-footed. The Uzumaki fumbled with his thinking for a bit, trying to think of anything else but the Hyuga Kunoichi. In his blunder, he started thinking about Fu and Haku in the kinds of memories that a boy would think of, trying to figure out if a girl like him in that sort of way, or not. Needless to say, Kurama was relieved. It had been too long, far too long. Hem. Yes, Kurama? Naruto asked aloud, trying to sound as innocent as possible. God damn it, brat, don't act like you weren't thinking about the girls. Yes SS. The beast howled. It's been a whole damn year. And here I was, wondering what the hell was Kami thinking. Making a guy as smart like you but had the emotions and common sense of a lifeless rock. Yeah, was Naruto's most intelligent answer. What are you talking about? Kurama quickly brought Naruto up to speed about he had keeping track of Naruto's cluelessness. Hell, even the other members had known about it through gossip, and yet still the main was oblivious. It was even present from the very day he helped the girl, Hinata, in the first place. Naruto blinked in confusion. Then why the hell didn't you tell me? He roared out loud. Passers-by regarded the 13-year-old boy sitting on the bench in confusion, worry, interest and skepticism, and Naruto had the decency to feel a bit embarrassed for acting up. He soon turned this into rage as they were staring incessantly, and he let them know that he was aware. What the fuck are y'all looking at? They quickly averted their gazes and their steps quickened away from him, and he turned back to his beast. I've been going through this kind of crap all this time, wondering if anyone cared about me, and you kept it from me as a joke? You had to let me find out for myself? Yes, the kitsune deadpanned. Don't blame me, Blame whoever decided to focus more on drama and action in your life than romance. 2. You're blaming this on Cammy? Kurama shrugged again in his cage. It was funny. Besides, you and I both know you're trying to vent anger on me instead of on yourself for not realizing it sooner. He walked confidently to the same building he was practically chased from. The bouncer-like man was there, and frowned when he saw him. Oi, young blood, didn't I tell you to clear out of here? Naruto purposefully approached the entrance. Step aside, please, I'm here on business. I've been looking for a bank since yesterday. The man raised a questioning eyebrow. It's always been here. You're not from around here, are you? No, now let me through. No, the man said immediately. Naruto shook his head and proffered his hand to gesture that he wanted to shake hands. That's fine. Both of them shook hands. And the guard was pleasantly surprised when he pulled his hand away to reveal a yellow coin there. Is this gold? He looked it over carefully. Hot damn. Hold on, is this a bribe? No, Naruto shook his head quickly. It's to show that I too have the means to do my business here. Now hand it back. If you take it, then it'll either be a bribe or stealing. The boy had a point there, and the man told him so. That's true. Go on in, and make sure you get your right pricing. 'Cause to be frank, he leaned over to Naruto and gestured for him to come closer so he could whisper to him clearly. Some of them bankers are just crooks. He then handed the coin back to the Uzumaki. I'll keep that in mind. Whistling, and with a spring in his step, Naruto marched in, intent on getting his money's worth of gold. They were stubborn, but thanks for telling me. I didn't get a bad price, but it's slightly lesser than I've gotten before. You do this often? The bouncer asked, baffled. The source is dry, Naruto said carefully, so no more prospecting for me. That chapter of my life is over and done with. This area is, I'm going to be frank, your economy sucks. It does, the man agreed. The town's gone to shit. Druggies, whores, corruption, backstabbing betrayers, now these murders have started up again. I dunno why I ever came to this place. Naruto was tempted to say had it was more than likely a supernatural creature killing the people, but what good would that have done? Not much, I'm sorry to hear. You should get a weapon, you know, so you can defend yourself if anything should happen. This was his way of instilling a sense of security. I can barely make ends meet, how'd I get a wep? Naruto reached into his pocket and handed the man some money. Get yourself a cutlass or something. The man stared at the money. I can't take this and sleep well tonight. He tried handing the money back to Naruto, but the adolescent refused. Nah, it's cool, I can afford to give you that. I haven't earned it. Besides, that's 3 times the cost of a cutlass. Tell you what, Naruto decided at last. You can earn it by pointing me out to the nearest. It was now nightfall, and everyone was in their rooms. Awake? Of course they all were. From the Junin, who looked expectant, as if waiting for Naruto to try something charitable, and catch him in the act, to the genin who were up discussing the fight between Neji and Naruto, to a pair of kunoichi who sat next to each other by the window for privacy, quietly conversing. He said you could heal burns, Tenten muttered. So why couldn't you help me with mine? She held up her hands and gazed upon her inflamed hands. I can't believe Neji did this, but I just don't understand why you can't heal my hands. You haven't even tried. Hinata didn't say anything, afraid that her voice would betray her. A sideways glance from the weapons mistress told her that the girl looked thoughtful, and this raised concerns. It's not that you can't, is it? It's because you don't want to. Hinata remained silent. I can get that you don't want to, even though I don't understand why. It's like ever since that you met me, you've had it in for me. But I haven't done anything wrong by you. Hinata was tempted to tell her to go and kill herself, anything to stay out of the way of a relationship with her Naruto-kun. But the reality of which that Tenten received the chakra burns trying to help Naruto. After this epiphany, she could merely sigh and relent. Gomenasai, Tenten, you're right, it is that I didn't want to. Please give me your hands. She motioned to the bun-haired girl to lay her hands across so that she could heal them. Higurashi did so very hesitantly, fearing that she was going to do something adverse, but persisted anyhow. Going through the hand seals for the Shozen, Hinata then began the process, and as soon as she did, Tenten felt a pleasant cooling sensation. In the meanwhile, the two girls continued their conversation. I was being jealous of the closeness the two of you shared. I wanted something like that between Naruto-kun and I for so long, and you just came one day and the two of you were like old friends. Even more than that to me, even. We do go back a long way, Tenten confessed. He used to take care of me. It's complicated. Ow. Tenten felt a pain sear through her burnt hands and eyed Hinata carefully. Did you do that on purpose? To be honest, I did do that more forceful than necessary. You know, before my dad died, he used to tell me that men don't go to barbers who don't like them. I think something like that applies to here, don't you think? 2. Gomen. Anyway, we were just catching up. Besides, if you like the guy so much, why don't you just tell him? I came so close to telling him so many times and I unintentionally dropped hints about this. But a certain fox, Hinata said carefully, looking for adverse reactions, told me that he was dense about things like this. I know what you mean, Tenten consoled. I know about that fox, too. Hinata nodded, but every time I wanted to just yell it to him, I got cold feet. I'm sure he'll finally figure it out after today. What with the way you and Neji were carrying on? The Hyuga heiress looked away. I dunno, he still mightn't get it. But if he does, I don't think I would have wanted it that way though. I wanted to be able to tell him to his face. After a few minutes of silent healing, Tenten got a brilliant idea. Tell you what, she grinned. A naughty-looking one at that. Why don't you get some practice? Naruto finished his penning and folded the card and carefully tied with string as an accompanier. He was hoping that he could gift her tomorrow. The selections he made took a lot of time, but he hoped it'd be worth it. Naruto, what are you doing? Where have you been since you left this morning? The Uzumaki turned carefully to address the voice. Oh, hey Shika, I'm just getting along fine. Who's that beau? It's not your business to know. Naruto insisted, trying to keep everything hush-hush. Why don't you just go back to sleep? Naruto, it's 1 in the morning. Shouldn't you be asleep too? I mean, damn, you just tiptoed in a half-hour ago, for Kami's sakes. That woke you? Naruto asked, perplexed. No, the smell of that laven. Shish, fine, I'm going to bed. Naruto fumed silently at being caught in the act of doing whatever the hell he was doing. After placing it carefully in a seal, he dropped the seal on the dresser and hurriedly changed to his sleeping garb and took to the last futon on the floor. Why'd you be concerned over me, anyway? Last I checked, sleeping was high on your list of priorities, whichever, whatever and whenever. So I take it you are doing something you're not proud of? I'm doing something I don't want you all to be aware of. Shikamaru sighed long and deep, resolute not to fall asleep just yet. The difference between the two is about as big as the width of a strand of hair. Why do you have to know what I'm doing? Naruto queried, getting impatient. Is it more important than sleeping to you? Naruto, oh, I know that you wouldn't consider me a friend. Think of me as an associate who's concerned for your well-being, that and the fact that you made an enemy of Hyuga who can kill you with just a touch while you sleep. Don't you want someone to watch your back? I can watch my own. I've even got a 9-tailed Biju named Kurama watching my back. Do you think you can match that? You tell him, Gaki. Kurama shouted before butting out again. Fine, but have you seen Neji before you came back? The guy came back at dinner time with a broken nose and more than just a few cracks in his head. He's laid up, he's had it coming. Hinata-chan used to tell me about him, and needless to say, she was not exaggerating. She still has hopes that he can change his snobbish ways, but I wouldn't look too much into that. Naruto, Shikamaru said with a yawn. Yeah, goddamn, you're strange. And with that, Shikamaru turned to face the wall away from a sweat-dropping Naruto, and went to sleep. Naruto, seeing no reason not to do the same, did as well, lying on his back. Come on, Hinata, one girl hissed to another in a scream whisper. Don't you chicken out on me. Anyo, I think I'm going to pass out. The first girl rolled her eyes. Damn, what a drama queen. Just get your ass inside before I kick it inside for you. The second girl hesitated, making the first one fume. Alright, I'll go in first so that you'll know it's safe. Tenten climbed up to the window by walking up with the aid of chakra and eased the lattice windows apart. The second it did, there was the sound of a creak and a twitch before Tenten let herself inside. They're all sleeping, she murmured. She quickly reached her hand outside and helped Hinata inside. See, it's safe. How safe were 2 girls who just broke into the room of 4 guys? Not very, and Hinata told her so. Let's just do this and leave. They crept around the futons to Naruto's and knelt at his either sides at the chest level. I'll look at him, the Higurashi noted. I never really got to appreciate looking at him asleep like this. You used to see him while he slept? Long story. It's well, the bun-haired girl looked thoughtful. On a level of just looks. Yeah, He's a handsome guy by any sensible girl's standards. Just look at him. His jaw's almost completely squared now. I'm not even seeing any baby fat on his face in the whisk. RS Tenten's eyes widened as Hinata's own glazed over as she reached out a hand and started stroking Naruto's whisker marks back and forth tenderly. Naruto moaned a little as he seemed to lean in towards her soothing hand like how an animal would press more into a person's hand that was giving them sugar. To Tenten's astonishment, Hinata started using her other hand to start doing the other side, and before she knew it, it was like she had Naruto leashed to her gentle hands. I can't tell who's enjoying it more, you or him, Tenten whispered worriedly. You gonna quit that before he wakes up and just talk to him instead? Hinata, who had apparently retreated to her own little world, came to, and blushed fiercely. I've always wanted to do that, Gomen. Talk about role reversal. The act must have given her a new kick in the pants as she no longer felt worried. Are you finished? The Higurashi shook her head as she turned to the sleeping blonde. No, but anyway, I don't know how I have you off as Naruto-kun. I don't know if I love you like how you like a boyfriend like Hinata, or even like a brother, or hell, even like a father. Weird, huh? Naruto, of course, said nothing. And now when I think about it, I feel like you've still been taking care of me over the years. How, why, when and where, I don't know. While I might object to it because it might be excessive, I want to say thanks. Thanks, Naruto-kun, a whole lot. I love you a whole lot. Hinata didn't know how to react to that, but she remained silent as Tenten continued. I don't know why or how, I just know that I do. Okay, Hinata, your turn. Hinata hesitated only once before she started. I've known you a long time, Naruto-kun, but even I still can't figure you out completely. In time, I hope to do so. I admit to stalking you. She glanced to Tenten, who nodded to her to, don't stop. And it's how I've gotten to learn so much about you. You're always helping people, saving people, feeding them, always on these goodwill missions to them. Even on your missions, you were always doing this in Kimyo Town, Nami no Kuni, or even in your own home village. I used to see you as your alter ego with the mask and hood on. Helping people when the leaf was in hard times. You knew about that? Tenten asked, baffled. I was following him, and I have the Byakugan, Hinata whispered back as if it was obvious. She then looked back down again at the sleeping blonde. You've even helped me back then, and sometimes when I sleep, I feel like I remember you helping me even before that, back when I got kidnapped. My parents described the stranger who saved me, and when I look at you and remember your alter ego, I keep thinking that it's you. In mind's eye, the two of you look so much alike. But you would be around 6 years old then, so I guess that doesn't make any sense. She laughed embarrassedly at this. Ever since you stood up for me and even willing to take punishment for it against my wishes, why? Oh you, she inhaled and exhaled purposefully. You've always had me in your consideration, when arguably, I didn't deserve it. I was somewhat better off than most people, but that was in a materialistic way. You've held my heart for so long and have done nothing but win my admiration, adoration and love for you. Your qualities, even in your self-claimed faults, caring, kind, considerate and passionate. About doing the right thing. It might seem foolish to just entertain love on just seeing these qualities of you at our tender ages, but if not now, when? If not you, who? If not here, where? If not like this, how? If not for reasons like this, why? Naruto said nothing as he was sound asleep, but Tenten noticed that he was smiling. Perhaps what was being done was passing into his dreams, if he was having one. But she positively did not expect Hinata to fully lean over and kiss him fully on the lips. It was only a peck, but it was just as well. He was asleep, after all. No need to wake him up. The two girls heard the sound of someone clearing their throats very audibly, and it rattled them badly as they turned to face the instigator. It was Shikamaru, and he regarded them with interest. Mornin', you too, Shikamaru? Hinata felt a blush creep from the top of her head right down to her very toes. How long have you been awake? Ever since Tenten came in and brushed across my ninja wire tied to my hand and yanked it. Waking me up, Shikamaru said in all seriousness, making Tenten face palm herself, recalling the sound of movement. I saw and heard everything. Ah geez, Tenten cursed under her breath. Well, calm down, you lovebirds. Damn, love is so troublesome. I don't care if I die a hermit if it's going to be so damn complicated. I just wanted you to know that Naruto as something that's probably for Hinata in a seal in the dresser. Don't forget to lock the window when you leave. You're letting in a cold draft." With that, the pineapple-headed youth just went back to sleep, muttering, "Mendokuse," as he did. What just happened? Tenten puzzled as she turned to face the Hyuga. "Anyway, Hinata, are you going to check out?" She sweat dropped as she realized that she was already at the dresser and was already removing the seal. Hinata, don't you think you should wait to see if he gives it to you or not?" The brunette looked like she very badly wanted to see what was inside. "But even if I don't, I'll just stress about what it could be." Tenten shook her head as she got up and wrested it from her. "No, it'll be way more special if he gives it to you. Please just go back to our room before we get caught." Hinata stood there for a long while before finally relenting. "Alright, let's go." Hinata put the seal back and was first to exit back through the window. "Are you coming?" she whispered. "Coming." Tenten waited until she was sure Hinata was out of sight before taking out the seal again and unsealed its contents. In a puff of smoke, the items relinquished in her palm, and Tenten felt mixed emotions about what it was. It was a gift. A marvelous bouquet of purple and white lilies with lavender gracing all around the edges. In the very center, a single red rose was set for all to see. The plastic that had wrapped everything together was nothing to sneeze at either, as it appeared to be of the best degree and patterned with the words, "All for her." Attached to it was a card, and Tenten needed no encouragement to open it. It was simple, it was profound, it was a haiku. "Thanks, Hinata Haim, I feel very much honored. Hope to love you too." Tenten let a single tear fall as she sealed everything back and placed it all where she found it. Without a word, she crept back to the window and was about to leave when she turned to gaze at Naruto's sleeping form. "It feels like I just gave away the best thing in my life." And that was all as the window was closed and all was normal again in the night, save for a distant scream that if anyone heard, tried to ignore. Hinata-chan, wanna walk with me?" It was a particularly cool morning. The weather was slightly cloudy, but only over where the sun shone on the town. The grass and the Nari among them swayed on either side of the path, obviously by the wind's influence. The weather was perfect, the atmosphere it was decent. Perhaps it could have been because of Naruto's stammering from time to time. They were clad in their typical shinobi wear as the mission demanded. But nothing was shinobi-like about how the two were carrying on. It was more like two tweens, very nerdish in fact. One who offhandedly told her other that she had feelings for him, and the guy who didn't know how to react. "I, didn't know you felt that way about me, Hinata-chan. To be honest, I haven't given much thought into relationships. It's always felt like the most I would ever have are a few friends and a cheap tombstone by the time everything was said and done. I'm just me, you're you," she affirmed with a small smile, "and that's what I love the most. You love me for who I am, for what I am, for what I will be." "What do you mean?" She nearly frowned. She had a feeling where he was carrying this conversation, but she wouldn't allow him to take this tangent too far. "I'm a Jinchuriki, for Kami's sake. You know about Kyuubi, you know, Demon Fox. I'm practically cursed by typical standards," he argued. "You told me about him. Have you forgotten that he spoke to us in Nami no Kuni? He was blunt, a bit like you, or you like him. Whichever. Besides, she stopped walking and he did too, allowing her to cup his cheek with her left hand. I should thank him. No doubt it was his influence that gave you those whisker marks. They look good on you, and that's actually an understatement." He said nothing for a while as they resumed walking. "You basically have princess status in the village, since you're the heiress of the largest and currently most powerful clan in the village. Status, money, veto in authority. Why waste your affection on me?" he asked testily. "You're worth it, Naruto-kun. I just hope that I'm worthy of yours. I have nothing to offer. You already have all that you need," he exclaimed suddenly. She didn't flinch, but to look him in the eyes regardless of the fact that he started having a wilder look in his. "My material possessions and status intimidate you, Naruto-kun? Is that the reason why?" "That's most of the reason," he admitted. "My parents," Hinata looked away for a bit before turning back to him, "told me that I could pursue relationships outside of with those of my clan. Even to the point of marriage. So their understanding. That's all right of a set of parents from a stiff-necked clan, no offense." He wasn't too sure where she was carrying this conversation. Absent-mindedly, he could swear that he could hear something like a mass of people cheering, "Naru Hina," faintly. It was surely a lot of people, but it was faint as if coming from very far off. "1. At the expense of all I have in my clan. Heiress status, inheritances, all of which I have to speak of. His lower jaw dropped. But is it because it's me? You really shouldn't then, and they knew that it was for you I had feelings for, but didn't mind. They admitted that would have applied for anyone I chose. They bear no ill feeling for you. In fact, both speak highly of you. I dare say that I don't know why, but I won't complain. There's nothing to complain about, Naruto-kun. I've made it clear that nothing you have or do bothers me, that I'm willing to forego all I have to be with you. Will you not let me in? To at least give a relationship between us a chance? Are you sure that what you have going on is some kind of infatuation or, he rambled on and stammered. And Hinata could practically hear again what the Kyuubi had said so long ago back in Wave. And so she did. Her Byakugan flared into activation and she promptly dropped her personality for a more dominating one. She grabbed Naruto's collar and upper shirt in both of her hands in a firm grip to bring her closer to him. He was caught completely off guard, as not even reflex had ki. Cked in as she shook him back and forth while he faltered in fear. I love you, she yelled into his face at full volume, making him flinch in fear. Now take me on a date, she shouted at the top of her lungs. I will, he exclaimed his answer in fear, his hands held half up to try and placate her, but she'd have none of it. I will. Geez, don't kill me, you'll do it, and you'll like it. Oh, so help me, I'll do it, I promise, Datbeo. He started weeping anime tears as she clenched him in a tight hug, crying gleefully. I knew you'd come around. His tears increased while his sweat dropped. Does it have to be tonight? Oh, sweet mercy of Kami, please spare me. He could hear the cheering again, and something about it let him know that whichever faction had been doing it was now pleased as they now chanted the cheer. Naruhaina, Naruhaina, Naruhaina. All Naruto could do was hope that he'd survive the night. Tenten cautiously opened the door and entered. All she could see was only one occupant. All the others had left, no doubt to do what they pleased for the first part of the morning while the sole person stayed. He was recuperating, that was sure, but he could have been brooding as well. Hey Neji, how are you doing? No answer. Neji? She tried again. Go away, she sighed. This was a new side of him. Then again, she'd never seen him hurt before. To have gone through that much damage had to have raised the bar of his tolerance of pain by a steep amount. I'm not taunting or anything. I'm just checking up on my teammate. Can't I do that? She spoke as she walked slowly to the person seated at the desk in front of the window. The closer she got, the more trepidation grew in her until finally she was close enough to rest a hand on his shoulder. She didn't stop, as she was determined to show that she wasn't afraid of his tone, or of him for that matter. She finally stopped at his side, and from there she could see that his head was bandaged. I didn't know you had such a big chip on your shoulder for both me and Hinata. What did I ever do to you? What did Hinata do to you? It's none of your concern. It is my concern, she exploded while she held up her hands. My hands are now scarred from your chakra burning them. It's my concern if you were so dead set on trying to kill Naruto-kun yesterday. It's one thing to spar, but nothing happened yesterday that anyone would call it that. I knew him from before. I've seen him, he's acting as if he's someone, when we all know he's nothing. Just a clanless orphan playing ninja. She could feel her blood pressure rising to new heights. Then what am I? What is Lee? What is Sasuke? Even, we're all orphans without a clan. That didn't stop any of us from becoming good ninjas. Sasuke lost his parents after his mentality was instilled to become a ninja. You two were civilian born. You two weren't meant to be ninjas. You're both failures, he whispered plainly. There's no denying fate. If fate is real, who's to say that you know what fate is? You called him a failure, and you got your ass kicked by him. He used only taijutsu to beat a so-called genius, a prodigy of the Hyugas. I can't help but wonder what you feel like, she mocked. Oh wait, I know, you feel like shit. Welcome to the failure club. It's very exclusive, so don't take your membership for granted. Is this a joke to you? He turned and glared at his teammate. She could now see what a mess he was. Naruto had really done a number on him, given from the cuts, bruises, swelling and discolored welts. You're reading a bit too much into this. Did you expect to just enter life and win every fight, make no mistakes? She folded her arms, waiting on his response. He had none for that, but tried to defend himself. He used a cheap shot with dirt. The swine shows himself as what he is. You were using the Jiyuken, as in a chakra-aided taijutsu style. He was using his bare fists. I think that was fair in fact. I'll bet that if he had used ninjutsu, he'd have beaten you even quicker. I'm sure that he wouldn't. Fate would have made me prevail. Fate this, fate that. The Higurashi rolled her eyes. You're starting to really worry me. And that's coming from a girl who needed serious psychological help. Her eyes widened now, as she suddenly realized the issue. Oh damn, I see now. You're not talking about fate. You're arguing with it, as in not agreeing with it. All of a sudden, things made sense. Why he spoke the way he did. You're pissed at fate, and have it on the forefront of your mind that it owes you the best of everything that you get and do. The boy didn't reply. His lack of a response only added credit that she was correct. The people you fight and win against you covet them for what they have, and decide that it's both fate rewarding you victory against them, as well as fate punishing them with a loss because they must have had it too good for too long. But why? Why hold a grudge against Hinata? Why bitter at Naruto-kun? Lee and me, none of us did anything to you, much less try to upset you. You've always believed that you've had it hard. You've never even once had to live, knowing that your life's only purpose was to serve. At least you have life. I can think of a lot of people who'd want that they're all dead. Give thanks for what you've got, she interrupted, speaking with a thoughtful look on her face. You've got food, a family, house, clothes on your back. None is mine. It's all being held in the name of the main branch. He said simply. You have clothes, Tenten said sternly. You don't have to wear one suit of clothes, wash it, and go almost naked waiting for it to dry before putting it back on. You have a house. You don't have to go home more than once, only to find that it's been razed to the ground. You have food. You don't have to hunt about in the streets, wondering when you're going to find your next scrap to eat. You have your sanity, she yelled now. You didn't have to go through months of psychological rehabilitation and head-peeping doctors being skeptical if you're sane or not. You have. Her tone lost almost all of its volume as she whispered. Parents, those that love you, take care of you, kiss you on the cheek and wave goodbye to you when you leave your house in the morning and ask how your day went when you return home. Parents, she let only one tear fall before she swiped it away in frustration. Parents you didn't have to watch get butchered no more than 2 feet in front of you. Their blood splashing on your face. So I don't want to hear your poor me bullshit and just suck it up. The next time you get tempted to think that you have it bad, just know that as failures even me have had it 10 times worse. Quote. With that said, she turned on her heel and walked out briskly, leaving the sealed Hyuga to stew in his own thoughts. On her way out, she couldn't help but wonder what was going to become of her teammate and what would have become of her had it not been for Naruto. As she closed the door behind her, her mind kept going back to that night when she as a pass. Favor helped a blonde boy with his bag, and he repaid it by saving her life. Maybe it was the circle of living, doing unto others what you'd want them to do unto you. Maybe she took things for granted too. Maybe she took him for granted. Did it matter now? She'd given her chance to Hinata. Hopefully the circle of deeds would come back and repay the favor. Asuma took up the small bag and peered into it. Did you see him do it, Guy? The taijutsu specialist shook his head. I saw only when it was thrown in. Sometime after 12 in the morning, perhaps before 1 a.m. Guy, Asuma put the bag down on his dresser to start pulling on his proper shinobi clothing for the day. Yes, there's a lot of money in that bag. Ryo bills of the highest order. And there was a note on top that said, use what's need, donate the rest. Guy felt that a yell of Naruto's youthfulness was in order, but decided not to. Naruto gives a lot more than he gets. How does he manage a thing like that? He survived on so little, Asuma responded, feeling a tad guilty about how everyone in the Leaf, he himself included, had done little or nothing to help him. He finds it easy to give any sort of surplus he gets. The Yondaime was a bit like that, too. Similarities are uncanny. They are. All Guy could do was nod in agreement. But certain questions needed to be asked. But where and how did he get the money? I've never known him to steal. Maybe it's those Iowa ninjas' bounties. Anyway, I'm not going to question it. So long as you don't hear about a theft, he paused, knowing that the town was a corrupt cesspool, crime rampant. A large theft of money. I'm not going to call him out on it. In fact, I'm just going to say that we were sponsored by someone affected by. That should motivate the genin to work harder, knowing they're being fed by some fellow's money who wants to see these creatures dead. Mess with their consciences. A pounding came at the door now and without preface, the knocker barged in. The door hadn't been locked. The person was revealed to be the messenger from yesterday. Shomo-sama has been murdered. Everyone here? Asuma yelled for roll call. He heard varied answers and saw that all was present. Sans Neji. That made sense. Let him stay recuperating for a bit more. A knockout like the one he got gave him a concussion, and he'd be lucky not to develop brain damage and become retarded. Alright, we all know that despicable and carnivorous creatures are doing this. Trackers, get to work. I want all evidence presented, and a path pointed out to where they went. He shouted to them all before turning to the lawman. Any witnesses? There's one this time. A guard for a local bank. Trustworthy fellow. The guy's shaken up. We can't get him to talk coherently. Poor guy. He had to break into a woman's house nearby to hide. The lawman shifted uncomfortably while twitching his nose in disgust. The smell of drying blood was almost as strong as when it was freshly spilled. He's got a right to be. Ino overheard and offered her input while grimacing. The whole corner's a mess, blood, fabric and some papers all over. Stow your belly aching, Ino. Get to work. Go find out what Shika can piece together. He shooed her verbally, making her hurry to her teammate while he turned back to the man. A guard? Any reason he was passing through the area at the time? I have reason to believe that this took place at 2 in the morning. That's when Guy said he heard the scream. In fact, I don't think he slept much last night. It is. Let him tell you, said G. Uard was sitting on a bench close by when Asuma spotted him. Hey, how are you feeling? He spoke casually to get on the man's good nerves as best as possible to get him to open up about what he saw. He man only looked at the Junin as if looking right through him. He shook his head, and Asuma took that as a bad sign. After trying for a few minutes and the man still wasn't speaking none too proper, the Sarutobi gave up. While the genin was finding all sorts of evidence, they needed testimony from someone to connect all the dots. Why was one fabric so expensive and colorful and the other so black and cheap? What kind of papers were they? The blood had soiled seemingly all the good parts. And why was an important official in this seedy part of town so late at night? Suddenly, the man's eyes widened as he stared past the Junin. It's that kid from yesterday. Asuma looked over his shoulder to look at whomever he was speaking about. The boy with the dog? Or the girl with the pink hair? No, the blonde one. The boy. He came to the bank yesterday to get some currency. He even gave me some cash to buy a weapon to defend myself. The man got angrier all of a sudden. I wish I had gone and wasted my money on a cutlass. If I'd known that it was beasts like the ones like last night killing people. Damn. This place really is cursed. Sarutobi knew that the man was making some sense now, but it came to him that since he had established contact with the blonde, small world, he thought, he should talk with him. Maybe he'd even have far better luck than himself talking to the man. Seeing as how he became talkative when and where the Uzumaki was involved. How about I call him over? Want to talk with him? Sure. Why not? The guard answered with a shrugging vibe. I don't mind. Asuma rotated fully and waved. Yo, Naruto, a minute, I need you over here. Naruto looked up. I'll be right over. He tore himself from Hinata's company and approached the two men to one side. Yeah? Oh, I remember you. The guard from yesterday. He looked at the man's waist and saw a cutlass hanging from it in a case. So you got a wep, after all, huh? It wouldn't haven't you done anything against what I saw? The man exclaimed. There were 5 of them. 2 really big ones, half the size of houses, and the 3 smaller ones like horses. Naruto turned to Asuma, but got only a nod from the man as he walked away. He must have passed the responsibility to him to get information. He didn't question it, he only obliged. What did they look like? In the night? I'd say they look like dogs. Maybe demon dogs is more like it, the man muttered. I work afternoons right back to the first half of the night. I had gone out at 6 in the evening to hurry and buy a cutlass at the hardware store and came back to watch the bank for the first half of the night shift. Shomo-sama had passed by at the bank and he asked me as I changed shifts to follow him home. He must have wanted a guard. It was the graveyard hour. So all I wanted was to go home. But he's authority, second only to Mayor Risaikuru-sama, so he wasn't really asking me. It was veto and I had to oblige. He fetched his briefcase and things. Then we left the bank. So we were walking, and as we reached this corner, I saw a lady of the night. She was wearing some skimpy clothing, standing at the corner under a streetlight. When he reached her, he stopped. I asked him why he was stopping, but listen, I'm paraphrasing, but he said some very colorful language, translating that I should scram. It looked like he was buying time. And wanted privacy to do what he wanted. A real prick, I'd say. He could have just said thank you, but no. I can respect a man's privacy, but he was being an asshole about it. I looked down on things like that, so I decided to just leave him alone. Buying time? Naruto raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The woman's a hooker. So after that, then what? Naruto pressed. As I was about to walk past to go home myself, it felt like the place was getting darker. The street light was still on, but I swear, it's like the light was on, but it just wasn't lighting up the place. Or maybe the surroundings itself became darker. I dunno. It got harder to see, and then I started hearing some kind of cackling. Like someone's laughing in a maniac kind of merry, you know? No. Can I get a better description? Ever met someone who just loves seeing you in pain? You're a kid. I bet you've met a bully or two. Nothing can sound like what the laughing sounds like. I'm just telling you the vibe it gave off. Like someone who loves seeing people hurt. I can think of quite a few, Naruto murmured as he looked off in the direction of Konoha, recalling his own past. Then what? The voices do. In the laughing they start yelling and screaming all kinds of messed up shit. Things like, waste, decimate, and joining those two words like, decimate waste, devastate, shit like that. Basically, they were yelling about destruction. But why say the destruction of waste? Naruto wondered. What next, friend? Well, you know the answer, don't you? Shomo and the whore got butchered. I had the pleasure of slashing willy-nilly with my cutlass, half pissing myself before breaking into a woman's house to hide. Naruto could be empathetic to the man, but he needed more specifics. What did they do to Shomo and the woman? He already could tell that they were murdered, but how? Why? What manner? They fucking got eaten. Not a single bit of them went to waste, if you ask me. I was praying to Kami that they'd leave me alone, but it was like they didn't care for me. I even cut one badly with the cutlass before I dusted out, but it's like they decided I wasn't worth their attention. The man shivered. I've never felt better in my life to be ignored. Naruto sat by the big man on the bench. Don't you worry, we'll get him. Soon, this will only be like a forgotten nightmare. I'm still hoping that I'm gonna wake up. Take care of yourself. Asuma was soon told all he had garnered from the witness. Like dogs, huh? Naruto, I hear you're pretty smart. You've said so on multiple occasions. Even Kurenai said you claim to have a brain the size of Iron Country. What can you make of this? I have a theory, Naruto said slowly, pondering if his insight ability could assist him in this endeavor. I'm going to need to talk with Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino and, he thought some more. Just those three. Come to think of it, why'd you ask me first? Naruto, Asuma looked up and at the bloody scene. Yeah, Asuma-sensei, this is hard for me to admit it, the Sarutobi obviously said with a hesitate. But do whatever you need to do, and make sure that the mission doesn't elevate to an S-ranked one. Kurenai calls it a curse because of your involvement in missions, but it's starting to feel like it's your involvement is what's getting it done. Naruto smiled to himself. He felt acknowledged. I, sir, he exclaimed with a mock salute, making the older man grin. Why'd you call us, Naruto? Kiba frowned. What's up this time? I need you three guys in order to piece something together. Did Akamaru smell the creatures that did this in the area? No, but he did say that he got spooked. The whole area felt unsafe to him. As if he was in a bigger dog's territory, you know. He fidgeted as he spoke. I felt it too. Naruto nodded grimly. As I thought. I didn't get intimidated though, but I could feel the sense that I was standing in a creature's territory. I was hoping that maybe they marked it, and you could track them. Not a scent, except for blood. I can't even try to track by blood, because it's practically normal as soon as you get off scene. There's not even any footprints? Shino asked. I've hunted for them, and surely, not even tracks of animals capable of eating people without leaving a bone on the spot should have left paw or even claw tracks on the ground. It's like they flew away. I've been told that the creatures could be modeled after dogs, Naruto reminded. They don't have wings, so unless they've mastered walking on air, that's not going to work. Shikamaru, I know you saw something on the ground. What was it? The Nara sighed as he fished for his evidence collected. It was a document. Most of it was bloodied. But it was a document penning the transfer of money, from what I could make out. But I can't tell how much, or from who to who. Hey, Shino, since your Kikaichu have been known to chew right through arteries and such, they should have something on their body to allow blood to slick off easily so that they can continue to fly, huh? Like birds with natural oils? They do. They secrete special Anticoagulants to avoid having blood dry on them. You wish for me to use their anticoagulants on the dried blood, hoping that the blood will be able to drain off? But then, how will it be cleaned? We only need to see through it to the other side to be able to read the words. I'll need a lighter. Kiba, can you get Asuma's? Sure, why not? The Inuzuka heaved himself up and left from the shade of the oversized tarpaulin while Naruto fetched a basin for the document. Why didn't you send me? I'm closer to Asuma-sensei since I'm on his team, you know? Shikamaru sighed. Would you have want to get his lighter if I had asked you? Quote, 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 quote. Good point. 1/2 clean sheet of paper later. Naruto held the lighter behind it while the boys gathered behind and beside him. What does it say? Kiba asked eagerly. Just as I expected. Naruto sighed. Shomo was embezzling money from the town's treasury. Huh? He was stealing money from his people's taxes. Shino deadpanned. Oh, well, why didn't you say that before? Kiba asked as he led the way back to the group at the scene. Now what? Insight, Kiba. Now, I need insight. Alright, it looks like he's coming back with the boys, Sakura. What do you think they're going to contribute? Shikamaru's supposed to be smart, Shino's supposed to be well-rounded. Kiba's an Inuzuka tracker and Naruto it's like I don't know him anymore. The Haruno remarked thoughtfully. He even beat Neji with only taijutsu. Yeah, he used dirt and all. But, that shouldn't have fazed a guy with the Byakugan. I heard from Lee that no one had ever beaten Neji before. Ino only stared at her friend, deciding that a mandatory statement needed to be said. But still not strong enough to beat Sasuke-kun. Of course not, Ino, Sakura answered in a retort, although it was in agreement and affirmation. Now shush, they're here. Maybe they've got something useful. They two of them strafed close by, hoping to hear whatever made the boys and the Junin have to whisper. But all too soon, they stopped talking, much to their disappointment. Shortly after, Naruto shaded his eyes with his hand, as if from the sun, but Sakura could see that his eyes looked different. Not from shade, but as if they became black. As she studied the Uzumaki, she could finally make out the pattern to memorize it, and realized that the blonde might really have had a dojutsu after all. But what kind? She had never seen it before in her life. She decided to keep that tidbit of knowledge to herself. This morning, Naruto had insisted that they were contact lenses that he wore to intimidate people. But she saw him activate it. Why would he hide it? Furthermore, how and where did he get it? It looked like there was more to him that met the eye, bad pun intended. Naruto activated insight and looked around the scene. Almost everything came out in a silver color, as the crime scene was everything a ninja should be wary and careful around. Soon, silver disappeared around most things, leaving only silver around a particular bloodstain on the wall. Looking back to where the people had been slain, he easily deduced that no blood spatter from the people should have reached so far. It was chance exceeding 500. One, or so insight told him. He dabbed his finger into it, but it was still dry. Maybe it's the creature's blood. Perhaps they brushed against the wall. The guard claimed to have cut them with his cutlass, but this is the only bloodstain that lit up in gray. What else? He peered around, hoping to find a bigger clue. He had the bulk of it already, but nothing concrete. He shut off his insight and turned back to face everyone, only to find that they were staring at him, Sakura indistinct. What? He hoped none of them had seen his dojutsu. He had hidden it as if he was shading his eyes from the sun. Nothing, Sakura said hurriedly. Did you find anything interesting? He didn't know why she drew that word out, but decided to ignore it. No, not really, but I can't really say anything unless I have something more solid to talk about. And there's no way to get evidence without having a casualty. Well, so what do we do, then? Ino asked worriedly. Just wait until more people die? Don't worry, Ino. Naruto tried to smile it off, hoping that he wasn't worrying anyone. If I'm right, then good people have nothing to worry about. Enough said. Hinata-chan, I don't think we should go out tonight. Can't it wait till after the creatures are killed, or at least stopped? It's dangerous out at night. You know what they're capable of. She looked up, eyes wide in mock surprise. The Naruto Uzumaki afraid? What'll happen next? Girls wearing the pants in relationships, the blonde mumbled under his breath. What was that? Knowing that he was far from capable of lying, he chose to forego that question. I'm not afraid. Well, yes, I am afraid. Afraid that something might happen to you. Besides, business places will close early, so the owners can get home before dark. We'll go out at 5. Naruto sighed. This is so sudden. Is that why you're hesitant? She raised an eyebrow in parallel with her question, all the while wondering what his reasons were. She really wanted this. In truth, I'm actually more afraid to go on this date. I don't know what to do. I've been nothing more than an orphan chased off by eating establishments except for old man Ichiraku's. So of course it's going to be awkward. I don't even know what to wear, how to eat the fancier foods, that isn't ramen and all that. He glanced at her and saw her eyebrow ticking a bit. Was I talking all of that out loud? You were. I'll come for you at 5:15. But since we don't have any going out clothes since we came on mission. The clothes we have now's fine. It's just a first date, mostly getting to know one another better. It'll be fine. I'm gonna mess this whole thing up, Naruto yelled through clenched teeth while yanking on his hair. He was stretched out on his mattress while Tenten sat in the chair next to him, her hands folded under her chin while she nodded. Go on. I'm gonna fail. Go on. This is going to turn into a gigantic shit show. Interesting. Now tell me, how does this make you feel? She asked, akin to typical psychiatrist's manner. I feel like I'm gonna make a titanic fool of myself. Maybe swallow my chopsticks on purpose, or trip over my own feet before bursting into flames. Naruto yelled. He turned to where Tenten was seated with one foot angled over another. What do I do, Doc? Your case seems desperate, she began. It is, he shouted. Normally, I prescribe patients a 2 to 3 dosage of the drug, get a grip, to ease their stress. But it would appear that you're going to need something more potent. He scrambled off his mattress and stood up to face her as she got to her feet as well. Really? What's it called? It's called, Calm the Fuck Down. Doc, that sounds foreign. Are you sure it's the one for me? It's good for anyone stressing out over a date, she assured. Well, administer it, then. I need it. She needed no further prompting as she grabbed a hold of his shirt and started slapping him across the face repeatedly back and forth, punctuating each one with a word. Calm, slap, slap, fuck, slap, down, slap. After that, she went full bedlam for another 5 seconds before the last one knocked him flat. Got it? His cheeks were badly reddened with handprints as he got back up. Wow, I think it's working. Is the dreadful pain in my face a side effect? Why, yes it is. Glad to help. She grinned at this, but it soon fell into a sad-looking smile as she helped him up and walked him to the mirror hanging over the dresser. Knowing that she would soon lose him to someone else. But seriously, Naruto-kun, it'll be okay. Hinata and I talked. She's not expecting anything much, she just wants to start off real easy. She rolled her eyes as she picked up a brush off the dresser and started brushing his hair while he listened. If we had been back in Konoha, it probably would have been a different story. Whining and dining, flirting and whatnot. Then the money you'd have to spend. She shook her head. Oh boy, I think you're making some money now. But as far as I'm concerned, you're still as broke financially as well. Konoha a few years ago. I've got the coin, and besides, I'm sure that if she was after money, she would have just dated another guy's wallet. There must be a reason why she'd want to date, he gestured to himself. He didn't say it in a narcissistic manner, he almost said it with a grimace. He was either humiliating himself, or humbling himself to dust. There wasn't a difference between the two at all, really. You're a swell guy. Besides, if not you, then who? Who do you think would go great as a guy to hold her by the arm, huh? Well, I don't know any one of us. But maybe there's a guy in the village? Maybe? He asked pathetically. Damn, I think the drug's wearing off already. The weapons mistress couldn't help but laugh. Classic Naruto. Fights baddies day and night and still loses his head when a pretty girl starts talking to him. She stopped brushing now, as he looked to her cheekily. How would you look at that? He felt his head and pretended to check its stability. I'm talking to you, and I still have my head on. Her mind was beginning to process what he was saying, and it was hard to interpret what he was saying. He was either complimenting her or calling her unattractive. Did you just call me ugly? She yelled loudly while her eyebrow nearly ticked off of her face, brandishing a clenched fist. No, no, no. He was suddenly afraid for the second time that day. What about women could it be that was so intimidating? I'm calling you pretty. She calmed down instantly. Oh, thanks, I guess. Her cheeks pined a bit, but it soon fled as she frowned. You're about as well socialized as, she trailed off in her description as he gazed at her, waiting. I can't describe it. You're the new measuring stick for anti-socialism. He became dejected. Why? Because I complimented you? Tenten sighed. It's complicated. Since you're going to be dating now, you're going to want to be as PLA. She was about say, platonic as possible to other girls besides Hinata. But a new thought came to her. A bad one. Naruto was like clay. She had a feeling that she could tell him any advice and he'd listen. Anything. Mold him into anyone she'd want him to be because he'd listen to her and take anything she said to heart. Perhaps she could even get him to upset Hinata. And then when she was over him because of that, she'd just dust Naruto off and take him as her own. Simple? Yes. Despicable? Yes. Would it work? Most likely. How many people would it piss off? Almost everyone in the female population except for her if she played her cards right. As player-like as possible, she finished with a rather devious smile. Huh? What does that mean? He asked curiously. Well, he was about to find out as she started to explain. See a pretty girl, tell her that you like her ass and pinch it. Hard. Do it to every girl. They love that. She gestured here and there while she told him, and his eyes widened more and more as she spoke. And a lot of women like it when men touch their breasts during dinner. It helps to start a conversation. Best way to stay on every girl's good side. She hadn't even finished explaining when she felt his hands plant securely on where her breasts were starting to come in. Sure, she was a late bloomer in terms of size, but damn, that didn't mean she didn't feel his hands practically groping her by them. Yipe. She instantly folded her arms over them as quick as a blink as her face heated to supernova proportions. She turned away from him speedily to face away from him, but as soon as she did, she felt a pair of fingers pinch her left butt cheek roughly and she was sure he slightly tugged on the flesh below her fabric while doing so. She yelped again as she leapt away from him, watching him to make sure he didn't do anything more. It hadn't even 5 seconds properly into her plan, and she felt like she was practically raped. She quickly got over it, realizing that it was because of her doing. Suck it up, Tenten. I like your ass. So, how'd I do? He asked innocently. She felt like yelling her lungs out at him while pinching his ass to challenge him if he liked it, but decided not to. She gave 2 shaky thumbs up while grinning lopsidedly. You did great, she drawled shakily. Thanks. What next? She steeled herself, hoping to just finish the plan and be done with it. For every girl you meet, tell them they look fat. Why? You see, girls don't really eat that much mostly. They don't have the appetite. So since they're so slim and thin most of the time, they like to feel like they've put on some weight. That they're healthier, but in a good way. She hoped her lie was plausible enough to be believed, and luckily, he bought it. Tenten, you look fatter. Looks like you've been eating more than your usual amount. Like that, right? He asked hopefully. She gave him a deadpan look. She knew how slim she was, almost to the point of being thin. And she was an eater. She knew that very well, so she couldn't take him seriously at all. Yeah, just like that. And don't forget to be brutally honest about a girl's faults. Like a girl's breasts, and body sizes and whatnot. Girls love it when a guy can be real with them like that. Thanks a lot, Tenten. He was about to charge through the door, ecstatic. You're a lifesaver. I owe you one. There he was, about to leave. The best guy she had ever had in her life, of the best ideals and morality she had ever known. About to leave and turn into a grade A+ douchebag, to women. She knew how blunt he could be, and if he wasn't smeared as a bloodstain under a girl's fist within the next hour, he'd be the luckiest guy on earth. But still, he'd be hers for the taking when this all blew over. I guess so, she told it. I've forgiven you. I don't really blame you. I was only trying to escape, it spoke again. To escape from the man who was trying to seal me, just so he could use me as a battery. He asked me if I wanted to become an asset to him. He dodged most of my techniques, except for a tailed beast bomb, but I didn't try that one. I feared that he would seal me before I could get one off. That's why I was heading to another cavern where I could hide out. So Taki was in your way, then? She asked the beast. Unfortunately, yes. As everyone knows, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So since if I couldn't fly because of wing injuries, I bulldozed my way to get to the cavern. It was in a dried-up aquifer under a place I think was called Kimyo Town. I remember that name, Fu said excitedly. Naruto-kun told me about a mission he had there. A madman nearly sunk the town under there by bombing the ceiling of the aquifer. Naruto-kun killed him though. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun. The Nanabi chanted. You like him, don't you? What's not to like? She shot back. Quote, 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 quote. I've never met him, so how should I know? I've visited with his brothers, the mint-haired girl began. But she was cut off. His clones. Nanabe interrupted with the reminder. Clones, yes, she admitted. But they're flesh and blood. Besides, they mostly act like him. But each of them, as far as I've seen, developed one emotion or characteristic and wear it on their sleeve. Like one's extremely sarcastic, one's stubborn, one's almost meek, and another's bossy. That kind of thing. But still, like him. You know, I can well imagine. You did visit them in the savannah. It's a good thing you don't have to worry about people hounding after you, since your handler, Fukira, mysteriously disappeared in the middle of the night. The beast suddenly became very thoughtful. What? Fu asked curiously. I wonder if anyone noticed. No one noticed at all. Noticed what? The names. It's so strange. It's like names prove to be more of a character definition than anything else. Fu, your name means wind and all, right? Your uncle's name was Fukira, wasn't it? Well, the Fu part means wind, and it means you in particular. But what does Kira mean? It means killer. Fu deadpanned with realization. And damn I tall, if he didn't come close to ending me. And your mother's name, Fugise, the very same who died to seal me in you. What does Jisei mean? Fu had the classic look of realization on her face as she got up to stand. It means sacrifice. Holy shit, didn't anyone notice? These names are getting a bit I dunno. Names are powerful, I guess. My name is Poapoa. What? Fu couldn't believe her ears. The Nanabe had a name? And what kind of retarded name was that? Just kidding, the Nanabe chirped. My name's Chome. Fu smiled as she looked up to the gigantic beast in her mindscape. Nah, she teased. She held up one palm open to the beast and placed her 2 fingers from underneath it to rest against the palm. It clearly represented the number 7, as in 7 fingers. Your name is Lucky 7 Feet. I like it, but Fu, I'm really sorry about your mother, and how everyone treats you. Ka-chan did what she had to do to make sure you didn't level Taki, I guess. Not a perfect score on that plan, but I'm over it. And I have friends now, even though they're mostly a bunch of clones with diverse personalities created by my first best friend. Fu answered enthusiastically, but still, why didn't you heal the wounds that I got over the years? To be honest, I was hoping that you'd have perished. Lucky 7 deadpanned, making Fu sweat drop heavily. So I could reform again, and then make my way to hide like I just told you. Who is this guy to make you so scared? Fu asked. Should I be? I don't know if he knows that you are my Jinchuriki. But if he does, maybe he's already hounding after you for me. He only wants me as a battery, in the hopes of making himself more powerful. Battery, Fu got annoyed quickly. For what? He said something about a Keke Genkai that had 8 abilities. It was certainly powerful, from the way he was carrying on. But apparently, he couldn't get it. Maybe it's not fully evolved, or unattainable or something of the sort. Maybe he wants to impersonate it, for he meant one that its original purpose was to master a move only the Yondaime Hokage was capable of doing in the highest degree. I assume impersonate, because the Yondaime's dead, with no heir. If he had sired a child, then the child was sure to have gotten it. Biju chakra is powerful. I've even heard that people could create abilities from the art of Fuinjutsu, if they were skilled enough in the art. Creating abilities that could even be handed down. If he could get a hold of kin of mine, a Biju or even me, he could most certainly create seals that can grant powers. You see, it's not powers quite like Keke Genkai, but they affected mostly how the body works. Change if you had to sleep or not, how you processed information, if you could feel pain or not. Emotions, way of thinking. But you'd need powerful chakra to power the seal once, and it'd serve you for life. If he actually intended to use me as a continual battery, he'd have been significantly more powerful. I understood most of that, Fu remarked. Fuinjutsu? Isn't it a dying technique in the ninja arts? I believe that same person could be a master of it, or close to one. Fu sighed. I'm not gonna dwell on this, Chome. It must be getting late. I like our face-to-face chats, the rhinoceros beetle complained. Me too, I'm gonna buy something to eat. Fu left the mindscape, and came back to the waking world on her bed. Yawning contentedly, she let herself off the side and looked around. Her room was one of 3 in a large cave close by to her shack of a house she had abandoned. She hadn't let anyone seen her exiting her new home, and she was glad she was still unsought after in the village. They hadn't come looking, and she was glad. Her new home was well furnished, stove, bed, couch, even a televis. ion and some lighting she had receiving electricity from a noiseless generator in a small room, ventilated out into open air via tubes. A far better way of living. And all it took was a couple of henges. Some gold and outside trading on the boys, Naruto's brothers, part to get it to her. She got it made right about now, and she took out some money out of a purse she had changed in from Golda. ND did a flawless henge of her usual disguise of a nondescript middle-aged woman with black hair. I want these 8 pounds of rice, 4 pounds of chicken, 2 pounds of parrotfish, this 5-pack of seasoning. She listed them all as they were placed on the counter for the cashier to ring them up. And these 10 flasks of honey. Yay, yummy honey. Quiet you, Fu barked in her mind. I blame you for this addiction. So help me, if I ever get type 2 diabetes, I'm gonna. She was interrupted by the cashier asking for payment, so she paid her. Got a sweet tooth? Huh? Yeah, me and my kid, Fu answered with a smile. It's a good sweetener, and a healthy alternative to sugar. Don't I know it, lady? The cashier nodded. Take care. 3 p.m. So you're just sticking me with 2 people I don't even know? Fu complained to the Junin. Shut your mouth. No one asked you. The bigger boy complained with an air of intimidation, as if hoping to cow her down. That was far from success. SFUL Fu was the strongest physically she knew, as not only had she finally reached Tier 4 with her gravity seal, but Nanabe had finally endowed her with the ability to always increase strength if she could train to lift it. She'd eventually be able to. That was how she made the cave where she lived, after all. So if a guy whose head she could punch off of his body kept mouthing off to her, she might be liable to do just that. The littler one just sneered at her the whole time, but she ignored him as well, waiting for the Junin's answer. Well, the Junin began. I'm going to be frank. This team was short a member. And you were available. In honesty, you should be grateful. Now you might actually get the chance to rank up to Chunin. I'm already a Chunin by normal standards of a shinobi, she thought. Maybe even more, and these bastards are just using my state of being a sole genin to round off a team. Really? A Chunin? She asked enthusiastically, although it was superbly faked. I can get to be one? If you're worthy of promotion, the panel of Cage and counselors will say so, then Taki will give you the rank. So Taki could still refuse you. I guess not, Fu sighed dejectedly. I'm not gonna get promoted then. Quote, a lack of skill, most likely, the shorter boy said. You're not like us. I'll never be like you, the Jinchuriki retorted. I'm not biased against, I don't have family. And I'm not soft like you. I'm gonna. Easy, easy, the Junin sighed. Why the hell did I have to get the 2 brothers? Fu isn't all that bad. A pity the village doesn't see that. I don't want any fighting. We haven't even had a chance to train, or get to know each other, or even get to know one another's names. I ain't telling her jack shit. The bigger one growled. Your name is Jack Shit? Fu asked in a tone of mock innocence. Or was it Jack's shit? Can never really tell when the letter S follows names. You might think there might be an apostrophe there. Bitch, the younger one scream whispered. Stop acting like you're seeing your period, you too, the Junin chastised. You want to get your chance to be promoted or not? Now everyone exchange your goddamn names. Fu, the girl said easily enough. Shiri, the bigger one said reluctantly. The smaller one said, Anna, rather quietly. As the names turned over in her head, her face fell in a slack jaw. Is it just me, or did Cammy just take a dump on me and then let me in on the inside joke? What the hell? The first one's name translates as ass, and the second one translates as holes. Cammy, why me? Well, I'm sorry for you. Fu, that's messed up. I bet that you can tell how this is going to end up for these 2. Fine, I'll join the team. But why did you need a team so impromptu? The Kunoichi asked the Junin. For the upcoming Chunin exams. Really? She looked to her forehead, suddenly excited at the thought. Maybe, just maybe, she might get to do some traveling and see new sights, meet new people and make better and more non-discriminate people like Naruto. Where? In Konohagakure. Anyway, let's run through some basic team exercises. You 3 are a lot of work. The Junin turned and beckoned over his shoulder. The 2 boys followed immediately, but it was promptly noticed that Fu was still standing in her spot, having a 1,000-yard stare. Fu, Fu. X had stopped responding. Fu, Fu, the Junin yelled. Suddenly the girl was alive and well again, as she made an enormous leap into the air, flailing her limbs out in celebration. Yata. It was night in Konoha, as a lone man walked. He was hooded, And for good reason. He didn't belong here, but he felt like he needed to visit someone. It had been far too long. There was new moon out tonight. There would be no light, and he was grateful. It was so simple to get into the village with his swift release, but he decided to wait until it was dark. Even if he were caught, he decided to just use his baton and knock the witness out. His tanto was always in its sheath on his back and smiled grimly. Why he fought with such weapons, he had no idea. He just favored the simple things. But as power was concerned, he needed it. He was unwell, and he was sure that he could prolong his weakening existence. But just in case he didn't make it, he needed to say some goodbyes. In fact, the person who he was visiting was old too. And he smiled as he thought of her. She had tried so hard to with him. He was her mistake, but at least she owned up to her responsibility and took care of him. Soon, he was at her door. As per the directions he had received by consulting a directory. Why she now lived on the ground floor, he had no idea. She used to, and liked living on upper floors. Made her feel tall. He didn't mind it then either, but he knocked on the door, and almost at the same time he heard stirring. "Who is it?" "It's me, Ka-chan," he answered. He heard what sounded like frantic hobbling to the door, and it was opened hastily. "Come in," the old woman muttered urgently. I'm coming. He entered at her behest and using his most recently acquired ability, a dojutsu to see in absolute darkness. Turned in the light switch and beheld the room. Cozy, Ka-chan. He started to turn, but before he did completely, the door was closed and the old woman embraced him. "Ito, Sochi, it's been so long." The man could tell the mirth in her voice was sincere, but he wasn't prepared to take in the sight of a decrepit old woman short one leg and on crutches, as she balanced on him. "Oh Kami, what happened to you? If you had been here to visit with 14 years, you wouldn't be asking that now." Kaharu accused. "I lost it in an explosion in a council meeting. An Anbu committed suicide to try and kill the Kyuubi Jinchuriki." "Naruto?" the man asked in surprise after a brief silence. "You know of him?" "I know him. We almost know each other personally," the man remarked. "He hates me as much as the Kyuubi does. If they could kill me by just thinking it," the man sighed. "That's not important. I just came to visit, that's all." She reached up and removed his hood, him allowing her to do it. As she gazed at his disfigured face, she smiled grimly. "Still as ugly as ever. You really didn't get my side when it comes to genes," she said rather affectionately. "It's not like Toussaint's ugly," he reminded. "I wish things were different." "Me too, son, me too." "Ka-chan?" "Yes, Sochi?" She began trying to put the kettle on the stove, but he took over and did it himself. "I'm not long for this world." "Neither am I, but that doesn't mean I want to stay," she remarked in a dead tone. "I'm miserable, I can tell. Just in case anything happens I just want to say." "Don't say it." Kaharu started weeping before she brushed off her tears with her sleeve. "Don't say it. I love you, Ka-chan. By the way, use my middle name. I'm still exiled from Konoha, and the walls have ears. When you called me in, you basically called every shinobi in the area." She knew that he wanted to tell her goodbye, and all of a sudden, this felt like a dream, or more like a nightmare. Her on-lee glimpse of her son after more than a decade and he was already leaving. All she was left with was herself, as he blinked out of view, gone, as only as the wind ever could. "Goodbye, Hansen," Kaharu muttered, just before she heard the sounds of murder outside her door, knowing that it was most likely the death of Anbu, or even multiple. "Take care, my son." Naruto wore a silly smile on his face as he closed the door behind him. Life was getting better, was his secondary thought, although his primary one was that of what he had learned. It felt off, but what the hell, Tenten had no reason to lie to him, did she? He got the feeling that she was lying to him, but he shook it off. They were close. Sure, he had gotten distant ever since he lost most of his cognition, and she had become catatonic and looked after by psychiatrists. But he had always sent something that his meager allowance could afford to keep on helping the orphanage where she was staying. A bag of sweets here, a bowl of ramen there, and then there was his other ways of helping. The more effective kind. Naruto couldn't lie, or had found it extremely difficult. He had reason to believe that it went against his nature to, the most he could do was tell half-truths, or avoid speaking at all. And his belief was that she didn't lie. After all, women were strange creatures to him. Tell him nice things 1 minute, yell at him the next. Act happy 25 or so days a month and harsh for another 3 to 5, so on and so forth. Well, when he had done it to Tenten, she hadn't acted as if she hated it, so it must have been all right. All she said sounded logical. I've got to stop arguing with myself, the Uzumaki mumbled with himself. It's one thing to do it with my brothers, but just to myself can't be healthy. He became resolved with himself that he'd just go with it. Besides, he needed to focus on the date he had with Hinata. He had an idea where to take her, and he had the Hyuga girl's gift in a seal in his back pocket. He traversed the hallway and went down the stairs to the girl's room. He knocked at the door and waited patiently. Soon, one of the kunoichis inside came to answer the door. It was Ino. Naruto, what do you want? She asked patiently. Oh, hey Ino, is Hinata-chan in there? He asked his fellow blonde. The girl paused a bit, wondering what the Uzumaki wanted from her, but couldn't possibly fathom what. Of course, this triggered her curiosity to know and a need to find out. No, what do you want from her anyway? I'm taking her out, he started to say, before he remembered who he was talking to. Her face lit up in a huge smile that had a lot of mixed feelings, mostly those that leaked an aura of unbelief and relief. I take it that you know I was going to say, to train. He tried weakly, but she'd have none of it. To his surprise, the blonde squealed. In fact, it was reminiscent of how she used to do with Sakura over Sasuke whenever he did something cool, and he cringed inwardly. Oh my Kami, you finally noticed. Noticed? Wait huh? He scratched his head. What do you mean, noticed? That you noticed, she mocked using air quotes. Damn, Naruto. You finally decided to join the real world. Do you know how long everyone back in the academy was wondering how long you'd notice? Ah, damn I tall. Naruto growled under his breath. Every one of you guys knew too? Did everyone know except me? Oh yeah, the Yamanaka replied cheekily with a smirk. We all knew, it's a pity you didn't know back then. Naruto sighed. Was he really that dense to those sort of things? All of a sudden, he was afraid to know the answer, but he calmed himself down. After all, the date would be a good one, he hoped. And he had Tenten's advice. He prayed it would work. Alright, but keep this to yourself. A secret? Ino felt the responsibility to keep her mouth shut. Sure. She turned to leave to re-enter her room when Naruto suddenly called to mind about what Tenten had advised him about earlier. His eyes lowered to the girl's rear, and reached forward to pinch her. There was no reflex for what could have happened next. It only served to remind when and why reflex didn't go off sometimes to save him from danger. Because it wasn't danger. Vote 32-7. Stop him. Naruto-kun. As he looked to his left, he got a literal flying tackle at chest and got knocked to the ground amidst tangle of limbs. His air was briefly gone, but when he looked up, he was stunned to find himself peering up into Tenten's face. What, Tenten-chan? What are you doing? He exclaimed the question. Not even he could figure out why the girl would. Hey, it's the Higurashi stumbled in speech. It's a smudge. What's a smudge? Ino asked cheekily as she gazed at the two on the floor. Yet to get up. And why are you all over Hinata's man? She said the last part rather saucily, and it threw Tenten off as she got up off of her yang on the ground, and he did as well. Well, there was something on his shirt. Tenten licked her thumb and pretended to wipe off a smudge on the boy's clothing. See, all better now. Naruto and Ino could only have fair deadpan looks that spoke volumes of, really? But Tenten tried to ignore it. Sure, you did, Ino said sarcastically. Wait a minute, Naruto spoke up. You said you wouldn't tell anyone, Ino. And you just told Tenten. Even though she knew already. Ino was silent. Isolated incident. She retreated into her room backwards and slammed the door, signifying that she was done talking to them. However, Sakura was in the room seated while thinking about Naruto's likely ownership of a dojutsu, and Ino broke her thoughts. Hey Sakura, you'd never believe who's going out on a date. Outside. What the hell was that for, Tenten-chan? Naruto chastised the bun-haired girl. You just upped and tackled me for no reason. And what kind of a pathetic lie was that? He said it all in a berating tone, but when he saw her look down, as if in shame, look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get ignorant. It's just that. She was still silent. The Uzumaki sighed. Look, I have to go. I still need to find Hinata-chan. He turned to make good on his word, but he was stopped with a hand on his shoulder. No, wait. She had stopped him and he turned to face her. She still appeared hesitant to speak, but for her sake, he waited patiently for when she was ready. Well, You see, what I told you back in the room. Yeah, the advice? Thanks for it. What about it? In fact, I was about to try it on Eno, but then you came along, and forget about everything I told you. Quote, question mark, quote. His look was basically a gigantic question mark. All of it. She saw his questioning look and answered it. It's all bullshit. Then why'd you tell me that BS when you knew that I'm really stressed out over this? He asked angrily. It was just a prank. She lied the last. Although it was hesitant, she didn't really want to tell him why she had done what she did. It was poor timing, but just forget about it. You mean it was a lie? He concluded. 'Cause I don't see how that could possibly be a prank. They've been getting this sneaking suspicion that it could lead to disaster, but I kept telling myself that it was fine, because I was sure that you wouldn't try to do any wrong by me. No, it wasn't a lie, she faltered under his stern gaze. Why yeah, it was a lie. I'm sorry, and then you lied about it being a lie. Why would you even do it in the first place? You know how I've been basically falling apart about tonight, and no doubt you would have just made everything worse, and make me offend the only girl that's ever had feelings for me, and maybe the only one that ever will. She had never seen him this angry before, so she knew that she had really stepped into a steaming mess this time. How she badly wanted to tell him how she felt about him, but now, it didn't seem right. If she really loved him, she wouldn't have tried to pull off such a stunt in the first place. Besides, he was talking about what he knew, and as far as he was concerned, he was hated by everyone of the village except for a select few. And Hinata was a part of that number. If she could have done, or nearly done what she had tried to accomplish, then she had no right to pursue him, or be among the number that held him in good esteem. Wasn't she the one to tell Neji that same morning how Naruto had it hard? To think that she was about to make it worse made her sick to her stomach. Cammy, she felt like such a hypocrite. Quote, why'd you do that? I doubt you'd want to hear the reason why I was being selfish, was her dominating thought. He shook his head while he walked away from one of his oldest friends, one he had trusted on a deep-seated level. I have to go. He turned and walked away, leaving the girl to stew in the bad conscience of her own misdeed. Why would she do that? He mused to himself, having not yet come down from the height in his mood. Damn, I shiver to think what would have happened. What if I had done it to Ino, the daimyo's wife? If I can't trust Tendon, then who can I trust? He turned inwardly to try to find out if Kurama was about, but he had gone again. It made the blonde absently think that his brothers must have been going through some serious training, or an epic version of it, if Kurama was practically gone more than 3/4 of the time. It must be going well with them, if he can be gone so much, he mumbled. While I'm here, up to my neck in troubles with academy mates and girl issues. And I can't even find Hinata-chan, he froze. Damn it. Paying closer attention to his surroundings, he held his breath and waited. Just when he realized that he couldn't sense her about, he turned on his insight and found the Hyuga girl perched in the tree just behind him using his peripherals. Becoming befuddled, he turned it off, and she disappeared. He instantly became frustrated. He formed the ram seal and flared his chakra. The amount of chakra he released from his virtually cage-sized reserves practically gave off a concussive effect that knocked the kunoichi from off of her branch. But luckily, she righted herself before she hit the ground, landing on her feet. She knew that she was caught, but she smiled it off. Naruto had to know why, though. Why, was all he said. No good reason, she admitted. I just wanted to see how you were coping for tonight. Not so well, he shrugged. Hold up, since when could you do a genjutsu? As a matter of fact, how long have you been learning it? Is it Kurenai-sensei's invisibility one? No, it's her camouflage one. I've been trying to learn it since coming back from Wave. It's not too difficult, because even Shino learned it in just a week, and I was the one with better chakra control. It kinda bugs me that I got a teacher that can't really teach me anything, he groaned, but he shook it off quickly. But I gotta stop grumbling about my poor hand at life. He took her hand in his and smiled. It's starting to look up. She reciprocated his smile, and together they walked off. However, Hinata kept discreetly looking behind her. Naruto noticed, but pretended not to. Tenten picked up the seal off of the ground and became puzzled, even as she was still feeling the throes of her bad consciences. What's this? She got the feeling that she had seen this seal before, but couldn't quite place it. As one who frequently used seals, she could easily deduce that it was a storage based on the sealing matrices and kanji on it. Curiosity got the better of her, not to mention she was seeking a distraction from her current, down in the dumps, disposition. She was thrown for a loop when she unsealed the contents. Only rediscover Naruto's gift for Hinata. What in the world? She was breathless. How did it get here? The seal was lying on the ground where she and Naruto had previously lay. And she quickly deduced what had happened while she resealed it. It must have fallen from him, like a pocket or something. The Higurashi leaned against the wall next to her on her back. Suddenly thoughtful about what she could, would and should do. Maybe he'll bomb the date with Hinata. Like showing forgetfulness, to bring her something. Wait, no, he can't forget anything. That's stupid. She face-palmed herself in frustration. What the hell is wrong with me? I shouldn't even be thinking in a situation like this. I should be happy for him. I should be running after him. Pass it to him so he can give it to her. Why can't I just be happy for him and do what I should be doing for him? It's not about me. I should be like Naruto, to put others before myself. I should just let him go, no matter how much I want him for myself. She stood straighter now, as she was more resolute here and now than anywhere or anytime else. But at the same time, she had never felt so reluctant. In spite of this, it only served to remind her that the blonde was no ordinary specimen of a human being. It was going to be extremely difficult to see the two locking arms instead of him with her. But she'd have to make the best of it. And even if she couldn't learn to be happy for him, she could always learn to pretend to. She walked off after Naruto in the direction she had seen him go off in. She walked after them at a fair speed, but when they arrived at the location, she forced herself to slow down when she saw them enter what appeared to be a middle strike between a highly rated establishment and a roadside stand. That is, good food fare, without having to make reservations and prices just above what was expected, rather than prices one was usually unprepared for. Tenten grinned to herself. At least he has good taste, she mused. She was about to enter when she realized that it would be awkward to just walk in just to give him what he had lost when they had their spa. Not even 15-20 minutes before. She thought this to be her main reason why she couldn't find the confidence and mettle to just enter, do what she needed to do and leave, but despite herself, found herself content to just watch the pair from the window behind the curtains. There was enough of a perspective to see the two, but if they looked to where she was, they'd only see a crack of her. And they wouldn't have much to go on to know if she was there or not. From the expressions, they looked like they were enjoying each other's company. But then she read Hinata's lips say her name. To her disappointment, Naruto's expression noticeable soured more than just a bit. Come to think of it, why were you even following me using that camouflage genjutsu? Naruto queried as returned his attention to his meal. It was his first time eating it, and he had been welcomed to try it by the waiter. Grilled salmon, complemented by rice and such. And Hinata went out on a limb and ordered udon, noodles that were accompanied by small pieces of pork and dumplings. I was stalking me, again? He interjected, raising an eyebrow. We've been over this. I'd rather you walking beside me than behind me. She blushed a bit but soon suppressed it. Well, it's not like that this time, I should say, she amended her statement. It was more like a test. How did you know I was there, anyway? Is it because of your eyes? Do you have a dojutsu? The walls have ears, he answered. You were testing it on me? That's not really fair. I've always had a weakness of sorts against it. Why don't you go test your luck on Neji or Sasuke or someone like that? I was curious to find out what you had planned, so I was always just one step behind you. Stalking, Naruto moaned adamantly. How long were you there? She suddenly became uneasy. Let's just say we never parted ways. His eyes widened. What, you mean? She nodded. I saw and heard everything, including your little comical episode and your issue with Tenten. Her companion's face contorted with a frown. I don't know if I should be pissed that you breached my privacy, ashamed that you had to see that, or angry with Tenten. Wait, so do you know what she was doing? Hi, I do know. Hinata became thoughtful. Not only that, but I believe I also know why. I don't think you should hold it against her. Besides, she stopped you from doing anything to Ino. Although I was getting ready to intervene myself. I don't want to talk about it anymore. He looked down to his dish and a wry grin creeped over his face. Wait a minute, I could. They sworn that I was the one who was having the grilled salmon. His dish appeared to have been swapped for Hinata's dish of noodles, and currently, she was the one having a bite of it. It only goes to show how much you weren't paying attention. You're distracted. Besides, I saw that you wanted to try my noodles, and I also wanted a bite of your salmon. But since I'm not sure we're at the point of shared eating, Were we intimate enough to feed one another? She looked up and saw her partner blushing. What? She smiled almost triumphantly. Well, all things in due time. But you're avoiding the issue. And I think it's really important. What is? He asked in a nigh gruff tone. About Tenten. What you think about her? She had her reasons, surely. There can't be a good enough reason. He muttered in between bites of his udon noodles. He kept on looking down and mumbling to himself. So much so that Hinata had to reach across and tilt his chin up so that he could face her to hear her out. This might be a real downer for a first date, but to be honest, when I saw you going to Tenten for advice, I was getting jealous. Again, he had to stop eating, or he would have choked. Again? She nodded. I was jealous, really, about how close you two were. At first, it was as if you two had seen each other for the first time ever and you were both hitting you off and I was still way behind in the background. The Uzumaki scratched the back of his head rather sheepishly. Hey, I guess I'm still a knucklehead for not noticing a great girl like you. If I took that as a compliment, it'd be an insult to your intelligence. It's my fault, as I was too shy. He raised an eyebrow, and it built up to the point at which you screamed at me to take you on a date. The kunoichi became full nearly instantly as she recalled what she had done. It'd be a long time before she mustered up enough boldness to repeat such an act, but the truth was, it was mostly exasperation mixed with desperation. The memory of her screaming into her crush's face just to go on this date worth it. Well worth it, but the point hadn't been made. She had figured out Tenten's reasons, and she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. And the close bond that her significant other shared with her needed mending, and she wouldn't want to be the cause, although indirectly, of its current state. She had gotten between them and, all's fair in love and war, she started to think, and Tenten was about to ruin not only Hinata's date with him, but Naruto on a whole with any girl. Even if he had done it with only one girl and was then corrected. That girl could still tell another girl, who would tell another, and that another would tell yet another, and soon everyone would know of his slip-up and avoid him like the plague. That person could have been Ino, for instance. But it wasn't Hinata who stopped him, it was Tenten herself, who was seemingly abandoning her strategy. Tenten had her faults to be sure, but who didn't? Hinata knew she had his. Naruto must have had his, but right now, everything was telling her to drop the issue and just seize Naruto. But where would that leave Tenten? Out in the cold, along with the Uzumaki's resentment. If he continued with his current mindset. Naruto-kun? Yeah, Hinata-chan? Tenten did it because she loves you. She blurted out. Time, all acts of eating in the establishment briefly froze to acknowledge the two on their night out, before all realized that they were eavesdropping on a matter that did not concern them. Their eating utensils that had stilled between bowls and mouths resumed embarrassedly, the owners looking away before they were caught in the act of listening in. Naruto's jaw dropped, and he could feel his lower lip quivering. What? He asked dumbfounded. Tenten, who was outside, cupped her mouth with a hand to suppress a gasp in her shock, appalled as she considered the complications that arose. But what she couldn't understand was why Hinata would tell him. Why? It was for her to tell him, not some kind of word of mouth. After all, no, it didn't matter. Tenten didn't even feel like trying to listen in anymore. She felt as if she was going to be sick to her stomach, but the strangest part of it was that she didn't feel sick. It was all emotional, and it was worse than the physical one, no questions asked. She had hurt the one closest to her, and the creeping horror of which she was convinced that in spite of all this, even if she was forgiven, she'd never forgive herself, and she didn't feel like she deserved his anyway. Her eyes stung and her vision blurred. Immediately recognizing that waterworks were clouding her eyesight, she angrily tried to brush them away and they soon receded, but she knew that she wouldn't hold them back for long. Glancing back down at the seal in her hand, she realized that she still hadn't returned the seal back to Naruto yet. Steeling herself for doom, she walked inside. Naruto's jaw dropped, and he could feel his lower lip quivering. What? He asked dumbfounded. Hinata felt like she was out of place, but she felt a need to look out for the girl who had fast become her friend. She was becoming jealous. She must have thought that by ruining your chances with any other girl including me, that she'd be your only option. What kind of messed up reason is that? Uzumaki exclaimed his rather rhetorical question as he quickly. That doesn't make any sense. In fact, I can't even see that making sense on paper. Doesn't she know that I'm already an outcast to the village? Why would she try to make things worse? Love makes people do some stupid things, Naruto-kun. The blonde could feel a headache coming on. Love? Jealousy? This is getting a bit too much, even for me. Come to think of it. Why would you even tell me this? Hinata looked down. I looked down on her, but she still tried to help me to muster enough confidence to even approach you and threaten you to take me on a date. The Hyuga heiress grinned a bit, and Naruto couldn't help but smile back, as he got the joke. Well, sorry about the date though. Didn't turn out to be much of one. It must be because I brought my angst and emotional junk with me. He looked away, finally coming to a decision to at least salvage what he had lost. Maybe I can still make it up to you. He reached his right hand behind him to feel his back pocket where he kept his date's gift in the seal, but he frowned as he didn't feel any such thing. Where is it? He mumbled. He realized that Hinata had replied to him and he had missed hearing it. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. You could make it up to me in Konoha by taking me on another one. Where is that shy girl who used to faint around me? He asked with a wry look. She in turn became bashful all of a sudden before she began staring past Naruto. Her look became one of trepidation. Naruto glanced behind him to see the weapon's mistress approaching him, but he didn't display any outward change in behavior. That was also true for how he felt on the inside, as he was still wondering how he should emote himself on all fronts. He was still confused. He noticed that she looked positively miserable, and her eyes appeared as if she had been crying, or was about to. He tensed himself, but instead, she took out a note-sized piece of paper as she reached him before handing it to him. He took it in caution, but soon observed it to be the very seal he was looking for. He looked up again about to inquire as to how it came to be in her possession. But she answered it before he even asked it. It fell out of your pocket when I tackled you. Naruto-kun, I'm really sorry. Tenten-chan, he tried to cut in, but he got no leeway as she continued. I just want you to know that you don't have to bother with me anymore. Look, I forgive. He didn't even finish as she turned and bolted out of the restaurant into the nightfall outside. Looking around wildly as if he lost his head and unable to make up his mind to go after Tenten or to stay with his date, he took note of Hinata placing some money on the table and he called to mind what she meant. Right, half of the cost. He dug into his pocket feverishly for his cash and slapped down more money than he'd cared to count onto the table, and the seal itself. He backpedaled, led in his haste while hailing the Hyuga heiress. Hinata-chan, I know, she called back, knowing what he wanted to do. I promise, I'll make it up to you. I know, she answered again. I'm so sorry, but I have to. He was almost at the door now. Naruto-kun, I know. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Thanks. He threw his hands out to her as if in a wave before he turned to leave through the door. You're the best. He was gone in the next second, and Hinata had to fight against herself to not activate her Byakugan to see how far he had gone. Hinata smiled to herself before it fell into a sad-looking one. I don't know about that one. She went back to the meal on the table, now looking across to Naruto's now empty chair, and pretended that he was still there. Oh Naruto-kun, that's too much money. Is most of that a tip? There was no answer, but she didn't care. She then eyed the seal, wondering why there was such a big fuss over it. She then recalled the seal, that she had wanted to see the contents of the night she officially confessed to Naruto. That had been a hard night to sleep for her, but now, she had it right in front of her. Almost akin to one guilty of a crime. She inched her hand over to it and took it up, before unsealing the contents. She was practically breathtaken at the sight of the bouquet. A marvelous combination of purple and white lilies with lavender adorned all within by being inset around the edges. In the very focal point of it all, a single red rose was placed and the plastic that had pulled everything together was considerate too, as it appeared to be of high enough quality even worthy of use by the higher-ups in the Hyuga such as her father, all patterned with the words, all for her. After deeply inhaling the flowers, she then noticed a card addressed to her, and she opened it to find a haiku inside. Thanks, Hinata-hime, I feel very much honored. Hope to love you too. She smiled to herself as she read it. I hope so too, but if Tenten is the better one for you, Naruto-kun, I'll stand aside. Rising up out of her seat, she called for the bill. Once it was paid, she left the restaurant with the bouquet in her arms, a peaceful look on her face. One good turn deserves another, she supposed. She also supposed that she deserved this bouquet. She deserved it very much. Tenten-chan, wait, Naruto hollered. Just leave me alone. I said don't bother with me. What does that mean? He shouted to the kunoichi far ahead of him. He couldn't quite believe it. The girl had some speed in her sandals. No dough. BT it was because she worked under a taijutsu master who valued speed and strength above all else. It's not that she was losing him, it's just that for all his efforts, he just couldn't catch up, or gain any more ground. They were tree-hopping into the night, and Naruto grew more worried about the beasts that killed people and ate them to the bone, than the bones themselves. From all of his reasoning, he could see that it was getting far too dark, even for a normal night. He recalled from the earlier reports about how an overbearing darkness usually preceded the grisly deaths. Tenten-chan, I've got to leave and go back to the hotel. It's not safe out here. She had no answer, except to drop a few smoke bomb pellets, evidently done to lose him in the cover they provided. There was no need for that, as it now became increasingly dark and the smoke bombs only made it worse. By the time Naruto had passed through the smoke to the other side, he could barely see his hands in front of his face. This is getting really bad, he muttered in his urgency to find the girl. As he peered around, he soon heard what sounded like multiple footfalls and the sound of the Higarashi's yells. He had a hard time trying to get a tell on the situation, but he deduced that she must have gotten tripped up somewhere to his right. But the footfalls sounded like they were coming from all directions and were converging to where he had heard the weapon's mistress. He became alarmed at this, and his theory from earlier ran through his mind. If I'm right, then good people have nothing to worry about. He was harrowed at the thought of being wrong, and even more that he might be right. But what and how and who could determine who was good from who was not? Not everything was so black and white. Was Gato an evil man? Well, for starters, he killed people, sold women into prostitution, committed arson and the like. He was evil, wasn't he? Was Zabuza an evil man? The man was known by the moniker the Demon of the Hidden Mist. That decapitating carving knife of his wasn't a knife at all. It was a goddamn oversized sword made for bifurcating multiple people with one swing. And the stories that the man told while he was on good terms with Naruto, it made everyone who heard pale in horror. Zabuza was basically a mass killer, and little more than that if he actually was something else. He was evil, wasn't he? What about himself, Naruto? Naruto knew that he had killed before, and several times, went over the top to do it. Killing? If there was a humane way of doing it, Naruto knew he had never done it. And what of his brothers? Surely, he was responsible for all the killings and any other misdeeds they may have committed, as they were all created by him. He was evil, wasn't he? And what of the Kyuubi? He'd been killing people before Naruto was even born. From the time he had entered existence, he had killed, or so Kurama had claimed. And then there was the razing of the village. Yet, he had been under foreign control. But there was simply no forgiving his deeds, was there? He had destroyed more than half the village and the same amount of life with it. He was evil, wasn't he? Naruto didn't know. He didn't consider himself as evil, and he didn't think of Zabuza nor did he think of Kurama as evil. But he did know with all that he was that Gato was evil. Maybe it's because he enjoyed it. Maybe it's because he did it for the sake of doing it. Or even it's because he did it just for the sake of doing wrong. But I don't recall ever regretting any sort of killing, and I don't think Zabuza has either. Or he's gotten past it. I dunno, but all I know is that they're going after Tenten, or they're strafing by her too close for comfort. I have to do something. Deciding that insight might prove to be fruitful, he activated his dojutsu and realized that he couldn't so much as see in the darkness, but in fact, saw through it. The darkness wasn't real, it was false. He tried a genjutsu kai as he ran through, tree-hopping to get to Tenten's location. If it was a genjutsu, it didn't dispel, but now he realized that he could see four-legged beasts tree-hopping as he did but he couldn't quite make out their colors, still too dark, and Insight didn't really have a color scheme. He could still see that they were of many assorted sizes. But not only that, he could also hear a great many of flies buzzing. And even saw birds flying amongst the tops of trees. Birds with overly large wingspans. For the first time in a long time, Naruto felt scared. Waste, decimate, devastate, annihilate, raise, hya. Decimate waste. It was done like a chant, and it echoed around the forest, seemingly from each animal. But then, the cackling came in full swing, and it gave Naruto the shivers, the unpleasant ones that froze his spine and he couldn't move. Hya. These creatures were all around, even running around and past him, and he took heart that they were ignoring him. After breathing a sigh of relief, he realized that they weren't going to simply pass her. They were converging on her location. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Please, Kami, no, Naruto yelled, hardly able to bear the thought of Tenten being destroyed infinitesimally, her body eaten by creatures such as this. In his state now, he lowered his gravity seal to 2 to race ahead to catch up to the girl. Why couldn't he get it through his head? Tenten wondered bitterly. That's Naruto for you, loyal to a fault, all the time, every time. She got the feeling that she was being ared intensely in this growing thick of darkness that enveloped the woods that she was running through. She felt fear spreading through her like a malignant cancer, and all it collected to the point that she wanted to scream in terror. But held back on that by biting her lower lip. Waste, decimate, devastate, annihilate, raise, hyaa, decimate waste, in a panic at hearing the voices call and mockingly laugh at her. She threw her weapons haphazardly all around. She used a great deal, but no one, or nothing, rather, called or groaned in pain. She was about to throw more when she said the next branch to leap to due to the darkness, but accidentally knocked it with her head and her feet flew forward in front of her and fell to the ground on her back. It wasn't enough to badly hurt her head due to her headband. And she had taken worse spills before. But what froze her was the sight of ethereal and nightmarish creatures come creeping forth out of the darkness like shadows taken on a form. She believed she could make out the glistening of large teeth, and glinting eyes watched her, and they came closer. No, stay back, waste hyaa. Leave me alone, she yelled in a tone she hoped sounded threatening as she turned to run again. Throwing down caltrops as she backpedaled, she then swerved and started running now, her hands before her and in front of her face to protect it. She bumbled through the undergrowth, nearly tripping up far too often as she couldn't even tell if her eyes were open or not anymore, it was that dark. Decimate waste, annihilate, raise, waste. Then she crashed headlong into something, only to fall onto the ground. Something warm ran down the side of her head and she feared that it was her own blood. Waste, hyaa. No, she heard a yell that she believed to be Naruto's, before a cry of pain like a howling animal's came from behind her, then even more of a warm liquid ran down her body. She could smell the iron from it as it ran down her body and nearly froze completely. It was blood, but was it hers? She then heard the sound of steel stabbing into flesh, which was then followed by the sound of something heavy impacting another. By the sounds of grunts, that usually preceded these sounds of attacks, she could tell it was Naruto doing the acts, but what was he doing the acts on? She smelt smoke now, as a small flare of something lit up, revealing Naruto beside her. The flare was then revealed to be the ending flame of a paper bomb connected to a kunai, and the Uzumaki threw it somewhere ahead of the two of them, where it lit up the area with a fiery explosion. Before her ekrixophobia kicked in at the sight of the explosion, she saw what looked like dozens of the creatures all around her revealed by the momentary lighting, all with saliva dripping from their maws and carrion birds with eyes that stared at her. None of the creatures were really looking at Naruto. They were all dead set on her instead. She realized that they were coming for her like demons out of hell, coming to drag her soul with them to wherever they came from. No, she's not waste. She's not garbage, Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, surprising her. She has value, why harm me? She has value, she is valued. I'm what? Tenten asked herself mentally as she strained against her body for it to respond to her brain's commands. I know what you creatures really are, Naruto bellowed all about. I know what you want. But not her, not Tenten-chan. She has value, you hear me? She still has worthwhile use and purpose. She's not broken. She's whole. She's fine just the way she is. There was another sound of a melee attack as Naruto said the last with effort. Yet another animal crooned in pain. The bedlam of fighting continued on the creatures. But Naruto himself soon cried out in pain, just 2 feet or so in front of her. She is valued. The Uzumaki continued through what sounded like gritted teeth. Ten's body finally responded and she crawled over to where she heard Naruto last on her hands and knees, shivering all the while. It was a horrible experience. It was pitch black to her, and upon her last glimpse of sight, she had seen a multitude of creatures, on the ground, in the trees, flying around, everywhere. Naruto surely couldn't take them all, as most of them were quite large. More than half of them were bigger than 2 horses put together, and shaped like dogs. Her phobia should have rendered her completely useless for a long while, not to mention total her mental stability for a week. But for her to even manage a crawl was nothing short of a miracle. The logic followed that route, but she never could comprehend why she would be crawling to the boy she was fond of instead of trying to make her escape while the creature's focus rested on him instead. But she knew why. It was obvious too. In fact, when she felt the weight of one solidly step onto her back, and she was pinned under its massive foot. Paw was more like it, and judging from the paw that covered her upper back and a blunt claw-like object extend unto her neck spoke large volumes as to what kind of creatures these were. Their claws were non-retractable, and they spoke of destroying waste. They were carrion-eating creatures, as they killed and thinned out those who were weak, and destroyed all that was worthy of being dead. Or that which was already dead, but the thought that she was to be classed like that didn't bother her. She still tried to claw her way to where she had heard Naruto go down, but the gigantic paw wouldn't allow it. Reaching downwards for a kunai at her side, she desperately tried to slash it backwards to hurt the creature enough to make it release her, but although she managed to nick it a few times, she failed to get away. "Let me go, not waste, value?" the voices seemingly asked themselves questioningly, as if unsure what to do next. The sound of the cackling came again, before the paw pressed down almightily. And she lost consciousness, the sound of muttering Naruto's name barely being heard as it escaped from between her lips. "No," he yelled as he awoke suddenly. His eyes frantically searched around, trying to gather his bearings, and he soon did, thanks to focus. But all that rested on his mind currently was the fate of the weapon's mistress. So much so, that he didn't even realize that he was somewhere else. Somewhere unrecognizable, but as it was common to try and find similarities to what one was familiar with, Naruto realized that it could be likened to a library. Books were strewn about on the ground, some pages torn up, true, but nearly everything else save for those were on 3 bookshelves that penned him in from all sides sans for one. A foul odor permeated the air, and the boy knew that it couldn't have been must. The smell was far too strong. It was fairly well lit though, as chandeliers hung overhead with candles that had wicks aflame that hardly flickered. All was still. "Tenten-chan? Where are we?" It was as if he was now only seeing as he noticed the girl lying belly up on what was apparent to be a pile of books behind him, in his blind spot. He tried to get up but barely could, as a crippling pain reminisced in his chest. He was forced to remember how he had taken a damaging strike to his upper torso from one of the creatures who attacked him and... But where are they? Where are we? He forced himself to take it a bit easier so he could at the very least get up onto his feet and limp to her side. She was unconscious. "Tenten-chan? Tenten-chan?" He gently slapped her face, trying to get her to wake up. All the while, he looked around and soon realized that they were in a library, an abandoned one or a neglected one, judging from how dusty it was. Although that wouldn't explain the small piles of white somethings here and there. He had to guess that it was done on the part of the creatures, but where were they? If they weren't around now, then that was for the better. In fact, now that he thought about it, the smell must have been coming from those piles and lumps. They varied in size, but he had no inclination to study them. As he tried to wake her up, he looked the kunoichi over for wounds. She had some dried blood on her face from an opening he found under her headband. It didn't look serious, or serious enough to require attention immediately. As he looked down on the girl's face, he couldn't help but bring to mind how contorted her expression looked now, like how she was when she was younger in his care. She still hasn't gotten over her past? Or is it something new? He heard yapping noises, here and there, as if the creatures or phenomenons were in the same room area as he was. He realized that the creatures may have carried them off to this location, but why? How, in fact? Maghh. He looked down, hearing the murmurings of the Higurashi. She was waking up, as even her eyes fluttered and fully opened. "Urg, wa, Naruto-kun, where are we?" She lifted an arm up and eased him aside so that she could rise up at the waist. Seeing him flinch upon contact with her hand against his chest, she hurriedly withdrew it. "Are you okay? What's wrong?" "And nothing," he defended, hoping to not worry her. "Come on, we have to go." She realized that something must have been wrong with him, but I didn't press it in favor of finding out something else. "Didn't you bring us here? To this library?" she observed with a studying gaze. "No, I fell unconscious." She realized that the same thing had happened to her, and slowly became more and more alarmed. Then, the creatures must have brought us here, he finished, mirroring her look. We've got to find a way out. He looked all around. This part is lit up with candles. But I think I feel wind coming from, he pointed off in a seemingly random direction, over there. I think it's the best bet to find an exit. She didn't have a response except to scramble to her feet, but she noticed that Naruto had less luck just trying to stand straight. Are you sure you're okay? I am, he muttered through gritted teeth. No, you're not. She felt minded about how the previous night had gone. I guess my lying caught up to me. It's karmic, and it's fair, I suppose. No, it's not like that, Naruto defended. Just drop it, she stated with a one that implied that she didn't feel comfortable talking about such a subject. She held out her hand, which he reluctantly took. After he did, she then helped him to stand straighter, and hooked his arm over and around her shoulders and neck. It was harder, because she was a bit taller than him. Or he was shorter. It was all about perspective. They both hobbled off into a passageway that was littered with books on either side on the ground at the foot of bookcases filled to capacity, tightly packed with books and scrolls. As he was passing, Naruto snatched one and popped it open with 1 hectare. And it fell open on the pages in the middle. What is it? Tenten queried, having seen what he had done. This one's a jutsu, for water release. He let the book fall onto another page and saw another one. Here's another one. This jutsu's for earth release. Keep that book, Tenten cautioned. But instead, he dropped it and snatched another one despite her advice. She was about to complain, but she saw as soon as he did that this book also had info about techniques. The next one he took up in favor of the second one was on the practices and uses of puppetry, and the fourth, a biography on Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. This went on for another minute, and Naruto was having a hard time wondering if he could make enough seals for the whole library. This is a lot to take in. Where and how did these books come about? Did those creatures do this? Or is it just a coincidence that this might be lair of theirs happened to be a dark and dank library? I don't know. They were silent as they walked along, and Tenten grew more and more nervous with each step, as Naruto leaned heavily against her. She was getting self-conscious about it, but didn't know how to tell him. It wasn't uncomfortable, just a minor inconvenience, but she bore it. It was the very least she could do. The crap that she had pulled last night probably assured that she would be paying him back for life. Not to mention all he had done and gone through for her sake when they were younger. Tenten-chan? Naruto mumbled. Came her intelligent reply. How did you know where to find me last night to give back the seal? No use lying, she thought with a sigh. I followed you. I was standing outside, nerving myself up to just go and give it to you, but I ended up just watching instead. Naruto hesitated. Thanks, but does that mean that you saw and heard everything? I heard enough. She could tell that he was thinking about what Hinata had told him, and feared that instead not only would he and her never be together as a pair, but that it would ruin their friendship even more. Things might grow increasingly awkward to the point that they may stop associating with each other to avoid the discomfiture. So, about what Hinata said, as a sister, she blurted out as a last-ditch effort that might yet salvage what was left of their friendship, since he might never come to be with her. I love you like a sister would like a younger brother. He was silent as he tried to get a read on her. Finally, he just tried to push himself away from her. Lying begats more lying. Your eyes looked up into my left. You were consulting the side of your mind that embodies creativity. He stumbled a bit, but finally allowed most of his weight to lean against a bookshelf. Are you ashamed of it? Or something? She looked away and tugged nervously at her collar. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I really am. But I'm afraid of acknowledging. You feelings? He guessed to finish her sentence. Yes, she exclaimed, but I'm even more afraid of losing you, you know? I mean, all the way from when you first got me to the orphanage was when I realized that I had it for you bad, but I soon forgot about it. All my isms, and schisms, and medication and whatnot, her eyes fell, fearing to meet his gaze. And then meeting you again, just to find out that someone else had you in their sights. Hinata-chan, you mean, he answered the left-out detail of her confession. She continued. But I tried to help her and junk, 'cause even now, I still feel like I'm damaged goods and all that BS. And Hinata's basically a goddess compared to me. I'm just an orphan, no money, and I probably have more mental problems than proper sense to not try to trick you like I did. am probably the closest person besides Kyuubi who knows the kind of shit you had to go through, and I was about to make it worse. But why? Why'd you do it? He pressed. Hinata told you already. She muttered unsurely. I'm asking you. He exploded suddenly, making her backpedal a step or two. Why are you so afraid to just be frank with me? Quote, 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 quote. The air was poignant with emotions as the two finally locked eyes. Tenten was still afraid to just tell him, and the Uzumaki, while he was told already, wished to hear it from the girl's mouth itself. It's because it's 'cause I love you, okay? Not the kind of words for me to just say so casually. She shrugged her shoulders. It doesn't matter, anymore. If you'll let me, I'll still be your friend, giving you a shoulder to brace on, a person to make bets with, someone to compete with. Hell, I'll even go to your wedding and smile. Although I probably won't bring a gift though. I'm still broke. I'll only go to it to crash it to get the food for free. There was a pause at this, and Tenten hoped desperately for mended bridges. Instead, Naruto burst out into laughter that hurt his chest, but he didn't care. For the food? Huh? Seem here. He extended his arms, but it was with trepidation and tentativeness that Tenten stepped forward to him and hugged him back. The hug was particularly enjoyable to the weapon's mistress, and she momentarily forgot about the situation they were in. God, I wish I could kiss you right now, she murmured, but it's not right. You're dating Hinata. That's true, but I have a feeling that she won. Ted, me and you two at the very least come together like this after your gaffe nearly ruined my social life with the girls. What girls? She shot back, her head still over his shoulder. You and Hinata-chan, apparently. Naruto sighed. Why can't life be simple? He finally let go of the girl, and they smiled at each other. No hard feelings. Thanks. She was about to try and brace him up like before when she realized that the upper part of her Chinese-style blouse looked bloodied. Her eyes widened, but she realized that it couldn't be hers, as she felt no pain. Naruto-kun, are you injured? He gulped fairly loudly. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want to worry you. Besides, Kurama will soon heal it. Kurama? Is that Kyuubi's name? She hazarded, getting a nod from him, shrugged. Well, anyway, let's just get out of this stinkin' library. He retook his position at her shoulder, and the two walked off on their previous course. It must be those white piles. The smell? Tenten joked. Is that white stuff on the ground shit? I hope not, 'cause it'd mean these grounds are probably marked as territory for those things that nearly killed us. Naruto answered. He kicked at a dry pile, but froze after he did. The girl holding him up had to ask him what was wrong. Oh Kami, Naruto trembled. We've got to leave as soon as possible. That was shit alright, but there were bone pieces in it. Bones? Tenten paled. Human bones, the Uzumaki affirmed. One of them looked like they had a ring on it. They put a bit more haste in their hurry to leave now, but instead came to a sort of pedestal in an end of rows, and a large book rested on a stand. The two looked all around for a door or any kind of exit for that matter, but saw nothing except for a proba. Dead end with only the oversized book for a welcome. Great, Tenten murmured. We're gonna die in a frickin' library with who knows what kind of creatures that eat people, and our alternative is starving to death or dying from a lack of fluids. Sorry, Naruto murmured. It's not your fault. She tried to console, and he appreciated it greatly. But if this isn't the way out, how did we get here? The blonde Uzumaki couldn't help but wonder. Help me up to that pedestal. I want to see why that book is up there. Hardly the time to want to read. Naruto-kun. It must be special, if it's all the way here by itself. She helped up to where the book was, and Naruto flipped open the cover. So that's where we are. And that's what those creatures are. What? Tenten asked anxiously. What are they? I'm getting paranoid, and you're being too damn vague. It's a summoning contract. With the scavengers. What do you mean, the scavengers? Tenten uttered in half amazement and half fear. Do you know what kind of creatures they are? Obviously they're the ones who've been plaguing the town, Tenten-chan. Or are you asking me what and who they are specifically? Naruto continued, to look over the book and wondered if he should sign it or not. Perhaps not. To sign it may be asking for unnecessary trouble. But when the time came, he'd need all the help he could get to finally take down his number one enemy. The one he only knew as Ito. Maybe Kurama even felt the same way. Speaking of which, I'm gonna need some help with this one, the Uzumaki mused. He turned to Tenten who was looking about. As if every shadow in the library they were in contained an enemy who was stealing after them to slit their throats. "Hey Tenten-chan, could you guard me for a bit? I need to talk to the Kyuubi. Is now such a good time?" she asked worriedly. "And why can't you just talk normally to him? He's not really there as in, there." He wondered if he could tell her about his broth. RS the same ones who were clones made from a complicated mixture of chakra releases and different layers of yang, yuki and so on. He knew he could trust her with this info, but could he trust her in general? He needed no reminder about what had happened mere hours, or how long it had actually been ago, when she had nearly turned him into Lady Repellent as if he wasn't enough of one already. But things were different now, right? Hinata had cleared that up, telling him that she had been doing it out of jealousy. It wasn't done tell him the reason why she acted the way she did, but to excuse her for it. Yes, things were different now, and who was he to hold a grudge? Besides against Ito, that is? Tenten-chan? I've got a dozen brothers. He deadpanned, and the Kyuubi likes to spend more Ime supervising their training and whatnot in their heads instead of being in mine. I believe you, he didn't really see that happening, although it was rather comical in his mind's eye. His mind isn't really in the seal, Tenten-chan, he said at last. He was cut off by the weapon's kunoichi right then and there. It's out of its mind? She exclaimed in disbelief. No, look, I'll explain later, alright, he answered anxiously. Just guard my body. Can I trust you to do that? Sure, she said after a while. Just do whatever you gotta do quickly. With a grateful nod, his consciousness retreated to the seal, and he fell backwards in a topple into the girl's arms. While confused about what the blonde meant, she decided that he was right. To leave all her questions for later, sure, but would there even be a later? She was still being targeted, wasn't she? By these same creatures that nearly killed Naruto and her last night. As her mind began wondering about this, she plopped herself down to sit, easing Naruto's upper torso down and rested his head in her lap. Why would they spare Naruto's life, much less hers? She was the one targeted after all. She knew that, but why were they still alive? Was it a sign that they? She shook her head to remove the thought before it took root. It was not meant. Naruto was going to be with Hinata, and while she was grateful to the heiress for picking up for her like that, Tenten would still be short a great guy to snag. So unless Hinata died and she, Tenten, stepped in from being the runner-up, or Naruto decided to end the relationship with Hinata or some law that was some kind of deus ex machina to solve their current problem, she was out of luck. She loved him, didn't she? She was sure that it wasn't infatuation, but perhaps some things were never meant to be. The members of the ninja team reacted in their own unique ways. There were some who didn't really care, some who genuinely cared but were silent, some who genuinely cared and was noisy, some who believed that everything was fine, and one who was perverse about it, and everyone ignored him. While Kiba was being snubbed after his tactless remark about what a boy and a girl would do if they were alone together, Guy was surprisingly calm and Asuma was getting worried. He was starting to think that perhaps that Naruto really did complicate missions. Guy, Asuma called out to his fellow Junin quietly, hoping that he'd answer in like fashion. Obviously, the taijutsu specialist caught on to the tone in the Sarutobi's voice and answered the way he was supposed to. Yes, I asked the other genin. From what I've heard, neither Tenten nor Naruto came back to the hotel last night. Guy was silent. This was indeed troubling, as even he could grasp that in a town like this that had more than 5 brutal killings a week that left no corpses, something may very well have happened to the two genins. Tenten, not to imagine Naruto, had gone through too much only to have their lives cut short because of a B-rank mission, no matter how bizarre it was. 12 genins and 2 junins? This mission should have been over already. Instead, they had to deal with a Shikam, Uru even more lethargic and thoughtful than before, Kiba and Sasuke with minor night terrors about their mission in Suna, Choji who was convinced that they were eating on an unlimited budget, Sakura, who was trying to ask Neji and Sasuke about the earlier fight to see if any of them had seen anything unusual about Naruto and Hinata who looked rather expressive. Expressive, but also bipolar. One minute she would be happy, but in another minute, she looked discontent and miserable. What was going on? Sure, some things might be easily explained, but the fact remained. Where were the last 2 students? Have you asked Hinata? She might know, as she used to habitually follow Naruto, Maida pointed out. Remember, you have a point there, but I asked her already. She said that they left together last night. Tenten running away and Naruto giving chase. Not too many details, but it sounded like what must have been an angsty moment. Romance issues or something, given how Hinata's involved in the first place. Aren't they too young for this kind of crap? And they haven't returned? It's 8 in the morning. Asuma sighed while he rubbed his temples. I can see where Kurenai is coming from. But we have to do something. Asuma, Guy tried to speak rationally. I'm sure they're fine. Besides, it's not as if they're civilians, unable to take care of themselves. If anything, you should be more worried if their Guy's face flushed a bit, before he shook his head. Never mind. What were you going to say? The Sarutobi asked. Guy was silent. Asuma waited patiently, and in doing so, showed that he wasn't going to take silence for an answer. Guy sighed after a long while, before he did so ashamedly. Hanky-panky. Asuma could only click his tongue in disapproval. I never would have expected that from you. In the meantime, we should just get Hinata or maybe Kiba to track them if they take even 2 hours more of being absent. We'll have to keep it discreet and... There came a hard knock at the door, and Asuma sighed. Ah, Kami, come in Messenger-san, he called, having a feeling that another murder had occurred. Who is it this time? I hope it's not the kids. The man came in meekly, not even realizing that he had been found out simply because it had almost become a habit to knock on the Junin's door at this time, not that he wanted to. It's been a man, who was once accused of a sex offense. His teenage niece claimed that she was nearly raped by him. A man with him has also been killed. A local bad John. Apparently, the people who knew of them are actually thankful that they're dead. It's an ill thing to wish death on anyone. But if the people who knew them better than us can say that, then I suppose it's fine. Hold on, are there any corpses? The Taijutsu Junin asked, confused. Normally, since there was usually a lack of corpses, no one would normally know who they were. They were harassing a woman. She claimed that she was running from Hem, and horrifying creatures took them down, laughing wickedly and saying, "Decimate waste," the whole time, she said, the messenger replied. We just let her go. She's the one to report it. Report S. Aid that it happened at 5 this morning on the other side of town, closer to the forest. Asuma became thoughtful. It's almost that they're doing this town a favor. But what are they? Who are they? Why are they doing this? I wonder, Guy said at last. I get the oddest feeling that these creatures might be cleaning the town. Quote. Asuma grew silent before his tongue unloosened. That's preposterous, he exploded. These things are killing people, eating them to nothing but bloodstains. How's that for cleaning the town, Guy? Haven't you heard the reports? They're supposedly ghastly creatures, killing and maiming and causing destruction. Do you remember what Naruto said yesterday afternoon when he spoke of his findings? Guy asked pointedly. He said, if I'm right, then good people have nothing to worry about. The Sarutobi quoted. But, well, you don't have to trust the word of a genin who single-handedly pulled through the Kimyo town. Now do you, Kurenai? Guy said with a smirk, almost as a taunt. This made Asuma falter, and wondered if the man was right. But what was up with the damn attitude? And calling him Kurenai, as if he were the woman who used to press her negative emotions about the Uzumaki pertaining to trust? Really? Was this made a Guy? I do accept Naruto's word. He's no ordinary genin. But these things are killing and eating people. But these people are supposedly bad people. Just think about it for a minute. He'll soon make the transition to level 7 with the gravity seal. Imagine, a clone of your creation made it past you in a critical area. Meanwhile, you're struggling at level 5. How do you feel, knowing that your brothers are surpassing you in so many ways? Naruto was nonchalant. I'm okay. To each his own, right? He's been focusing on that only. While I have a lot of things to juggle, not to mention I'm on this mission. The Kyuubi cleared his throat loudly. Excuse me? And? The boy sighed. And relationship issues with Hinata-chan and Tenten-chan. Now can we please move along? I'm getting a bit fed up of you throwing up everyone else's progress to me. Why? I thought it'd give you more drive. You don't even communicate with them anymore. Even the latest about the library clones back in Konoha. Going on about they're almost done reading the whole damn library's worth of books. You're just all by your lonesome. And it's making them feel like superfluous constructs. They kinda are, but they're emotional like you. Maybe even more since they're aware that they're clones. Maybe that would explain why. They're getting so zealous about training, hoping that their raw abilities can surpass your dojutsu and all that junk. If you were here, I wouldn't be alone. Naruto calmly accused the nine-tailed fox demon. But the next time you decide to skip out, send everyone my regards. Now focus. The scavengers. I need any info you have on them. You keep diverting from the issue. Yeah, I got what you know, Kurama trailed off. But where did you say you were? A library filled with all kinds of useful miscellaneous knowledge? Yeah, and they were targeting Tenten-chan. But for some reason, they let us live. And I came across what I think is their contract. He plopped himself down into the grass of the mindscape and looked up into the Kyuubi's face. What do you think? I think wait there are more than one type of these creatures? Scavengers feels like a rather broad term. The Uzumaki tried to recall his memories of the night before and remembered hearing a great many buzzing of flies. And the creatures he had fought had different kinds of structures. They were still quadrupedal, but he could tell from their different gaits that there were large differences. Not to mention, he did see what he believed were birds with large wingspans. Yeah, maybe 3, 4 or more types of creatures attacked us. Birds, insects, and at least one type of dog or cat-like creature. To be blunt, I smell a setup, the Kyuubi stated easily. That's all I've got, but to what I can tell, everything must be revolving around that damned contract. But the casing question is, to sign or not to sign? What do you recommend, then? For now, don't sign it. Just try to find a way out of the library, assuming that you're still on the same plane of existence that you should. Know what I mean? Yeah, I'm going out, but I need you to stay. In the meantime, could you patch me up? I took some hits last night, and I can't even walk properly. I have to be leaning on Tenten-chan. Sure. Tenten was absent-mindedly running her hand through Naruto's hair when his eyes snapped open and he caught her in the act. I won't make a big deal out of it if you don't. She cried hastily. Agreed, he answered in like manner before leaning up. As he tried to gather his bearings, he heard the yipping sounds of the mystery creatures. It sounded a bit like giggling, but Tenten looked thoroughly frightened. Being aware that they were far from being in an ideal situation. Moreover, she was a target by these same creatures. The very same that ate people and shat their bones. She had a fantastic reason to be afraid. So, did you find out what we should do from the Kyuubi? She asked nervously. Kinda. He said that we should keep on trying to find a way out, and leave the summoning contract alone. Naruto stood up now, and Tenten was amazed to see him stand under his own power. She knew he could heal fast, but not that fast. Now wouldn't be the first time that she wished that she was a Jinchuriki so that she could heal quickly too. The giggling and assorted sounds seemed to come from everywhere, and Naruto looked up and all around, but still unable to see anything. He was about to set off on his own, and to be frank, Tenten was downright afraid of being on her own. Hey, Naruto-kun, I'll come too. Huh, sure. He briefly wondered if he should activate his dojutsu in front of her. But soon reasoned it to be alright with a classic, sure, why the hell not? In his mind, he triggered his insight, and as soon as he did, he saw the world in black, white and different shades of gray. With everything of interest highlighted in a glowing silver. Just like the night before, he instantly saw where all the creatures were. He couldn't quite believe the sheer amount of these creatures. They occupied so much space, had these forms, and they were sleeping. Most of them anyway. The bird-like ones had eyes that were open, and Naruto could see that the birds were watching them intently. Naruto paled, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He turned to Tenten, who was staring off in every direction, it seems, and she still didn't see the creatures. Was her ability to see that much less than his? Or was it his ability to see that far beyond hers now? Insight was certainly a powerful ocular too, no doubt about that, but... Hey Naruto-kun, holy shit! She exclaimed in a hiss as she turned back to him and saw his silver cartwheel design eyes. I knew it, you did have a dojutsu. He rolled his eyes indifferently. Yeah, and you were trying to play it off as contact lenses. Damn, I knew that reason was a load of bull. You did? He asked, pleasantly surprised, although he knew that it had been a poor attempt to lie at the time. How? I know that you can't lie, especially not well, dummy. She deadpanned, but sometimes I just get the feeling that someone is lying, or when they're telling the truth. I fancy myself to be some sort of lie detector. Naruto shook the explanation off, although he could tell that she was talking loudly to drown out the sounds of laughter. He didn't blame her, but anything that could sound the way they did and made laughter that was so infantile in pitch and behavior certainly didn't make his top list of intimidation techniques. Is that so? He replied. Of course. But do you see anything while you have it on? Like Neji's Byakugan, she pressed. She huddled a bit closer to him as they walked, searching for a potential exit. I see things of interest when I have it on. Like if something was normal before and then changed, or some enemy hiding in a henge or something. That's how I see things. He replied a bit shortly, not wanting to give away too many precious details. Well, are you seeing any of these creatures or not? Or the way to get out of here? No, he said, trying to answer her later question. He didn't feel the need to frighten her by telling her that they were practically surrounded. No for both? She inquired. He nodded to that, not daring to answer using his words. She shook her head and told him that she was aware that he just told a lie, before she went silent, both having a lot to think about. During this time, he started wondering about the seal that Ito claimed to have placed on her while she was catatonic so long ago. Tenten-chan, do you remember a certain guy who basically looked like me in clothing? But bigger and had his face covered up, back when you were staying with me in my apartment? Her eyes looked up to her forehead in deep thought. Kinda. What about him? Is he real? I mean, I thought he was just a dream. He once told me that he put some kinda seal on you, claiming that it was to fix you. I mean, do you feel any different? Or, his voice trailed off. Take off your headband. What? Why? She asked, completely befuddled. What's wrong? I just need to see your forehead. He stopped walking, and she did as well, although she was reluctant. Really? Why did he want to see that? She untied the bands gingerly before pulling it off. Not even a second after, Naruto came up closer to her and squinted, making her even more curious as to what this was all about. So? Naruto nodded. Yep, you've got a seal. It's basically a circle, and it has the word, empath, on it. He allowed her a moment to look into her reflection. Once she did, she gasped. What the hell? How did from your reaction, is it fair to say that it's your first time seeing it? Naruto said not too unkindly. It sounded a bit snobbish, but he really didn't mean it. It could have been a deep-seated jealousy of her for having a hitherto to be known ability one he didn't own. Did she turn into a lie detector overnight? Was it developing and there was more? No shit. What gave it away? She deadpanned. Sorry. He allowed her to put her headband again, and was nearly scared out of his wits when she told him that she felt paranoid. Obviously, the ability was getting stronger. While he could see that quite a few of the bird-like creatures were watching them, he didn't even feel paranoid himself when any normal person should have been, regardless if you knew of a thing's presence or not was staring at you. Then they heard the rapid sounds of footfalls, characterized by the sounds of claws against the hard ground. Something, or more than likely somethings, was rapidly approaching them. The pair tensed, ready for the fight of their lives. It's got me. Get it off. Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs as he felt the teeth of the creatures that had pounced on him. Get off of me, Tenten wailed. Get off. Wait a minute. She heaved her upper half up from the ground to where she had been knocked, only to tilt off the small creatures that had been all over her belly, chest and face, yipping and nipping at her. You've got to be shitting me. This is what I've been scared of. She firmly held up one of the creatures closer to her face and in brighter light so that she could see it better, and for a minute thought she was holding up a puppy. Upon closer observation, she realized that it must have been some other species that might be related to canines. This thing looked just like a dog pup but with a wider version of ears at the base. It was beginning to sprout sharp teeth that were yet still small from their root and pink gums, and the pup was strewn with dark spots on its brown fur. In fact, all the others that were still trying to nip her were like that. All were gambling around like puppies normally did. Then, her inner girl melted when she regarded he pup in her arms that let its tongue slightly hang from its mouth, and cocked his head to one side like a curious dog, watching her with large eyes. Ah, she gushed. Help, I'm being attacked. Naruto yelled comically. I don't want to die, he cried, anime tears, making his companion sweat drop at the ridiculousness of the situation. Naruto-kun, it's fine. These things are just playful. Help what? He gathered himself and sat up, and the pups tumbled off around him. Oh heh. He picked one up much like Tenten had, and it snapped at his finger. Ow, this one's a little demon. He kept on trying to disfigure me. His finger bled a bit, and Naruto swore that the pup started laughing at him. Why, I oughta. Tenten ignored his next bit in favor of returning her attention to the pups. The little rascals were climbing all over her, playing with each other and practically using her body as the fighting arena. She didn't really sense any ill intent from them, but she got the feeling that there was more. Where were the parents? What if the parental figures came and mauled her just for being around their young? It was a major if, but she decided to pay attention to it. Alright, you guys, you best get back to your parents. Go on. She shooed them off of her person and stood up. But as soon as she turned her back, a shock ran through her when she thought she heard. Ah, we don't want na. The voices was multiple and in unison, and rather chibi-like in pitch and style of age. Her neck creaked as if it were resting on rusty hinges as she turned back to the pups, and they continued. Don't you wanna play? Her jaw dropped. Naruto didn't react much differently from her. Holy crap, Kurama, you seeing and hearing this? The beast in its cage nodded. These things gotta be some kinda summons children. That explains their power of speech, but you'd better leave them the hell alone. Summon parents tend to get territorial of their young ones, and we're still not entirely sure what they are. I mean, what if these things start spitting acid or some shit like that? Good point, Naruto answered out loud. Tenten-chan, we'd better leave them before their parents try to nab us. He looked around and thought he could see the parents close by, but something about the library felt off. It was like two paintings lined up to each other, and he was looking them through them both at the same time as one picture. Or like two things occupying the same space. It was messing with his dojutsu a bit. It's like he saw one of the settings if his dojutsu had been off, and another one while it was on at the same time. It was almost like seeing a fake experience of a genjutsu and through a genjutsu at the same time. Or like, the lens of truth, from The Legend of Zelda. That didn't explain how Tenten just accidentally stepped onto the tail of one of the larger creatures, but it also looked like she just stepped onto flat ground, the latter when he turned his dojutsu off. It was puzzling. We'd better get out of here. Quick, he mumbled. I must be going mental. It would be a comforting thing to think you're going mad, but in the event that this was real, what would your reaction be? Naruto shook his head. Geez, Kurama, that was kinda disturbing. Where did that come from? Naruto, that was not me. I'm speaking to you from inside your head. Meanwhile, Enten was looking past Naruto and her eyes widened and her complexion paled in terror. Naruto saw it, and he realized what Kurama was saying. That voice came from behind you. The Uzumaki turned slow. Lee gawked when he saw one of the very same large creatures last night, standing 20 feet tall at the shoulder and sure to be twice that long from head to rear. Its eyes glinted a pale yellow from light reflected from its retinas. And its maw was filled with large and rather threatening-looking teeth. In fact, Naruto had no idea how this creature had the ability to steal up to him from behind. Greetings, humans. The creature spoke in a voice not too unlike the Kyuubi's. I hope the cubs weren't a bother? Tenten struggled to find her voice past the unintentional self-imposed block in her throat. She didn't sense any ill intent in the oversized animal or summon or whatever in front of her, but its intimidating appearance was doing its job too well. Hello? The cubs weren't a bother at all, in fact. They were a good reception. She grinned lopsidedly, hoping that she wouldn't offend the beast, and the smile it obviously tried to give was well-intentioned. If only it didn't look like a snarl, then it would have been better on the pair's nerves. Good to hear, good to hear. By any chance, do you know why the two of you are here? Naruto was still cautious of the beast's prerogative, and inched just a bit away from it. The creature noticed and laughed. It did so for a bit too long, and both Naruto and Tenten had to wonder what was so funny. Don't worry, if I wanted you dead, then I would have killed the both of you last night. It's actually the other pioneers you have to worry about, like the Goanna pioneer. That Komodo dragon wanted very badly to eat you, girl, and the jackal pioneer wanted you, boy. The creature seemingly nodded in each of their directions as it indicated them in its speaking of girl and boy. I had to use my veto authority to get them to leave you alone. But they still got to eat something regardless, as they may have gotten rid of more of the town's rubbish a few hours ago. God damn it, I knew it, Naruto yelled in an outburst in enthusiasm, before his eyes narrowed into a glare. You better take that diss back, or I'll make you. He pulled out his tanto from off of his back and got into his stance. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Tenten hissed. Are you trying to piss him off? If anything, it sounded like he vouched for us to live last night. Maybe he wants to set us free or something. In the meantime, the creature looked about ready to giggle, but stayed silent, looking on in amusement. Tenten-chan, don't you realize? He basically just admitted it. Naruto frowned like a thunderstorm. It's obvious now. What are you talking about? They think you're trash. he uttered in fury as he kept his eyes on the beast in front of him. They think you're broken. Tenten was silent as her crush continued to speak, our mentality and cognition beginning to fail as he streamed his words. These summons or whatever they are, think that you're rubbish, and that you're good for nothing else except as fodder to be thinned out from good people. That's why they basically haunt here. Why they prey on the wicked here. They're predators who basically destroy garbage. But the problem was they thought that you were one. Well, fuck that, he yelled into the face of the beast, although he was mostly speaking to the girl who was a ways behind him. You know that you're not. You went through a lot of bullshit when you were younger, sure. But instead of being like the insufferable people from this town, you're all the better for it. Tenten's heart began swelling with happiness when she heard all of this, and at once, felt better in all of who she was. She had had some questions as to how she was developing, and her seemingly unescapable past that kept haunting her through nightmares, memories or psychology reports, but now, they felt like none of that was important anymore. She felt free. It was a good feeling. Other creatures started stirring and began trickling into the general area where the three were, and the cubs who were gathered around Higarashi's feet. But Naruto didn't care. He was venting still. But if your past defines who and what you are, then I must be garbage kid number 1 on the kill list. It can't be as black and white as to what we've done that defines us. It's goodly intentions, having a clean spirit and conscience that does. Not those who kill and destroy, and do it to those EY believe deserve it because of their past deeds. So does that mean that you're trying to insult me, and all of my scavenging kind here? The beast before him spoke. We know how the saying goes, Naruto answered dangerously. Those who get offended are usually those it applies to. The degree of the mood dropped considerably from a warm form of amicability to frigid temperatures. Tenten and Naruto felt like a fight was about to break out, and the more the silence grew, the likelihood began to increase. Then something happened. Overhead chandeliers erupted into brighter flames, and the dim light became significantly brighter. Almost incandescent. Tenten didn't have the luxury that focus afforded to Naruto, and so naturally her eyes took a while to adjust to the light. But once it cleared, she saw a medley myriad of creatures, large and small, occupy the whole library portion they were in, which now seemed supersized by the height of how far up the ceiling was and how far back it extensive it was towards other sections. In fact, she believed that she had a third-person perspective for a brief moment, and she could tell that the place was as big as Konoha and more of the same types of summons occupied them as well. How she could think that, she had no idea. However, she knew it to be true. Then she was back in her own body, and she stared at all the creatures surrounding them. She briefly considered her seals, and wondered what she had in her arsenal besides explosive tags that could fight off the hordes. All right, everyone calm yourselves. A new voice announced from far off, somewhere higher up. A black form coasted down from above, and both genin realized it to be a carrion crow when it came close enough for observation and alighted easily on a sturdy bookcase. A supersized one, at that. As whereas a typical one was small, this one looked large enough for an adult person to ride, or stand comfortably on its back at the very least. At ease, its voice was a bit shrill, but still not hard to listen to. There's no need for violence. Pioneer Hyena, you and I had them brought here, didn't we? Pioneer Kuro, the now named Pioneer Hyena, acknowledged. That is true, but the boy is taking offense to what is the truth. It's not, Naruto muttered. Both of the largest creatures there heard, and they considered the boy's input. Well, I heard his argument. As much as I believe in what we stand for, what the boy says is logical. Besides, if the girl's here, wouldn't that mean that she's not of use? Tenten was silent. She had absolutely no idea on what to make of this. And if she is of use, doesn't that mean that she isn't any sort of fallow? The hyena pioneer nodded. The crow was right in that regard. But the lad who had practically dissed all that they stood for needed some sort of punishment. But following his fellow pioneer's logic, he could not, after all. I suppose. But what of the boy? His slip of the tongue must cost him something. Naruto remained stalwart. He was still searching for an exit, but sadly, there wasn't any. We should let him be. It's important that everyone expresses their opinion. And he wasn't insulting us, he was defending the girl. Although he could have been less tempestuous and gone without the use of the threat. He must care for her greatly to challenge you, one who is multiple times his own body size. Not to mention bodily advantages like fangs, pain tolerance and mass and the support of your own faction if the worst came to worst. Pioneer Hyena had to hand it to his fellow pioneer. He was extremely persuasive even when he knew himself to be stubborn. After all, it was in his nature to. Kuro had read the most during their stay in the library. He had the least to do, although the hyena facti on mostly slept and gambled with their young. Kuro was a brilliant orator. Fine. In any case, why don't you talk to them? Tell them what we want. The quadrupedal pioneer suggested. You're far more talented at speaking than I do. Besides, I have duties to attend to. I myself have not eaten as yet. Without another word, the summon ambled off, while all followed suit in their own ways in their own separate directions. Kuro nodded, and briefly thought about all the years they had spent here. Elsewhere, anywhere, even their own original realm would be a good change of pace. He turned his head to peer at the genin still looking around with one eye, and he took note of the blond boy's eyes. He had never before seen eyes like that in reality, fiction or non-fiction, and he found his curiosity piqued. Perhaps the hyena pioneer was onto something when he had allowed both these children to live. That wasn't easily done, as the beast was nearly hungry all the time. To have them in his power, yet still save them meant that he yearned for his mate even more than he, Kuro, had imagined. Now then, children, follow me, and stay close. Also, please keep an open mind. Aforementioned genin looked skeptic, but from suggestion from Kurama to Naruto in the affirmative, the lad then nodded discreetly to Tenten that they should oblige. So you're all summon creatures? Tenten asked aft. Archie heard the explanation from their guide, whose walk was more of a hop and step in front of them. Only its size kept it in the lead, by giving it larger legs and stride by addition. The Higurashi paid some attention to him, but she kept getting distracted easily. She eyed the numerous bookcases and reading sections that had some of the creatures frequenting them. She saw more of the same in species of the original quadrupedal host, flies, large reptiles with slavering jaws and supersized birds that looked at their guests sideways as their heads and field of vision permitted. Ah, my child, that we are. We've been here for a full century. Well, almost a century. That unfortunate centennial is in a few days. Unfortunate? The Uzumaki asked. He still absent-mindedly searched for an escape route, although he had to admit he had far more attention invested in this discussion. Yes, this isn't our original home. We have an actual realm, but we, the pioneers and almost all the others, went scouting in this world to find new range to hunt, feed, raise families and the like. There's always a problem when predators outnumber prey. You see, we came here to let what few prey remain to replenish, and suffice to say adapted. Quote, by killing and eating people? Well, if it weren't for my influence and reasoning that we should, per se, kill the ones who deserved it, then this particular predicament would have been worse. We probably would have been killing and eating everyone. This town isn't our only haunt, but in recent years, the town has harbored more and more despicable people, and our hunger increased. We don't even venture far out without coming across someone that needed disposing. Your rationalization is sound, Naruto agreed. And the reason you do it on humans is because you don't want to create the same problem as before. But why do you bemoan why you're here, and how do we fit into this? Simple, we want to go back home. We need a summoner, that is, you, sign the contract we've made and then release us from service. I've been planning this for a long time, and I'm sure it would work. We just need someone with the chakra reserves large enough to pull off the task. They would summon us to their location, and we'd get sent back home by default. I've been discussing this with my fellow pioneer, Hyena, and he's agreed, as well as the others. He's not easily persuaded, but I think he's been growing desperate for home. I'm doing this mostly for him, you see, for his mate is back home. And they've been separated for almost a century, Naruto realized. That's tragic, indeed. It's even more painful to see others of his faction live with their own mates here, and he, the leader here, left to be alone. After he said this, Kuro somehow managed to pluck a book off of the ground with his beak and inserted it into an empty space on the bookshelf close by and regarded the children, as it looked as if Tenten wanted to ask something. You said, faction. How many of you are there? She queried in a tone she hoped was polite. There are 6 factions, my child. There's the Crow faction, of which I have leadership over in this place. Pioneer Hyena of the Hyenas. Pioneer Tokage of the Goannas. Pioneer Jakaru of the Jackal faction. Pioneer Hegawashi of the Vulture faction and Pioneer Tobu of the Insect faction. 1. Must be quite a few of them here. Kurama reasoned to his host. They must have been multiplying here. But in all of this, if most of them are here and a few are back in their original realm, then the prey must outnumber them again. As they've had 100 years to breed. Naruto understood all of this now. I see. So is that why the summoning contract was out in the open? In the hopes that we'd sign it? That's true. A bit underhanded. And it was done by Pioneer Hyena. He had good reason to. He thought that desperation and curiosity would have driven you to sign it to enter the service. But you didn't, so he tried to engage you in conversation. Mind you, he's not of bad intentions, but his own nature drives him to go about his acts the wrong way. After all, who would want to sign a contract with despicable creatures that know no mercy? 2. It wasn't the first time that the boy was hearing this phrase, and he was frank. He already felt some sort of kinship with these summons already. Besides, he might be able to get something out of it. Which reminded him, so if I sign it and send you all home over time, mind you, he said carefully. Does this mean that I'd be able to summon any of you should the need arise? Of course, we of the more benevolent factions have decided that it would be an honest payment. So, what about Tenten-chan? Does she get to sign too, if she wants to? She seemed to take a liking to the cubs from earlier, Naruto remarked mischievously, much to the bun-haired girl's surprise. Shouldn't that be my choice? She protested. Of course it is, but why wouldn't you? She tried to think of a reason after this, but perchance of seeing Naruto's willingness to go through with this madness, she decided to follow suit. Oh well, why the hell not? I'd like to meet the OT. Her pioneers first before making up my mind. Could you take us to them? And in the meantime, tell us why you all live in a library. And so since it is in our nature to scavenge and use what's practical and destroy the rest. We did just that to any and all books and scrolls over the years we came across. This half-empty library was large enough to house us when we first came, and we merely added to it over the years. Well, mostly the Crow and Hyena factions, that is. This library is the best of the best, or it would be, had we not littered it with our dung, sad to say. Pity that most the younger ones can't hold it until they reached outside. Anyway, we're here. Kuro ceased his locomotion of hops and struts too and dramatically gestured to the hub in front of them. The children stared at the dozens of species of the factions milled about, busying themselves with bones, talking to one another, playing, reading, and largest of whom were conversing to one another. One looked like a massive lizard with slavering jaws with a rough and tough hide the size and length of the ground floor of an apartment building. A man-sized bluebottle fly that flitted here and there, a vulture 4 times the size of Kuro that perched on a thick concrete fixture that was set up, and what appeared to be a large dog that was even bigger than Hyena. However, it was brown and had a black back like a cape, and had perked up straight ears. Both boy and girl tried to keep their cool. Fellow pioneers, Kuro hailed. I brought the humans here who wish to sign the contract to meet you all. Their names are Uzumaki Naruto and Higurashi Tenten. The crow nodded to the genin to tell them to give their courtesies, and they obliged, feeling quite intimidated by the sheer size and large-scale encounters with aforementioned creatures. Especially the reptile for Tenten and for what Naruto assumed was the jackal, as Hyena had told them earlier that they had wanted to make a meal of them last night. Good morning, the gigantic fly replied in a buzzing tone. We hope you slept well. Considering, a passerby Hyena mumbled before beginning to cackle. He was shooed away by the jackal Pioneer W. Ho merely regarded the boy as if for the first time. Is Pioneer Hyena sure that this boy has the chakra clout necessary to send us back? No, I am, Kuro answered. In any case, let us all interact. I'm sure that even a bit of camaraderie would do us all some good, wouldn't you agree? Shiarda roused his weary bones from his pallet and yawned. The old librarian was sure that the days were getting longer and the nights were getting shorter. No matter, the aging man mused. He could always take a nap in the daytime. Maybe even several. He shuffled from his room in the back and entered into the library to begin opening up for the day. He was late already. It was 9 a.m., or a little past the hour. He should have opened an hour earlier, but today was one of those days that he couldn't find the motivation to get out of bed early enough. Besides, no one would be coming anyway. The library was just a building with books with no one to patronize them. Except for those two boys who were clones. They reminded him of the Yondaime. Always reading and whatnot. They read constantly, and they were at it for a year and a bit now. He'd never thought if it possible to read out the entire library. But the two blonde kids who looked alike in his dimming vision looked like they were actually pulling it off. In fact, they looked just like the Yondaime too, the two of them did. The only difference was that the Yondaime was older. Done, done, the exclamatory cries came, and not without massive hints of relief. The old man turned to them in surprise, in shock even. What, you're done? Yeah, old man, both of them yelled in unison. Shiarda scratched at his temple and nicked at a wart on accident. In a grimace of pain, he told the boys that he had a book or two around the back. He cautioned them that it was only a small book, and he was holding onto it for the Hokage himself. What, the Hokage? The Sandaime gave you this book? Nah, I think it was Yondaime-sama, the man said at last. The third only came here to read poetry, and that was a long time ago. The Yondaime used to send clones to come and read here, and one night, he came and told me to hold onto this one for him. Like reserve it for him to read whenever he came around. I don't think I should give you, but you said last year that he passed on. Maybe you should just take it, just so you can properly brag about how you read out the contents of the whole library. The clones shared a look with one another, mentally exchanging thoughts. It was after a minute before one of them spoke. What's it called? The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Ninja. I'll go get it. And so the old man shuffled off to do what he had no idea was preordained by incidents of the fourth Hokage himself. Naruto strode up to the stand with Tenten in close tow. They're easy to get along with, although the Jackal Pioneer seems reluctant for me to sign. Perhaps it's because of the Kyuubi sealed in you, Kuro suggested. He could feel intimidated by it, as he's always felt a bit insecure. But don't tell him I said that. You don't have to worry about that, Tenten agreed. But how did you even catch on about the Kyuubi? I saw it easily. Not only do I see physical things extraordinarily well, but I believe that I see genjutsus for what they really are, as well as constructs of chakra. Namely, your chakra coils for example. I'm also able to create manifestations of the very same. The crow's brownish-red eyes seemingly glowed before he smirked. Somehow, he did, although he had a beak, not a mouth. So that was you? I was wondering what the hell was up with this place. He bit his index finger and wrote his name in the book with reckless abandon. Tenten did the same, and wondered if she would be able to benefit much from the contract. Ah yes, I was actually testing you, you see. I was wondering what your eyes were capable of. I saw everything in my field of vision. I even saw through whatever fabrication you put up, Naruto remarked. Although he was trying not to boast. You still haven't told me how that dojutsu works, Tenten reminded him. Come on, please, is it like the Byakugan? Yes and no, came the boy's succinct reply. Maybe later. Anyway, where's the exit? Everyone must be getting worried. I bet that they think that one of you guys must have killed us and ate us. Very well, follow me. Oh, before I forget you, hyena cub. He regarded one of the larger bumbling cubs that had taken to Tenten and was close at her heels. You shall accompany our two new summoners to explain to their team what has been happening. How old are you? 1, the dog-sized cub answered in light voice. And a half. That's fine, you have enough cognition to vouch for us. You're hoping that it's cuteness WILL convinced them that the town wasn't haunted by monsters? Naruto deadpanned with a sweat drop. Spot on, came the crow's reply. As soon as he did, he released his control of a special illusion he had over the wall behind the summoning contract book, and it wavered away, revealing a massive tunnel with daylight on the far end. Safe travels, young ones. Do you still have the scroll I gave you? Enten patted her hip pocket where the scroll was. The one on how to summon. Yeah, I expect you to learn how to summon us properly within a month or two, Kuro cautioned. Any longer than that and why suggestion that we switch to animal prey temporarily might go for naught. Now then, please be on your way. I still get to come back here somehow or other, right? Naruto asked, before Tenten grabbed his arm and yanked him along with her. While she couldn't say that she disliked the company of the scavengers, she still felt put off that they had thought her to be garbage. She didn't feel that way anymore, and besides, if the most important person to her could tell her what he thought, in high esteem, who was she to listen to bunch of summoned creatures? Let's just go, Naruto-kun. Just forget about the books, MK. She released his hand and he caught up to her to walk at her side, a bewildered look on his face. They're not the main prerogative right now. Nani, do you know how important those are? vast histories, killer jutsus and, confirmed conspiracies, secrets and… Forget it, let's go. She chanced to look at the hyena cub in front of her and wondered how fast it was to keep before her in speed, as it was significantly smaller than her in stature. And what's your name? Do you have one? She asked aloud to it. She knew it could speak. Not yet, it replied. We normally choose our own names when we reach 2 years of age. Technically adulthood by the old ways, I think. Why do you ask? No reason. Well, I don't know what to call you. I suppose hyena would suffice, the now self-named hyena suggested. A hyena named Hyena. How original, Naruto mumbled. 3. It's enough, Tenten intercrossed. Besides, Hyena's not staying for long. She or he's only coming along to explain. But shouldn't we be walking ahead of you? You don't know where to go. I'm female, and yes, I do. I've been outside twice now to hunt with Tusama and Oba-chan. The last time, in fact, was when Tusama said we should decimate the man who was stealing from his people. I think his name was Shomo? Naruto offered. Yes, that's the name. Naruto and Tenten shared a glance with each other before turning back to the summon. When we get there, don't tell anyone about that. In fact, try to act puppy-ish, the weapons mistress said unsurely. Act the way you are, Naruto insisted. Or they'll think that you're lying. You're a bit ignorant now, so maybe they'll forgive your kind because of that. And if they try to get physical, we'll stop them. I can take care of myself. I am a hyena, after all. The genin had a hard time taking the hyena seriously, mainly because currently, it was no bigger than a dog. There they are, Kiba exclaimed. I told you that we didn't have to worry about them, Hinata. The boys Ninken yipped excitedly in agreement, and the Hyuga heiress smiled. I knew they'd be fine. Came her lie. It killed her for not having more faith. They had better have a fantastic tale to tell to be gone out so long. Sure, she was allowed to worry, but to fret that they were more than likely hurt or worse, not to mention that she had started to entertain foolish thoughts that the pair might have eloped or being paranoid of some kind of romantic fling. Pathetic. Then there was that dog that was tailing close behind them and sniffing at every new scent. Well, dog-like. She had never seen a breed like that before, all spotted like that, not to mention having a lower rear end than its body, yet having the air of a territorial and formidable animal. And the way Akamaru was acting up as soon as it came up within the pup's range was sure to be a bad sign. Akamaru was normally social with other canines, if his happy barks whenever they came around was any indication. Kiba also started mumbling how the animal smelt strange, with whatever alpha it had marking it and the odor of urine and blood. All the other genin present who saw began fussing over the developing situation in their own respective fashions, so much so that it attracted Guy's attention where he had been supervising Lee in his training. The Junin's eyes narrowed when he saw Tenten in particular, scrutinizing her. She didn't look anything out of the ordinary, so maybe there really hadn't been any sort of body exploration the night before. Well, someone had to worry about these things, right? He knew that the man at the orphanage was like a father to her, and Guy felt a responsibility to all of his students some more than others, that is. Neji had his own issues to sift through. Tenten, Naruto, he hailed in his outdoors voice, the one typically used for amicability. Where have you been? Restaurants, haunted forests, dark and dank libraries and rocky tunnels. Came her short response. I had a rough night. Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Before anyone could see that his mind was slipping up by means of misinterpretation, he decided that he needed more info. And why's that? By now she had reached her teacher, and after a poke from Naruto that told her to speak, she elbowed him in the ribs in reprisal, while hissing to him aloud, no. She then pointed at the dog-like thing behind her that was looking up at the two genin with its head cocked curiously, wondering why Tenten was pointing at it. Hyena, Naruto said anxiously to the creature. Tell Guy-sensei what's been going on. Naruto-san? Why are you telling the strange-looking dog to speak? Lee asked, befuddled, while his Junin teacher was no better off. What's wrong? The taijutsu teacher frowned. I agree with Lee. Why? Can't you tell me yourself? Well, I can, but you'd never believe me if I told you. Naruto answered. He was growing a bit impatient, as he badly wanted to just go home and be done with this whole mission. It had been nothing but complicated, especially personally. He wanted to just go home and sleep for a month. He turned again to the hyena cub and urged it to speak. but it seemed to delight in making him squirm by not complying. This scum by now had attracted the attention of the members of Team 10 and the last two of Team 8 to come over, as well as Kiba and Sakura of Team 7. They crowded around and made so much cumulative noise that it nearly drove Naruto insane. He was starting to learn just how stubborn hyenas could be. That mongrel can't talk, Kiba argued. I mean, come on. Only my mom's Ninken can talk, and he's a special case. I've seen some strange things while I've been on this team, Shino answered. Perhaps it really can speak, even if it's not in a language you can understand. You can't understand my Kikaichu's body language, and I can't tell what Akamaru says to you. But Kiba speaks dog, right? So he should understand it. Sakura shot back. It's not doing anything, it's just standing there. Maybe it's scared, Ino suggested. Stop crowding it and let's see if it does anything. Troublesome woman, you just want us to give you space so you can get to it closer. Hey, a newcomer yelled as he came within shouting distance. What's with all the racket? All eyes turned to regard the chain-smoking teacher of Team 10. And everyone snapped to attention more or less. I can't leave for 15 minutes without. The man stopped and looked at what looked like a species of canine with interest. You guys arguing about a dog? What's all this about? I don't know what everyone's going on about, Hyena answered innocently, as if ignorant of all the proceedings, till now. This drew silence from everyone present, until, I told you so, Naruto boasted. Cue Bedlam. What? Mayor Risaikuru scratched his head. You mean to tell me that these creatures, he pointed at the hyena that sat on the ground in front of him, were killing off what they believed were bad townsfolk? I don't know if I should be giving them medals or calling in ninjas from villages to hunt them down or something. I understand the motive, but to kill them and eat them is altogether too violent and extreme. A prison sentence would have been enough. I even had a case against Shomo about his embezzling, but then he got murdered. Now, we have no case, not even a body to give his family. Not to mention, the prostitute. I hate the practice, but a killing and a eating? I wouldn't wish it on anyone. We were very hungry, and many times. Sama had to tell the others that we should leave the good people alone, Hyena said a bit too cutely for what she was actually saying. It was as if she could honeycoat the idea of murdering with her blissful ignorance alone. This made Naruto believe all too readily why the Crow Summon chose such a young ambassador to speak for them. Perhaps an older one. Old have been too assertive and made a mess of things between humans and the rest of the scavengers. Well, they did kill that drug dealer and save that man's life, right? Tenten argued. The man was your friend, right? We could give them that much. And they've only targeted the worst of the worst. To be brutally frank, Risaikuru-sama, your town is like a breeding ground and rearing farm for very undesirable people. Naruto said matter-of-factly. Naruto, show some respect, Asuma barked, before turning to the mayor. I apologize for his behavior. No, Asuma, there's no need. The Mayo took up a handheld mirror and gazed into it. All it took was 2 years in office to make me go from black hair to salt. And you remember me from your first time on this very same mission in this Rice damned place. I bet I look older than your father, and I'm only 10 years older than you. Asuma was silent, contemplating what the man was saying. It would probably be what his own father loved to say to himself. I'm getting too old for this shit. The Sarutobi shook his head in amusement. Ah well. So what's going to happen? You heard what's your name, again? He asked the summon who was watching the proceedings. I have no name, yet, so I'm adopting the name of what I am for now. Which is, Hyena. I still have no idea what kind of summon that is, Guy complained. Hyena. I wonder what they're capable of. Not to mention the Sandame will want to know. We can't just go back with some message from a summon that they won't kill anyone for 2 months. This needs to stop. I don't think Sama and the others can go without food, Hyena answered as it leapt down off the desk and sniffed around to keep itself occupied. Besides, I think we're supposed to go home soon anyway. Asuma's head began to ache. After all these years of non-closure to his first time on this mission had finally been cleared, and now it was leaving behind an even bigger hole that needed filling. At first, it was all about people being murdered, leaving nothing behind but bloodstains. Now, on this mission, somehow with Naruto's involvement, complications had come virtually out of nowhere. It turned out that whoever, or rather whatever, had been killing bad people and eating them to feed themselves because they were by nature scavengers. Scavengers, animals, generally ate dead, decaying things, like carrion. But by all characteristics, as were these summons, found use for any little thing, reusing trash, recycling waste to make something productive out of it, and reduce. They killed the weak, the diseased, the slow, the poison and banes of the world. Like maggots, for example. In most cases, maggots only ate decaying flesh, which was why one normally found them in dead bodies, rather than in the living. No matter if you had leprosy or some detestable illness, they ate only the diseased material. The benefit? They fed themselves. That was no different than this scenario. They killed the bad that was harming the good. But what made this mission complicated was that the tale that Naruto and Tenten had to recount was by no means mind-blowing. Different factions of some awning beasts that went under the classification of scavengers, reptiles, quadrupedal species, birds, flies. Then from those main ones you had different kinds of each, something that the kids had no time to find out more about. But were able to distinguish them by appearances and behavior. The descriptions? Nothing he had ever seen before. Well, except for birds, but they had unnatural sizes, likes of which were not to be found in nature. Perhaps Kurenai was right. Naruto did make missions complicated by carrying out several acts in it. But if one thing was sure, he got the job done. The Sei creatures were making some sort of pact by requesting favors from Tenten and Naruto. Naruto had his part to play. He was to become their summoner. Tenten's signature? Why did they want her to sign it? When she was asked, the girl answered that it was her secret to keep. Not even Naruto himself knew, but he had his suspicions what Kuro had told her. And he was grateful. Kami knew that he told her exactly what she needed to hear. That she was useful, that as much as like the discarded blades she found around training grounds were sharpened again by her own efforts, she could become worthwhile once more. She had never been a broken person to begin with, and besides, even if she was, she could expend her talents and esteems elsewhere. Anything could and can be useful if you used it right. The scavengers, were demonstrating that they found her venerated. She needed no more recognition than that. The library clone reading the book put down the book at last. Well, that's that. It was a light read, considering all the heavy shit we had to do over the course of the whole year. Damn, my head hurts something fierce. That's fine, we've got to dispel now anyway, our job is done. I mean damn, we could have been made for some grand purpose, but instead, we had to be reading, the second clone answered with a sigh. How was the book anyways? Any reason why the Yondaime would read it? Well, I think it was fine. Although the fact that the main protagonist's name was Naruto, just like ours. Strange. And the guy who wrote it, Jiraiya, was the student of the Sandaime and taught the fourth, too. Think there's a connection? The second clone raised his eyebrow in tandem. Kinda far-fetched, ain't it? There has to be a connection, but I don't know where, the first one replied. Let's just dispel and be done with it. We're not here to think and mull over potential connections and crap. We're here to read, and we're done. All life is precious, his companion said saggistically. He slapped his forehead in exasperation. Geez, why the hell did I talk like that? Too many books, the first clone replied. He looked to the old librarian seated in his high stool and leaning against his desk. Nodding off into slumber slowly but surely. Yo, old man, we're leaving now. Do you need anything before we go? Just let me sleep in peace. Wait a minute. Where's the book anyways? The Yondaimes? Give it back, Shiarda called out in a rasping tone. The clone got up and handed the book to the librarian, who placed it in a drawer in his desk. Alright boys, that's it. Take care, the clones told the man a cheerful sayonara, before they dispelled, yielding up the knowledge of an entire library to all who could receive it. Haku allowed the nurse to look over her arm, to run a diagnostic jutsu on it with an air of patience. She knew she was already fully healed. She just needed to get a literal clean bill of health, so she could re-receive her ninja license. It wasn't much, as it was only to show that she was a reserve ninja in times of dire need for more manpower or siege. Besides, it wasn't as if she was going to move around without that, her only source of identification in the village. By means of a card she could carry, identity was a must. If one didn't have some sort of paperwork that accredited them with identification, then they were liable to be treated as a suspicious person when they were found out, and suspicious persons were usually spies or worse. Nothing less than a vouch from the most important people in the village like the clan heads. Higher members of the Council of the Hokage would keep them out of a jail cell or their head from being stuck on a pike. While she knew the Hokage would treat her right, She deemed it best not to abuse the man's authority, no matter how much he seemed eager to help them when she had first met him. The Yuki hummed as she waited. She glanced at the clock that was just a ways in front of her on the wall, right where everyone in the hall could see it. It was now a little past 4 in the evening. Around this time, she would have started to put on a pot on the stove at the home she shared with her master to start preparing the supper. Today was the beginning of the days she was expecting Naruto to return, and wondered what stories he might bring. Not only that, but she was willing to admit that she missed having him around. Having someone who actually found it in their heart to have her as a precious person before she did for them, that was saying something. Of course he hadn't said it to her. Besides, everyone knew that actions spoke louder than words. It hadn't been too long, but she was sure that they were mid-process or had already bonded. She hadn't been the most educated, still had some starry-eyed romanticisms. But she honestly felt that in the short time she had known him, had already begun falling for the blonde. It had to be some sort of infatuation, because that was why too fast to be actually love, right? Right? Becoming his slave didn't feel like a mistake. Sure, the practice was frowned upon and such, and she was sure that her former master, Zabuza, despised what she had done. But ever since then, he, Naruto, had never treated her like one, and was always going out of his way to make sure she was comfortable. Zabuza never did that, although she knew that he, Zabuza, cared. Instead of becoming his slave, that had far more benefits than she had ever dared to expect. In fact, she expected no special treatment at all. She felt like she had stepped up into wife duties. Housewife duties. While she wouldn't mind, seeing as she despised killing, she still liked being a kunoichi. The Yuki sighed. When her thoughts became muddled like this, she only me to realize that she was more cross-eyed than she first thought. But maybe, just maybe, her Naruto-sama felt the same way. Wait, her Naruto-sama? Backtrack, Haku. She tried to keep her thoughts on one track and from derailing. Remember who owns who. That's right, Naruto-sama owns all of me. Her thoughts derailed. The nurse finally wrapped up her analysis on the girl's wrist. Alright, I guess that's it, Haku. She began as she tapped the girl's wrist twice as a double check. The bone has been fully set and corrected, no doubt due to your own explanation of healing yourself intensive. Lee, ever since with the mystical palm technique, not even a sign of swelling. Maybe you could become a nurse and help us out? Sometimes, I swear, we're just too undermanned. Or, underwomaned, get it? The nurse chuckled to herself at her own joke before she finally looked up from the girl's hand to her face, and was taken aback when she saw it comically reddened and what looked like smoke billowing from her ears. Haku. Haku? The nurse snapped her fingers in front of the girl's face, due to the fact that the girl looked like she was staring into space. Ms. Yuki? Call me Mrs. Uzumaki. The girl mumbled the answer to the nurse in a tizzy. Excuse me? The nurse asked, completely confused. Haku finally came back to earth with what was her most intelligent answer at the time. Did you say something? I was saying that perhaps you could become a nurse, the woman said after a long while, still trying to figure out what had transpired. Since you could heal yourself so well. Oh, the ice user finally forced her crimson complexion above neck to recede by thinking about Gato. Only the most despicable things about the man made her efforts successful. It took me a while, and I nearly pushed myself to exhaustion daily, because I hated feeling like a part of me was useless. She rotated her hand at the wrist, gesturing to the nurse that she had full control over her own limb with no pain. As for your request, I don't think so, she said at last. I already have a full-time thing going on. Really? What? You look kinda young to be working. Are you a kunoichi? I used to be, Haku admitted. But these days, she hesitated. Yeah, the nurse said, waiting expectantly. A what? Haku was at a loss for words. She didn't really know what to call her job, besides what it was. She cleaned, washed, cooked and then some. House helper, she guessed, hoping it sounded acceptable enough. It pays enough, she added lamely. She supposed that she was getting paid. Her old master was still alive because Naruto, and the T-13, had fulfilled the agreement for helping him. Her new one was taking care of her and he afforded many benefits to her. Not the least of which not ordering her to kill anyone. Besides, who said payment was always meant to be in cash? The nurse narrowed her eyes as she scrutinized the girl. A former kunoichi, now a house helper? Well, in what story would that be even remotely sensible enough to read? Before she could comment on it, A gurney with a fully grown man on it was pushed in through the double-door entrance of the hospital, with nurses and doctors fussing over him and a lot of children following them, making their displeasure heard. The nurse who was tending to Haku had to break away to join her colleagues in helping the unconscious man, particularly of that of assisting the orderlies to get rid of the children who were making a racket, before assisting the doctors themselves. As the man was wheeled past her, Haku looked him over in the instant she had him in view. He didn't have any external wounds, so more than likely, it was a serious internal issue. As Haku stood and watched, she realized that the nurse had neglected to give her a medical certificate that would have cleared her to get her license back. With a sigh, she sagged down back onto the bench behind her to wait on the nurse to return. She had been thoroughly bored out of her mind. She had been sitting for over an hour now, and Haku could say that she was impatient now. She had always considered herself to be a patient person, but hospitals, this one in particular, was trying it. She was healthy already, damn it. The double doors opened once more, and this time, it was of a well-dressed clanswoman who was leading two men, both of which carried a man between them on a stretcher. When they came closer, Haku took note that the woman and her two companions all had gray, pupil-less eyes. Yuki had read up enough on Village's culture to know a Hyuga clan member when she saw one, but the woman in particular seemed to be particularly well off. Her clothing indicated as much, and the man on the stretcher appeared to be the polar opposite. In fact, he might as well have been a beggar dressed in rags. That would explain why all the medical personnel who chanced to look at the man in the stretcher would upturn their noses and look away quickly, being leery of having to think of even aiding the unconscious man. "I need some assistance here," the Hyuga woman called politely to a nearby nurse, who ignored the woman who in favor began tending to someone else in the waiting room. Looking a bit disappointed, she called to another, who began doing the same thing to yet another patient. This happened twice more, before one of the Hyuga men holding the stretcher spoke up. "Hitomi-sama, perhaps you should pull superiority of class over them to get assistance. To be honest, these people are playing the part of fools." Hitomi shook her head in response, although in her head, she was starting to like the idea more and more as her patience ran thin. Finally, the nurse who had been attentive to Haku in the beginning returned and handed a clearance certificate to her. "Here you go. Sorry I took so long." Yuki took a deep breath and tried to muster a smile, although it came out rather fake. "It's fine." The nurse nodded back and was about to leave when Haku called to her. "Hold on, there's a man on the stretcher who needs help. Could you do something for him?" The nurse cursed under her breath unnoticeably before turning to the Hyugas. "Ah, Hyuga-sama, what seems to be the problem?" she asked a bit too brightly. "I have a man here that needs help. He fell unconscious while he was in my soup kitchen." The nurse had to resist making a snide remark about food poisoning. To do so could be suicide both career-wise and literally. "Is it something he ate? Food allergy?" she quickly added as she pulled on a fresh pair of disposable gloves. A mandate she was glad to have. She checked the man's pulse and listened to his breathing rate and what else she could currently. "He has no allergies I know of. This hasn't even been the first time since he's had the particular meal. He's been a regular for 4 years now. Let me get a doctor. He should have a stethoscope to listen to his heartbeat. Perhaps even diagnose him." The nurse saw her chance to beat a hasty retreat. She didn't want to be the one to help a person who couldn't afford a medical bill, or catch something nasty from someone who lived on the streets. "Please hurry. I'd hate for whatever that's happened to him to worsen." In fact, Hitomi's eyes slightly narrowed. "Allow my clan members to follow you to the doctor. I'll pay for whatever cost may arise." She would be the first to admit that she thought the nurse would just leave without making good on her word. Besides, if worst came to worst, she'd just use her dojutsu and find a doctor herself. She wasn't afraid to get her hands dirty. It was only because her subordinates had told her that they would do it, seeing that if she had carried the man herself, it would have dragged the Hyuga name in the dust. The nurse was slightly miffed, but did as she must. She beckoned to the Hyugas, and they soon carried the man off to get medical attention. Seeing them go off, I resigned herself to wait and sat on the bench beside Haku. The young ice user decided to forego getting up and decided to ask the woman what the problem was. Whatever had happened felt awfully similar to what had happened to the man who had come an hour before. "I don't know what happened to him. He was sitting in the soup kitchen, and I thought that he was sleeping. He had had his head down for 3 hours. Before I decided to wake him up, This was brunch, you see. Please, go on, Haku urged. I think this case was comparable to that of a man an hour earlier, who was flocked by children. Quote, I heard something about that on my way over, the woman replied. People were speaking about how Masato, the orphanage owner, was found in his bedroom, unconscious. No one knows how long he was like that. It could have been hours. The children must have thought that the man was oversleeping, and since he's always been so good to them, they didn't want to disturb. It was when it got late that they knocked and entered his room and tried to wake him up so as to make sure he didn't miss his duties that they realized that something was wrong. I hope he'll be fine, Haku said with a frown. That they'll be fine. He has an orphanage to run, and I'm sure that the man you brought in has people concerned for him, besides you, of course. Yes, excuse me, what is your name? I don't recall ever seeing you in the village before, Hitomi remarked as she studied the girl's features. I never forget a face, and I can't remember yours. My name is Haku, ma'am. I'm a recent arrival to the village. Yuki answered politely. Ma'am, I get too much of that. Besides that, Sama, this and the Sama, that. But it's still better than the honorific, I suppose. My name's Hyuga Hitomi of the Hyuga clan. But, your name's Haku, the woman racked her brain, trying to recollect where she had heard the name before. I believe I heard my daughter mention that name before. Is your last name, Yuki? That's correct, Haku said, wondering where this was going. Oh, you're Naruto-kun's servant, the woman commented coolly, not betraying a single feeling. How is he these days? Haku's first response would have been to ask how she knew about her status, or even to question why the woman seemed so relaxed about it. Working it out quickly in her mind, she realized that Hinata, who was on Naruto's team, must have told her. Besides, she knew that Hinata was the clan's heiress, but that would make this woman the clan head, or the wife of the clan head if it was her husband instead. But she decided to forego it and answer the woman. He's fine, ma'am. In fact, he's on mission now, though. I hope he's alright. Mission variables and all. I'm sure he's well. He's no mere child that needs coddling. And so E2 continued to make their small talk, and continued to pass the time. Their topics from there began to range, until finally, the nurse from before returned in with Hitomi's subordinates. Both of them looked up upon their arrival and listened intently to what the woman had to say. Her facial expression wasn't exactly encouraging feel-good vibes. Hyuga-sama, the medical practitioner began. There's no easy way to say this. So I'll be blunt. The man you brought in. Boe-san. Hitomi filled in the blank with the afflicted man's name. Boe-san, the nurse took the amendment and continued, has lapsed into a coma. She tried to ignore the reactions, although silent, were varying in the four people before her by way of facial expressions. We have no idea what brought this on, why it's happening, or even why him in particular. It's the very same thing in the orphanage owner, if I might add. Have the two ever come into contact with one another? No, not that I know of, Hitomi replied curtly. Haku, realizing that this did not concern her, begged her pardon to take her own leave. The clanswoman excused her politely, and so the servant girl got up and made ready to exit. As she walked away, she racked her own mind in her head as to how such a case could have occurred. She only paid the matter only passing attention though, as it didn't really concern her. She cared, just not as much as how she would have been if it were someone she knew that the tribulation had happened to. Now she began to feel uneasy, almost as if she just got hit with a feeling of premonition. She had a rather tight circle of how many people knew her personally and knew of her just to begin with. Precious people who she cared for. Even smaller. In fact, it was only 2 people. She mused silently just as she was about to reach the exit. Beginning to feel a sense of trepidation for no good reason. Zabuza himself, and the doors flew open once more, and Haku had to leap aside to dodge a blur that entered the hospital. Followed by 2 more. Haku had to follow them with her eyes, and she saw that it was a man with black hair in a bowl cut with someone on his back, and the 2 breathless blurs behind him was a bun-haired girl in a kipao-style blouse, and another girl she recognized as Hinata. She was about to hail her in a greeting, but whatever words of passing courtesy died in her throat as shish. He noticed that the figure on the green-clothed man's back was that of her master's. For him to have been carried, much less to be towed into a hospital, it had to be serious. Haku had to run up to the 3 along the corridor and keep pace with the 3 and caught a hand on Hinata's shoulder. Is everything all right? What happened to Naruto-sama? Naruto-sama? The bun-haired girl quipped in bewilderment between gasps for oxygen. Hinata, who's this? Hinata ignored the question to pay more attention to Haku's concern. We don't know what happened. He fell unconscious this morning, and when we didn't know what could have happened. Guy-sensei and the two of us rushed ahead of the group to get him to the hospital. Asuma-sensei is leading the others at the normal pace, she answered in one breath. The servant girl had her afore feelings of trepidation answered, and suddenly worried that whatever had afflicted the two men who had entered the hospital in comas was the same thing that had happened to Naruto. Although there was no possible way of these three individuals having relations with one another. Oh no, by now, they had reached the hyugas she had left with the nurse, and Guy carefully let Naruto off of his back dexterously and set him down on the bench, where he was carefully set upright by Tenten and Haku. Hinata-chan? Hitomi allowed a shred of emotion to cross her face. Back from your mission with the others already? What is wrong, Ka-san? Hinata bowed her head slightly and went with the most affectionate form of address she could without sounding too much so in public. Naruto-kun is not well. Yes, Guy affirmed to the nurse once he got her attention. All of our efforts to wake him have failed. My fellow colleague, Asuma-san, suggested we get him proper medical attention here. And we rushed him from Ryasu town. You rushed here all the way from Ryasu town? Hitomi asked with a small amount of wonder, knowing of the eccentric man's speed. And Hinata-chan and this other girl. Tenten, the weapons mistress offered. Tenten, the woman took the answer and used it, followed and kept pace. I did not use my full speed, but their own efforts were quite youthful. Guy didn't outright yell it as he usually did, but it was still fairly loud however. Haku in the meantime kept trying to wake Naruto herself, and found her attempts fruitless. Nurse-san, it's true, she said nervously. He's not waking up, is he in a... For your sakes, I hope not, the young woman said easily, although she felt put off by having the Kyuubi Jinchuriki thrust into her care. She was really starting to hate this working shift. Or he'll be the third one. The third what? Hinata didn't want to ask, but felt that the question had to be put out so that she and her comrades could get the answer. Although she really didn't want to hear the answer. The third one to lapse into a coma. Haku kept her eyes trained on the door when she heard the doorknob jiggle and turn. When it opened, it admitted a mountain of an orderly who was followed in by the same bun-haired girl she had seen from 3 days ago, Tenten. She supposed that she could allow the girl she seemed close to her master already. Haku knew that she was protective. Sure, while she had a decent bit of medical knowledge, she was like a proverbial watchdog, no, more like a guard dog, a special. Considering her relationship to the Uzumaki. She knew of the village's bias towards her master, so she was vigilant and screened anyone who came into the room. Like the first nurse, if you didn't want to take care of Naruto-sama, she had told her, then go be useless somewhere else. The nurse's language became less than savory right then and there. After some verbal input from people who cared about Naruto, that is, the Hokage himself, the nurse found herself on a permanent unpaid vacation when the Hokage decided that the hospital needed a personnel surplus reduction, and that the nurse needed to take her career in a new direction. All very nice and polite ways of saying that the nurse was fired. There were some people who were indifferent to Naruto. That was all Haku needed. She didn't need them to love the Uzumaki. She only wanted the people in charge of his care to actually do their jobs. The orderly that escorted the girl inside was one, and a few other nurses. There was some thing of a feud going on in the hospital just because of this, and people had to be taking sides either pro or anti Naruto Uzumaki. Although it was easy to concede that the anti-Uzumakis outnumbered the pro-Uzumakis by far. Coming from a place like this, Haku had to wonder how and why Naruto would even think about helping any and everyone he knew, especially people of his own village. His donations alone from when he was moving from his apartment was an example of such, and she found it hard in herself to feel the same way. But she supposed that she wasn't killing the silent, anti-Uzumakis in the hospital. Though wasn't necessarily giving them the milk of human kindness to them, but it was a start. Right? She was yanked from her thoughts when the bun-haired girl spoke up. You're not going to get confrontational with me again, are you? We're cool, aren't we? I still don't know who you are. For all I know, you could be carrying poisons in your seals and whatnot. Easy, easy. The girl held up her hands to placate. My name's Tenten, and besides, I don't hate Naruto-kun. The exact reverse, in fact, but she doesn't need to know that. I'm his best friend for Kami's sake. He never spoke of you, Haku said bluntly, as she actually took out 3 senbon as quick as a blink and narrowed her eyes. The poise and stance? Threatening, of course. Alright, let me try again, Tenten urged. He's my best friend. Besides, why else would I try to keep up with my ridiculously fast sensei to come to the hospital? Hinata can even vouch for me. In fact, I should be asking who you are. Haku scrutinized the girl for a moment longer before the forgotten orderly spoke up. Hey, you 2 girls aren't going to fight with the patient just lying in here in bed, are you? Otherwise, I'm going to throw you both out. Whether or not you're sanctioned by the Hokage himself to be here, he remarked, more so to Haku herself. Either play nice, or take your business elsewhere. Haku sighed before she put away her senbon. Yes, Chuman-san. The big orderly nodded before he backed out of the room, but not before cautioned the girls to be on their best behavior. He himself didn't know why he said that, but while the theme was up there, he decided that he might as well. Tenten looked down at Naruto as he lied still on the bed, save for his chest moving as he breathed. He was hooked up to the EKG machine, and had a tube or 2 going through his mouth and down his throat. This felt wrong. This was not the Naruto she knew. The Naruto she knew was more active, never in bed less than what was necessary for sleeping and didn't need any tubes in him to get sustenance. Even worse, to fall ill for no good reason. Whoever just fell into comas while going about everyday life. Her eyes inevitably rose back up to meet Haku's, and brown eyes clashed. You know, all this bias against me and I still don't even know who you are. My name's Haku, the ice user said effortlessly. I asked who you are, not your name. Haku recalled a situation like this. It was just like when the Hokage had asked her, except that it was a normal person asking her and there wasn't any Anbu around to try and take her life. So no pressure. I'm Naruto-sama's servant, she said simply. Oh, is that all? Tenten said sarcastically. He's your lord and master, too? Indeed, he is. Haku shut down the sarcasm with her short reply. They fell silent then, half watching each other while the rest of their attention rested on the unconscious blonde in his bed. Both of them wished to be alone and free of the other's company. But none of them had the moxie to do it. The tension was rising so much that it felt like a tangible thing, even more so in the weapon's mistress as she found that she could very nearly feel Haku's emotions. No doubt because of some damned seal on her head that said, empath. In order to quell it, Tenten attempted to make some small talk. You know, I kinda get why you're so on edge. A lot of people in the village hate Naruto-kun. I'd probably be suspicious of me too. Naruto-kun wouldn't have any reason to talk about me, since we only reunited recently. But we've got some history. It's not all good, but that's just how it goes. Haku hummed disinterestedly. But you can trust me, Tenten went on, beginning to ramble. I wouldn't dare think of doing anything wrong by Naruto-kun. Why's that? Tenten looked down, wondering how to answer. Next to Masato, the orphanage owner, Naruto's all I've got. And Masato's also in here, the hospital. He's in a coma too, and I was just visiting him. No one knows why any of this is happening. It's bizarre. 2 comas, plus that homeless guy makes 3 comas at the exact same time? Well, Haku tried to smile. Naruto-sama's all I've got, too. And I'm sorry to hear about Masato. Is he improving, showing any signs of soon awakening? Nope, same as old Naruto here. But to get off topic, how did you get to know Naruto-kun anyway? And what's all this servant business? Well, that's quite a story, Tenten muttered, not sure what to make of it. But what she had just been told about Naruto seemed to fit his character perfectly. But any questions she had to ask him would have to wait until he woke up. If he ever woke up. She mentally slapped herself. That thought was far too negative to even exist. She evicted it from her mind before she began to tell Haku how she got to know Naruto. It wasn't epic, far more embarrassing, but such was the nature of telling the story of one's own life. Well, I've got to get going, Haku. Maybe I can pass by tomorrow. Ever since Masato lapsed, I've got to be some kind of leader to the other kids at my orphanage. I'm not the oldest by a couple of months, but what can I say, they look up to me. She packed up her things and made ready to go. All right, take care, Haku reciprocated a wave to the girl that exited. When she knew she was alone again, she looked down at her master. It seems that there are people who care for you, Naruto-sama. The village isn't entirely full of people who hate you after all. But did the ones that care for you, did they care before or after you helped them? There was no answer. Furthermore, she couldn't even guess the response. What would his response be? Tenten said that she had helped him with the bag strap, but who knows? That was before she knew about the Kyuubi, if she knew about it at all. Maybe she could drop a hint when next she came and see her reaction to find out if the weapons user knew about the Biju or not. But for now, Haku decided to go get some food. She was hungry enough to even eat hospital food. Or perhaps she could ask the orderly very nicely to buy her something. Something more tasty, more edible in fact. Yeah, she liked the second idea more. It's very important to know what you're eating. However, it's not important to know what it is, but more so, to know what it was. Since Haku saw that she didn't know what the hell it was, she wrote off hospital food as things to avoid whenever possible. He felt like he was coming back from afar in his consciousness, like awakening from a long sleep. As he did so, his eyes opened in a fright, hoping that he hadn't fallen asleep while leaving something in the forge that was probably alit. No, perfect recall told him that he hadn't left anything in the flames. Good thing too, 'cause taking a nap on the ground was already bad enough. The cold and hard ground. But why was he on the ground? Naruto finally cleared his mind of cobwebs with focus, and heaved himself up with a push-up. Now standing, he struggled to keep himself upright. His bones ached, his stomach starved, his eyes barely used to the light and the cold was biting. Damn this land, why the hell am I so cold? He grumbled. I'm in my forge shop for Kami's sake. It should be warmer. The land of iron was a particularly cold place, more and more so the farther north one went. But Naruto, the weapons user of the Tenacious 13, didn't go there to get a change of temperature and scenery. He went there to build his forge, and be close to all the prime metal to be found there. All he had to do was keep his career to himself. The samurai up there didn't take too kindly to ninjas, but so long as he stuck to his forge and made weapons every now and again for them they passed by fortnightly, they paid, of course, they turned a blind eye. Let it never be said that a book couldn't teach a person to do anything, even how to run a smithy. But damn, why did he feel like he got a glimpse of the entirety of a library? Wait a minute, he was cold, he had been unconscious, he was ravenously hungry, he had recollections of reading out a whole library. Well, he just figured it out. It was a backlash of nuclear proportions. But one thing he didn't know. What day was it? He had no idea of knowing, or even finding out without asking someone. But he wasn't exactly set up in the way of other people to drop in every day. Well, I could just ask one of the others. Naruto grumbled. He immediately tried to contact one of the others on instinct, before he had to abandon it. He had long known that it was pointless. He was too far from any other of his group to contact mentally. Instead, he went with the standby and tried to contact Kurama, so that the beast could relay messages. That usually worked. This time, it didn't. What the hell's going on? The weapons user vented as he kicked a bucket of kunai in his way. The ninja knives clattered on the floor in a mess. They all separated, reminding him of his state with his brothers. What's happening? And just like that, he got his answer. Ah, his head throbbed a bit. God damn it, who's popping clones? The backlash of that big one was bad enough. Now these are gonna finish me off. Wait a minute. Oh. Narbure, you clever and crazy bastard. Well, that was one way to keep in touch, despite adding a bye. More of a headache to the big one that must have knocked them all out. Narbure, aka Psychosis, just informed a clone a message, then popped it to speak to everyone. According to him, it was looking bad. Apparently, they had all gone under for a complete week. If that wasn't bad enough, Narbure had elaborated that it could have done them in so badly, then chances are that if Naruto and Kyuubi was still unresponsive, then it meant that it was far worse on their end. They were all abroad when the incident took place. A couple of library clones just dispelled and released a whole library's worth of knowledge, not to mention. There was something about a book with the boss's name inside. That wasn't important right now. All at once, members of the T-13 starting relaying in messages from popped clones complaining about their lost week. Nartai complained about losing a week's worth of training. Nariwa moaned about laying on a ground of gravel for a week. Narmizu was floating belly up in a lake and nearly drowned. But none came close to Narbure himself, who was telling the others that he woke up to find that the forest critters had been shitting on his body in the open. He stunk to high hell. They would have laughed if it weren't so serious. Everyone pack your shit together. The memory of a thought came. We've got to see to the boss. See if everything's on the up and up with him. We can't really trust anyone in the village to not try to kick him while he's down. We all have his memories of how they crowds nearly took him apart when he was younger. What about Haku? HAKI. RRUP of a memory thought came from the Raiden specialist. Let's just go, the others chastised. After another trying minute or two, everyone laid off from the chattering. Naruto was all on his own again, physically and mentally. He took the time to let his eyes pass over his forge, his home and work combined into one where he spent most of his days at crafting. Just a workman and his tools. P.S. It would be nice to speak face to face with the others again. Even if they all wore the same face as their maker. He immediately began sealing up the contents of the forge. It was easier since the flames of it had gone out a few days ago, but he still needed a large storage seal, like the ones he had created for his largest creations. Maybe he could show them off to the others when he got the chance. To show that the heavy-hitting ninjutsu specialists could be competed with. After nearly sealing everything up, only the kunais he had kicked over remained, and he picked them up all one by one. As he did so, he allowed a smile to cross his face as they were sealed in a tattoo in his palm. Just like the earlier example of the T-13 being separated, this yet again would be a better case in point, in which all the brothers would be together again. At last, he exited the building in which he had stayed, now just an empty shell. He closed the door with finality and turned his whole body to face the south. He had a long way to go, but it was easy. All he had to do was face the right direction, and keep on placing one foot ahead of the other in turns. No matter the distance, he was going home. They all were. He's awake. He's awake. The cry arose. He's awake. Tenten jerked her head up as she woke up out of her sleep suddenly. Huh? Is that Asami's voice? She leaned up from where he had rested her upper torso on Naruto's chest, already peering at Naruto's face to see if had woken up. She was utterly disappointed to see that he was still unconscious and in his coma. Ah, who's awake? She had dozed off, sitting in a chair and napped with her head and shoulders on Naruto's chest. Haku was out, rare instance, and in the girl's usual spot, Hyena was lying in the chair, half curled comfortably. Said creature looked up briefly, before letting its head to sag back down to resume her 40 winks. If it wasn't Naruto who was awake, there was no reason for her to be. Tenten, on the other hand, heaved herself up, having realized that it was indeed her fellow foster child, Asami, who had raised the cry. She was about to head to the door when it opened to allow entrance for Haku, who frowned when she saw Hyena sleeping in her seat. I can't even get up to use the facilities without her stealing my seat. Hyena seemed to be able to worm her way into everyone's heart, all except for Haku's, evidently. Even the medical staff were easily convinced to allow her to stay, provided she didn't make a noise or mess of things. But cuteness could only go so far, if you kept on annoying a certain person. Because no matter how small the annoyances were, they built up to erode patience. You snooze, you lose, Hyena said groggily before falling off to sleep completely. Haku stomped over to the chair and grasped the back while smirking. How true, she remarked, before tipping the chair fluidly, letting the sleeping animal to tumble out and fall to the ground. Haku then successfully claimed the seat as hers, since the former occupant had been forcefully evicted. The hyena yelped in surprise before walking off. You're a seat hogger. Haku rolled her eyes before turning to Tenten. I believe that Masato-san has awoken. I heard a commotion about it while I was out. I know, Higurashi exclaimed half-heartedly. I've got to go see him. Haku could sense the girl's misgivings and frowned. You don't sound entirely pleased. Tenten sighed, having been caught. Well, I thought it was Naruto-kun who woke up. I don't want to sound unhappy or anything. I should be happy anyway, 'cause Masato just woke up, right? Quote, you were looking forward to Naruto-sama waking up more than for Masato-san to wake up? Yuki stated bluntly. All Tenten could do was nod before turning to leave. Haku let her go. She more than likely needed to catch up with the orphanage owner. Besides, she needed to have this. At least this way, Tenten could get some rest. After all, the orphanage needed some semblance of a pecking order. And the girl needed some sort of reprieve of having to fill the top spot. Not necessarily in responsibility, just socially. But still, it was an orphanage, not much of a difference. Hold on, did Tenten just leave? Tenten, wait, Haku yelled uncharacteristically. Take Hyena with you. There was no answer, unfortunately. She was stuck with the damn creature. Cuteness be damned, that thing was a demon. Kurenai walked slowly along the corridor. The building had the same, clean smell that was prevalent in any and everywhere she roamed in it. She hated hospitals. Anyone could agree that it provided a necessary service to all, although many people despised being bedridden in the first place, not to mention being helpless to a point in which they had to have OT. Hers and machines do the simplest tasks for them, like feeding tubes, respiratory actions and, shudder, catheters. It was hard to take things like this for granted, but she never thought that someone like Naruto would end up here. Well, again, that is, he had 2 historical beatings behind him, the one when he was 7, and the one that had passed into dreadful memory when he was 10. But this, to fall unconscious practically at the end of a mission for absolutely no reason and then slip into a coma? This was relatively pathetic. She finally opened the door to find the usual people in there, that is, Naruto's servant, slave Haku, Tenten and a sleeping hyena cub, or whatever that thing was, that had followed them home from the mission to Ryasu town. The not-so-usuals were Shino, although Hinata dropped in fairly frequently, considering that she still had training to undergo with her clan and other such duties. The Aburame, on the other hand, was more or less, Naruto-san will wake when Naruto-san wakes. Typical Aburame behavior. They all looked up sharply upon her entrance. Even 1 or 2 of them were poised to attack, and the red-eyed woman had to hold up 2 of her hands to pacify them. Easy, easy, I'm not here to kill anyone. Haku put away her senbon while Tenten returned her kunai to its case. Sorry, I just sensed upset emotions, the Higurashi mumbled to herself. Why are you here, miss? She asked aloud. Kurenai, the genjutsu mistress of Konoha, offered. What are all of you doing? Security detail. We're visiting presently, but yes, we are. Hinata answered. People in the village, although few, have attempted to harm Naruto-kun. The last attack came only yesterday. Hokage-sama had to post an ANBU here after people tried to get smart and throw bricks inside through the window. Anbu? Kurenai muttered before she searched around diligently, before spying a cat-masked Anbu with purple hair hiding in the shadows of a furniture of the back of the room. Oh, it's Yugao. I still have to pretend that I don't see her. That's a shame to hear. I came to visit Naruto too, just didn't figure that it'd be so crowded. Needed to speak to Naruto in private? Shino queried. No, the woman deadpanned. Just to slug him a good one and then tell him to wake the hell up or he's going to miss the Chunin exams that start in 20 days. The Chunin exams, Hinata echoed. It's why we even won the mission in the first place. Exactly, and all 3 of you need to be there to qualify as a team entry. Either that or nothing at all. Kurenai explained, the cause and effect not just to her team, but to all of them so that they could hear the generality. I know that Naruto's got a strong mettle, so I know he'll wake up. I just wish he'd stop taking his time about it. Now that was something. Was Kurenai saying that she believed in Naruto? Sounded like it. He's in a coma. There's a chance he might never wake up again. Such is the nature of comas. Shut up that pessimistic crap, Shino. Tenten ranted. Go take it somewhere else. 'Cause it sure isn't welcome here. I'm not pessimistic, only realistic. Someone has to be, because no one else is stating the facts. We've all thought of it, surely. Haku grinned at the last, before laughing a bit. You know, that's the only good thing about Naruto-sama still being in the coma, she spoke, shocking all with what she was saying. Because if he was awake to hear you say that, he would have kicked your ass just for saying it. Tenten finished. When the Kikaichu user heard that, he allowed himself a smile. A small one. Well, I wouldn't want him to wake up just so we could enter the exams, Hinata commented, but just cause. Also, though, because he promised me a date since the one in Ryasu town was botched. What? Kurenai's eyebrows nearly lifted completely off of her face. A date? Is there a problem, Kurenai-sensei? No, Hinata, none at all, the woman said hurriedly before backing out of the room. Dear Kami, what the hell happened on that mission? One of them must have made the first move, but I can't imagine Hinata doing it, or Naruto with his thick-headedness. Good thing I decided to opt out. Night had fallen a few hours ago. It must have been around 8 p.m., Shino figured. He looked up at the clock and saw that he wasn't too far off. It was 5 minutes to the hour. He suppressed a yawn as he looked on silently as Hinata, Haku and Tenten continued to freely converse. He had no idea how they could manage to keep it for so long. Why couldn't these girls be like those of his clan? Only speaking only when necessary. Hanging around them, Team 8, for so long had made talkative by their clan standards, although he knew he didn't talk all that much. That was just an example. Just a small example to show how much they talked air-read. Got along well. Haku, Hinata and Tenten. It seemed that they hit it off, although the only sore point, Shino could tell, was when Hinata had mentioned that date in Ryasu town. Were the other two jealous? If so, the novelty of the situation would be just too rich. How could a guy like Naruto have girls after him? What was he doing, or not doing? If Kiba ever found out about this, he'd have a fit. I dunno, Tenten remarked. I just get these feelings of familiarity when I'm around Misato, now. He almost feels like Naruto-kun. How come? Back on that mission, I turned up an ability to sense stuff. It's so weird. I can get a general feel of emotions, true, but the freaky part is that it's like I can or feel things from another perspective, like over my shoulder, or a bird's eye view, even looking behind myself as if I'm standing in front of me. Like you, Hinata, you're in front of me, and it's like how you must be seeing over my shoulder. Huh, is that so? Haku narrowed her eyes before glancing at Shino, who was behind Tenten. Shino-san, do something, but do it in Tenten's blind spot. He boy lifted an eyebrow and stood still regardless. What did he just do? He did nothing. Tenten smirked. Trying to trick me, This time, Shino raised his left hand, careful not rustle his clothing. He lifted his hand. Tenten said this time. Which one? Hinata asked. Hard to tell, Tenten answered with shrug. Between my normal point of view plus another perspective, it's almost like guessing, but with halved odds. It's his left hand? Guessed right. Haku resigned. It's abnormal, almost like Naruto-sama's abilities. The ones he told me about in Nami no Kuni. Like, reflex, being able to react to attacks he himself doesn't even know will occur. The reflex. Abilities? Hinata frowned. What kind of abilities? He didn't tell us about any abilities. Haku hoped she didn't step too deeply amiss this time. She should stop. Perhaps Naruto hadn't wanted to tell them, or he was going to surprise them. Either way, it wasn't her place to tell them. If it's anything like mine, Tenten shifted uncomfortably. Back on the mission, he claimed that some guy put some seal on me that must have given me the ability. She neglected to tell them why. But Naruto-kun's first question was to take off my headband. Like he knew it was going to be there. Everyone's eyes except for Haku's immediately snapped to Naruto's face, or more particularly, his forehead that was still covered by his hit. Haku cursed to herself. She had long known that his seal was there with said abilities plain to be seen, from ever since when he had told her in Wave, and now, the oath. Hers were about to get their curiosity sated, if Tenten's reaching for the unconscious boy's forehead protector was any indication. Not if she could help it, although there would be an issue of how much force she could use. Tenten stopped. Her hand paused in its motions as she looked about, confused. Anyone else feel? 3 kunais sailed through the glass window at impressive speed, barely ring the pane but certainly destroyed the light bulbs in the hospital room, plunging it into near-perfect darkness filled with minuscule moonlight and silhouettes. All occupants immediately went on danger mode, but they had no chance to prepare as foreigners entered the room like sleek shadows, and suddenly, all order was lost in room. What the hell is this? Tenten felt like she saw over her shoulder and ducked a Tonto lunge that would have sunken into her neck. She caught the next swing. That didn't mean that she stopped it. It was more like she slowed it, and barely maneuvered out of the way to avoid a throat slashing. Hinata nearly fumbled with the soul hand seal in the darkness to activate her Byakugan, and upon activating it, quickly saw that 6 unwelcome visitors were in the room with them. She had no time to dwell on the number before she had to dodge a fist that would have smashed her temple. She didn't completely avoid it. It glanced, and if it were any indication, this person was as strong as mule, and had fists as hard as hooves. She managed to strike the masked person twice before he seemingly shrugged off the tenketsu closing, realizing he was up against a Hyuga. I kick ass at taijutsu, so let's see how I hold up against a Hyuga's gentle fist. The girl saw that his form reminded her of Naruto's own. Reminding her of something, she had to ignore it in favor of avoiding getting pummeled. Always on alert, Haku had her Senbon out, and it was just in time, as she had to dodge a pair of red-hot kunais that showed where the user was in the dark. Whoever these people were, they had some sort of advantage, besides the one of surprise. They, Haku and the others, were sitting in a well-lit room and had their pupils constricted to keep out excess light, whereas These attackers must have barged in with dilated pupils that were already used to the dark. But she could tell that this person with the hot tontos just cut through her senbon as if they were candlesticks. She dropped them as if they were hot, they actually were, and formed ice gauntlets over her hands to defend herself with. She was soon in a tit-for-tat, vice versa match with each person tried to press an advantage while keeping up a defensive, although the attacker's strength was starting to tell. How much weight did this person bench, was her main thought. Shino immediately released insects to seek and destroy the offense, or in particular, the one that was dead set on killing him. However, they failed to make contact as if the person was a walking flood of water, armored or covered with it, making his insects unable to make it to the person wreathed in it to hurt them. He had to lock into a battle with taijutsu supplemented with a kunai, since bugs were out of the question. For so long, Yugao had been an Anbu agent. She considered herself a good ninja in the art of kenjutsu, but the second she had her sword drawn, she realized that the person who was the very same in proficiency at her, or even better. What was worse, however, the person's muscular strength behind his powered swings to break through her guard was near unbelievable. After he parried her sword twice and NEA/RLY beheaded her if she hadn't blocked his neat slash, she had to embrace the sword's handle to keep it in her possession, seeing as he nearly knocked it out of her grasp. In the sparks that gashed and flew and lit the room in flashes, she saw that everyone was antagonized by the fairly identical attackers, all except for one of the attackers who was free by means of a surplus, and he was at Naruto's bedside. She had to end this before. Don't take your eyes off of your opponent. Her fighter growled. Kenjutsu, Juyo no Keka, sword technique, vital consequence. He formed a dog handseal with his sword in a reverse grip before flicking it deftly back into a forward grip. With that done, he slashed with it so quickly she could hardly see, save for the silver glint of his blade. 1 second later, her sword fell apart in 3 pieces, and her foot was thrust-kicked to open her guard. Landing on a knee on the cursed initiative of the body's weight and reflexes, his sword was laid to rest on her neck. Haku could just make out the defeat of their Anbu, and saw red when she saw in the poor light that one of the attackers came to Naruto's bedside and placed his hand on Naruto's head, whereupon the hand began to glow yellow. She didn't recognize it as a diagnostic medical jutsu in the heat of the moment, yelled at the top of her lungs. You will remove your hand from master at once, before I liberate it from your possession. Quote, the boy attacker looked up when he heard this. Master? Who would call him that? Wait, Haku, is that you? This person knew her name. And why did his voice remind her so much of Naruto's? Damn it, she couldn't remember specific names. Are you Naruto-sama's brothers? Who the fuck's asking? The one who captured Hinata's arm asked bluntly as he pinned it behind her back, nearly breaking it as he crouched over her body on the ground. Everyone, stand down, lay off, the one who had been speaking to Haku ordered. Oi, fireboy, give us some light so we can see. It's Narcosai, the fire user muttered before he acquiesced without further complaint. He stopped his fighting with Haku and allowed a flare of fire to erupt from his upturned palm, performing like a lit torch. What, yo, Doc, you know these people? The one who retreated from nearly cutting Tenten's throat asked. I swear, I saw this chick reaching for boss's neck. It was his forehead. Tenten wheezed, feeling short of breath now for nearly no reason. All of a sudden, she could breathe a bit better but didn't put away her kunai. Someone, explain. Hinata was released and she stood up, realizing that it must have been some kind of misunderstanding. Naruto-kun's brothers? She looked at them all carefully with the Byakugan, and realized that they were practically perfect copies of her crush. The ones from Wave Country? Only me from Nami no Kuni, sister. Doc answered. This is most of everyone else who didn't go there. There must be 13 of them in total if that 13 feet symbol on their clothes is any indication. What kind of group is this? Shino asked aloud as he gazed at the masked individuals with shades over their eyes, just like the ones from the before in Wave Country. Yugao was silent. She was still trying to figure out how she got overpowered in Kenjutsu. She only stared at the broken pieces of her Chikudo and wondered what kind of technique, or drugs, the person was using to do something like that. It had been a well-built sword. Having the sword at her neck removed, she looked up through the eye holes of her mask to see her attacker holding out a hand to help her get up. She only accepted it more politely than out of necessity, and he then handed his sword to her. She nearly gawked at the gesture as he offered it at the handle, but instead of speaking, she held up a palm that signified a no. He nodded vigorously before he spoke. It's cool, I got a half-dozen more as spares. Besides, I think I'm the only one of us two with a brother who makes top-quality swords just to pass the time. And for what it's worth, sorry about your sword. But better it broke here, than when later you're fighting someone who really wants to kill you, no? Well, with that said, the masked woman took the sword, but didn't sheath it. She held it at her side in a ready position as if still expecting further confrontation, and the others realized that it was as good as they were going to get from her. Narushi, Doc, turned back to Haku. We were going to scout this out first, but when the old windbag over there started hollering about her going to slit his throat, we just acted. Wait, wind? Tenten thought back to her breathless state. You were trying to suffocate me with some sort of passive wind jutsu? Death by throat slashing, or asphyxiation. Both are horrible and the only difference is the mess, Narcase said with a shrug. We don't try to pretty things up like Boss. We just get shit done. Especially since the death of Boss means the death of us. I just didn't want to take the chance. He gets things done too, K's, Doc rebutted before he sighed while scratching his head. Well, on the behalf of everyone here who jumped the gun and for myself, sorry for the attack. We'll just go. Just add the cost of the window and the light bulbs to Naruto's bill. Let him pay for it, he's got the coin. Not so, Yugao spoke evenly. You just broke several laws here. Assault. Battery of property owed by the village. Antagonism against Anbu on protection detail. You're all under arrest. Well, that would be a bad thing if we were actually here. Doc said while smirking under his mask. We're clones. With that said, all of them dispelled in puffs of smoke, save for the Narcase in the now darkened room. Wait, damn it, we're supposed to send clones of ourselves in here? I thought we were to using clones as lookouts. He looked around at the others, especially the silent Anbu. Kami, well, you don't have to be the fastest man on the planet. You only need to be faster than me. He discreetly lowered his gravity seal from 4 feet to nil. Sadly, I don't think you are. And with that, he sprinted to the window as fleet as the wind. Swallow dived through it and was gone. It was in the silence of the room that everyone still stood in before Tenten broke it. I may never try to look under Naruto-kun's headband again. We will continue in next part.